Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 581 to 600. Chapter 581, A Moment. The huge auction house fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Yu's body, all in disbelief. In their eyes, the jackal just reported his home. Not only is it a big pirate with a reward of 130 million, but also a pirate group that has been absorbed by the 100 beast pirates. It can be said that this layer of identity is enough to be called an amulet-like existence. In addition to natural disasters and sea disasters, as long as the jackal pirates can reach the New World safely, he will be on the rise. However, now there is a young man who speaks such ruthless words in front of everyone's eyes. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Sir, you know what you're talking about. On the high platform couldn't help but ask. That old voice, Rao was used to seeing the scene, also became a little trembling. In his eyes. No, in the eyes of everyone, Long Yu's actions are simply crazy. I'm asking, can these bids be filled with his bounty? Long Yu said with a calm expression. Old man was stunned, facing this question, he was uncertain for a moment. The rules in the auction house, as long as the customer can come up with the equivalent product, no matter what. Be treasure, or the head of a bounty criminal. At this moment, anyone can see that the young man in front of him is not boasting. You bastard, you don't even know the rules of the auction house, so you are boasting about Heiko here. Jackal abruptly stood up and growled angrily. Let me tell you, as long as there are valuable things, you can exchange them for Bailey at the auction house. This head on my item is worth 130 million. Deducting the handling fee, it can be worth at least 100 million. Speaking of which, Hulang gave a grim smile and said, I just want to know, what can you do to me with just a few of you stinky brats? The rolling words were like thunder, mixed with an undisguised sarcasm. Just as Jackal had thought, many people in the field also sneered at Long Yu's crazy actions. After all, compared with the obscure Laxus template used by Long Yu, the head of Jackal was worth 130 million. That is proof of strength. The current Jackal's action is already obvious, it is to tell Kuroba to let him come over. They desperately want to know and face big identity. The relationship between the future pirates under the 4 emperors, the young man in front of him is crazy enough. Mr. Laxus, son of Ain, tightened. However, Smog quickly held his shoulders and said, Ain, just look at it, you can make Zepha's group of old stubbornly admired guys. Don't need you, the result will only be a moment. Yin couldn't help being stunned. In her eyes, there were at least 20 or 30 people on the other side, including a reward of 130 million, and there were several tens of millions of Baileys in the team. This kind of lineup, according to the imaginary enemy lineup in the recruit battalion, takes a lot of effort. Now Smoker told her it only took a moment. That moment, just how long? Messy thoughts flashed in Yin's mind, and just like the others, they all tightened their nerves and looked at Long Yu, who was out of the crowd. Who can lend me a knife? Long Yu looked around the huge auction house. Seeing this sudden request, the people present couldn't help but startled. If Long Yu is a swordsman, then it is absolutely impossible not to wear a saber. Now suddenly borrowing a sword again, is this a fox and a tiger's power? However, in the face of Long Yu's sudden request, and the identity of the jackal in front of him, he is so big. The auction house suddenly fell into a dead silence. After all, they just wanted to watch the fun, but no one was willing to get burned and be targeted by the men of the future 4 emperors. Use mine. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Soon he saw Itachi flying out. The violent scene surprised many people. However, what caught the eye was a figure clad in a black cloak. Long Yu took the flying blade, looked at the golden Nanmu-like silk-wrapped handle, and raised his brows. If you read it correctly, this knife is a big, fast knife, Jin Kunluo. The general candidate Tautu also raised his brows in Long Yu, and subconsciously glanced at the figure shrouded in black robes not far away, and said, "Thank you, Guillaume." Guillaume Smog and Ain couldn't help but startled, and seemed a little confused about the name of Long Yu. However, when these words fell in Tautu's ears, her expression changed. She disguised her identity to hide her identity. After all, she's gone AWOL. If you let outsiders know, the dignified general candidate, because of personal grudges, left the team and ran here alone. That will definitely be punished. However, the young man in front of him, with just a knife, can see her identity, which is undoubtedly beyond her cognition. It is for this reason that Tautu is eager to see if this young man can exert the power of Jin Kunluo. "You bastard, are you stalling for time?" Jackal's face sank, and he said angrily, "The little girl over there has a lot of courage, and dares to interfere in this captain's affairs. However, when I solve this kid, I will take you to the new world to have a good time. As for you little bastard, I'd love to see it too. With a knife, what confidence can you have to fight against this captain?" Roar. Please download the latest chapter to read the novel without underline. Chapter 582. You are courting death. Voice fell, and a low roar resounded suddenly. The next moment, the dark hairs spread quickly on the jackal's body. He made a move, the jackal immediately. Then he displayed the ability of the animal-type devil fruit. The Iron Tower, which was originally more than 2 meters, instantly rose to more than 3 meters. An awe-inspiring murderous aura permeated the jackal's body. The face of this violent scene, many people were secretly surprised at the same time as the jackal, who used the fruit ability as soon as he shot. There was a flash of fire in the depths of his pupils. After all, this time, many of the people who came to participate in the auction came for the 2 finale animal-type devil fruits. Now that I can see with my own eyes, the power of the animal-type devil fruit is undoubtedly the best demonstration. Boy, if you're going to beg for mercy now, I'm sorry to tell you that it's too late. Feeling the change of sight cast from all around, Hulang smiled wickedly. However, in the face of this scene, a smile appeared on Long Yu's arrogant cheeks, and when he clenched Jin Kunluo's scabbard with his left hand, he smiled genially and said, "No, you can at least make you die by doing this. Convince yourself and save yourself from regretting it if you die. You are courting death." Jackal's face sank, and he roared angrily. "No, I mean it." The smile on Long Yu's face became even more intense, and his right hand slowly clenched Jin Kunluo in his hand under the eyes of the public. Huo Ran raised his head, his eyes locked on Jackal. When the 5 fingers were clenched tightly, the domineering look swept the audience like a frenzy. At this moment, as long as people with good strength, they all felt an inexplicable chill in their spines. Especially the peach rabbit hidden in the black robe, his expression changed slightly, looking at Long Yu, it was unbelievable. Exhaled a deep breath and swallowed it out of Long Yu's mouth, and the crackling thunder light circulated in his body, which was synchronized with his breathing in an instant. Om! The sound of the sword chirping suddenly erupted. The golden thunder light, venting like a frenzy, passed by in the blink of an eye with a gesture as fast as a thunderbolt. The speed is so fast that everyone just feels that the world is occupied by golden light. The next moment, wait until you come back to your senses. Long Yu still maintains the posture of grabbing with his right hand. It feels like it has never been done before. What happened just now? Why didn't he take action? It's going to waste everyone's time. Shut up, you idiot, look first, don't risk our lives. A hurried shout came from the auction house. Facing the strange scene in front of them, many people's nerves were suddenly tense. All eyes turned and locked on the huge body of the jackal. PFF'd. A scarlet arrow of blood sputtered out of the jackal's throat without warning. It's as dazzling as fireworks. That were originally tyrannical were full of disbelief and fear at this moment. Hurriedly covered his neck with the little strength he had left, he bluffed, unable to say a single word. When the hands touched the neck, the huge head rolled directly to the ground. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed in the dead silent auction house. Looking at the jackal that displayed the jackal fruit and had a body like an iron tower, the headless corpse smashed to the ground. In such a huge field, immediately, there was a sound of swallowing saliva. Many people even rubbed their eyes red, just to see clearly the authenticity of the scene in front of them. After all, in their eyes, they didn't even see clearly how Long Yu made his sword. Who had offered a reward of 130 million, had already been beheaded. Captain of the ship. Hurry up and escape. Don't push me, my feet are a little weak. I seem to have said a few harsh words just now, will he remember me? Scene exploded all of a sudden. As a member of the Jackal Pirates, the backing of the 130 million bounty can indeed make them run wild. But looking at it, a strong backing is not worth a knife. No, it should be said that I can't even see the knife. The so-called confidence is simply nonsense. Stop and take the body away. Long Yu glanced at it, and the pirate who opened the window and left, reminded the person who was still fleeing, almost stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Looking at Long Yu's unquestionable expression, he shuddered and hurriedly moved the jackal's body away. Before leaving, he wiped the blood off the floor. More, I didn't know where I found a box, put the jackal's head in place, and put it aside respectfully. That attitude and expression seemed to match, what is the saying of a tree falling and a hosen scattered. However, in this seemingly long process, even the old auctioneer on the high platform did not dare to urge him in such a large field. After seeing this scene, they didn't dare to make a mistake, otherwise they would be slashed at some point. Chapter 583, Full Help. That's a shit. Everyone, I've kept you waiting. Long Yu picked up the brocade box with a smile, and said, according to Jackal's own statement, he deducted your handling fee on my head, which is worth at least 100 million Bailey, which should be able to be deducted. The price of stone. Facing the moment before, the jackal stood up for himself, and now it has a direct effect. The old man standing on the auction stage didn't dare to make a fool of himself, so he nodded quickly and said, I can. However, this lord is a VIP, the old man is in charge, and the handling fee is reduced by 30%, the head of the jackal is worth 110 million won. In this piece of sea, pirate fights often happen. But the pirates killed the pirates, and faced with the high bounty from the Navy headquarters and even the world government, there was no way to directly claim them. Therefore, some black traders were spawned to help exchange the bounty of the slain pirates after charging a high handling fee. At the same time, some powerful black merchants will pay the bounty in advance. Thank you so much. Long Yu handed the brocade box to the guards on the side and said, everyone's time is precious, let's continue. Ahem, let's continue. On the auction table hurriedly coughed and said, this sea-floor stone is 35 million. If there is no higher price, then it will be sold. Facing the old man's horse shouting at the end, the pirates present, and some restless elements, also completely lost their temper. Who claimed to be related to the four emperors, were brutally beheaded under the open challenge. If it is said, there are still people who are stepping in this juncture. I'm afraid there will be another sentence, how much is your head worth? At that time, it will be another nightmare altogether. Okay, since no one continues to bid, this lord bought the ownership of these sea tower stones for 35 million. Seeing that the atmosphere couldn't calm down, the old man quickly changed the subject and said, next, we will continue to auction the product this time, it's a walrus. The guard brought the Halu stone to hand over, Long Yu didn't care, and packed it in a wooden box the size of Mix. Not that he doesn't want Smog and Ain to help, the main reason is that both of them are devil fruit users. Once it touches the sea-floor stone, it will be misfiring. After finishing all this, Long Yu took Jin Kunluo to Tautu's side and handed back the big sharp knife in his hand. Guillaume, thank you for your help. You know my name. Raised her cloak, trying to see the appearance of Long Yu. With the help of the commanding height advantage of condescending, the dragon. You also saw the appearance of Peach Rabbit clearly. Her skin is snowy and the moles on the corners of her mouth add to her charm. However, in the face of Tautu who suddenly appeared here in disguise, Long Yu seemed a little surprised. After all, she was a candidate for a general, so she should be very busy when the naval headquarters failed. Right now, there is still leisure, and I went here to participate in this illegal auction. Could it be because of the devil fruit? I didn't expect that you would be able to recognize Jin Kunluo and me. This kind of eyesight is not like a nameless person. Tautu took Jin Kunluo over. For a swordsman, a knife is something that can never be left out of one's body. At the same time, it is absolutely not allowed to borrow at will. However, when I saw Long Yu publicly challenge the 4 emperors, it was also a jackal related to the beast pirates. He even borrowed a knife in public, which made Tautu have a strange thought in his heart. I am eager to see what this young man can do. For outsiders, it may not be clear to see Long Yu's move. But Tautu, as a candidate for the general, is even more domineering, and can't react except for the first moment. At the moment when Long Yu returned to its sheath, she had already caught the last trace. Draw a sword as fast as a thunderbolt. The power of the devil fruit of the thunder attribute. At the same time, it also has extraordinary aura and strength. All of this is completely consistent with all the information about the competitors who have plagued Tautu during this period of time. Are you Laxus? Peach Rabbit couldn't help but speak. Long Yu raised his brows, revealing a hint of surprise. However, as a traveler, Tautu's straight-to-the-point tone, as well as his current status, and from Ain's mouth, not long ago in the Navy, were related to him. Immediately in mind. A ridiculous conclusion flashed. Are many people who are popular? I am. Long Yu guessed Tautu's thoughts, but did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Seeing this scene, Tautu subconsciously clenched the scabbard in her hand. However, before she could react, the old man on the high platform shouted again. Okay, there are only 3 items left in the next auction. In addition to the 2 animal-type devil fruits at the bottom of the box, there is also a strange bear man. This bear man can not only speak human words, but also know some boxing skills. The most important thing is that it is a little cute. If everyone goes back to the auction, there may be unexpected surprises. The voice of the old man fell. Chapter 584, Bow Your Head. Several big men quickly came to the stage with an iron cage. The sturdy silver-white fat body inside and the cute expression made the pirates in the field bewildered. They are all vicious pirates, and everyone's hands are full of blood. If you are looking for a crew member, or a mount, you should also look for something fierce. If you can save some face, let's find a cute bear man on the boat now. If you say it, it will feel like a circus. Ahem, there's not much time, let's continue to start. This cute bear man, the starting price is 100,000 Baileys, and each bid is 50,000. Feeling the awkward atmosphere in the field, the old man couldn't help but coughed and hurriedly started the auction. In fact, this is also a routine used by auction houses. First, a cheap product is put on the market to gain popularity a little before the final product comes out. Wait a minute, when the final product comes on the market, it will usher in a small peak of rebound. However, as the old words dissipated, there was no sound of bidding in the huge field. There was an inexplicable silence in the arena. The old man's face became a little embarrassed. In the usual auction, there are nobles, royal families, and Tianlong people. This strange species can at least fetch a good price. Now after the chaos of the skeleton demon, the #1 auction venue is directly connected to the nest. Even the Tianlong people were beheaded in public. Who would dare to join in the fun at such a juncture? It can be said that if there are not 2 devil fruits, I am afraid there will be no pirates. Seeing that no one was bidding, the old man hesitated for a moment, and was about to withdraw the goods when an unexpected voice came out. My boat is missing a mascot, and I want this bear man for 150,000 Baileys. Long Yu raised his hand. These words fell. The eyes of many people in the field fell on Long Yu. In the face of the powerful scene of beheading the jackal just now, let alone the bear man, no one wants it. Even if someone is bidding, I am afraid, they can only exit the stage obediently. Captain, my good captain, someone has finally bought me, and I'm starving. White Bear bit his collar all of a sudden, and cried out pitifully. The old man at the auction couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the scene that was still dead, he didn't care too much. With a sigh, he directly announced, "Congratulations to this lord, you have got a special bear man. It's the explosion collar for it. Controller, don't be deceived by its cute appearance, it will knock you out and run away when you don't expect it." The old man motioned the guard to hand over the controller to Long Yu. Convince the slaves completely, the most basic way is to use explosive collars to control them. However, looking at the white bear whose expression suddenly fell into silence, Long Yu said lightly, "Let it go." The guards who were released here couldn't help but startled. "You bastard, are you questioning the strength and deterrent power of the adults? Just do it." The old man shouted in a hurry. He didn't know why Long Yu did this. But he clearly knew that as a strong man, the most annoying thing is to explain, and others don't do what they say. "I know." The guard hurried forward and opened the cage. Looking at the white bear walking out of the cage, with a height of nearly 2.5 meters, like an iron tower, Long Yu raised his brows and said, "Lower your head." The inexplicable order made by Shang startled at first, and then he said in a deep voice, "You promised me that you need a mascot, but don't play around with me, or I will hum. I know Kung Fu." Seeing that the white bear made a move of the golden rooster to become independent, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Outsiders may not know the origin of this guy, but Long Yu knows it well. This is in the original book, as one of the supernovas, the captain of the Heart Pirates, known as the Death Surgeon, the crew of Trafalgaro. Babo of the Fur Clan. However, due to Long Yu's indiscriminate entry, and the timeline 2 years ahead of time, Long Yu came across it first. As a rare race in One Piece, it also has the ultimate move of the Moon Lion. The strength and value of the Fur Clan are still very good. If I didn't meet it, it would be fine. Now that I have the chance to meet it, of course Long Yu will not let this mascot go. "Why are you looking at my neck? Watch out for my punches." Beppo was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted. However, the voice has not been finished, and there is a blur in front of him. The figure locked in his eyes had long since disappeared. Once again, the familiar smell has appeared behind me. It's too fast. Babo is stunned. It has been in the background just now. I don't know what's going on at the front desk. Chapter 585, Two Birds with One Stone. Facing the ghostly speed of Long Yu right now, the two big bosses in Zuowu came to mind. This time, they kicked the iron plate. The violent scene changed the faces of many people in the field. At Long Yu, who appeared behind Babo like a ghost, they didn't wait for them to react. Long Yu shot again. A lightning-quick look with his right hand, he instantly grabbed the explosive collar on Bebo's neck and yanked it. PFF'd. The collar was torn off in response, and was thrown out by Long Yu. In midair, the next moment it exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Bang! The thunder-like explosion made the entire auction house shake violently. The smoke from the explosion in the sky dissipated, thousands of pairs of eyes fell on Long Yu's body. Looking at the intact Beppo, he showed an expression of disbelief on his face. In their eyes, explosive collars are the most powerful weapons to control slaves. Just hold a controller in hand, no matter what. How the slave struggles, there should be no way to break free. However, the means that Long Yu showed now has subverted all of this. Brute force, the way to free the collar is actually several points faster than the explosion. This step on the horse is to take advantage of the collar and not pay attention to it. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that this scene is true? Well, from now on you are free. Long Yu glanced at it lightly, and the stunned Babo said, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you don't have a place to go, you can choose to follow my boat and study. Beppo was stunned, and after sneaking out of Zoo, he met a pirate, who was deceived and sold to a human trafficker because he was too simple. I thought that I would wear that thing that discharges from time to time to live my life. Never occurred to me that as soon as it was auctioned off, it would be liberated. At this moment, Beppo looked at Long Yu's cold and arrogant expression, and tears rolled down his eyes. This horse is more kissable than his bear father and bear mother. Removing the explosive collar with bare hands, this speed and means are the same, it is worth fighting. Tautu glanced at Long Yu and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ahem, everyone, I didn't expect that this lord would show you another episode. The old man's cheeks on the stage couldn't help twitching. Looking at the moment before, he killed someone if he didn't agree with one word, and offered a bounty on the head to advance it. A move now, he took advantage of the slave's collar without paying attention to it, and directly tore it off Long Yu. For their auction house, it is simply a slap in the face. However, after seeing Long Yu's ruthless methods with their own eyes, they didn't want to die in a daze, so they could only smash them into pieces. Teeth and swallow in the stomach. Seeing that the pirates in the field were attracted back, the old man also struck while the iron was hot, and shouted anxiously, "Next, we will conduct the last devil fruit auction." These 2 devil fruits were sent by Doflamingo, one of the Kibukai, King Dressrosa, the head of the Don Quixote family, and I hope everyone can bid enthusiastically. Having said this, the old man paused and said, I forgot to tell you, as long as anyone can take pictures of these 2 devil fruits, once they step into the new world, they will have the opportunity to become a member of the Don Quixote family. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be full of temptation, echoing in the huge auction house for a long time, and there is no way to disperse. In the face of this rhetoric, it can be said to be a very clever technique. The pirates present, able to reach the Chambord archipelago, are all powerful and vicious. Facing the temptation of 2 devil fruits, some guys with their heads on their belts. I am afraid that there is no scruples at all, and they will also snatch them. Now it is shown that these 2 devil fruits were sent by Shichibukai, not only to deter people with ulterior motives. It is also possible to increase the snatch of the auction and further increase the price through this ethereal opportunity to become a member of the Don Quixote family. It can be said that this approach is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although, the animal type is among the devil fruits, which is slightly inferior to the natural type and superhuman type, and belongs to the fruit of the 3rd step. It is also the most common type. But for these pirates who are like entering the city in the big country, they also have a fatal temptation. Looking at the 2 burly men, sending a car with 2 strange patterns and shapes to the auction house, Long Yu noticed that Tautu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that Momotu, who is a candidate for the general, still cares about devil fruits. Ding dong, the energy of the devil fruit is detected, and the host can use the devil fruit to increase the fidelity of the character template. The long-lost system ethereal sound appeared in Long Yu's mind. Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily, looking a little surprised. After coming to this world, Long Yu also tried various methods to increase the fidelity of the character template. But with the increase of their own strength, the fidelity of the Bone King and Laxus character templates has increased to more than 60. Instead, this shortcut is ignored. However, this can't be blamed on Long Yu. The rarity of devil fruits, even Luffy in the original book, and a group of people who ran from the East China Sea to the New World Wano country, couldn't meet half of them. Only the world government, and Doflamingo, who has a large intelligence network and influence, can encounter 1 or 2 from time to time. Chapter 586, Big Disappointment. If the system didn't remind him now, Long Yu would have forgotten this. Okay. These 2 devil fruits have been determined by the people of the Don Quixote family. One of them is a 100% animal type rhino fruit, and the other, according to the texture, is 80% animal type turkey. The old man explained again. According to the experience of the predecessors, these two fruits, one is the strength type, the other is the agility type. For everyone, it is a rare treasure, and now the auction will start. The reserve price is 100 million, and each bid is not lower than 50 million. The 100 million words fell. The scene was in an uproar. For the pirates who pin their heads to their trousers, there is also a bit of treasure hoarding. But not everyone can kill the pirates with a reward of over 100 million. In the first half of the Great Waterway, there are not so many pirates with a reward of over 100 million walking the streets. Even if it does appear, for them, killing or being counter-killed is another story development entirely. The huge fleet expenses of dozens of people, and even hundreds of people. Are very few treasures left. Now that the price is over 100 million from the beginning, there is no hope for 80% of the ambitious pirates. Grab it. You don't have the right to bid, the only thing you can do is to stare at it. However, in the face of the temptation of devil fruit, there are still many pirates who spoke first. 150 million won. The tiger pirates, asked for the rhinoceros fruit. I hope everyone will show respect and give me this fruit. 150 million looked at the captain of the tiger pirates who took the lead in asking for the price, and was even more outspoken, asking for face in public. As soon as you speak, immediately. Attracted the attention of many people. But many powerful pirates, after taking one more look at the short captain, showed a disdainful expression and raised their hands coldly. 200 million Bailey, I want this rhino fruit. 250 million 25 Bailey, my oolong pirates want it. 300 million, my blood dragon eye pirates want it. 350 million 3, this rhino fruit, I want it. Shouting sound was like thunder, and it sounded 3 times. The increase of 50 million made the pirates who were originally ambitious, but had no time to bid, discouraged one after another. In particular, the captain of the tiger pirates, who was the first to speak, suddenly stiffened. It's impossible to stand on the spot. Looking at the animal system that was only worth hundreds of millions. The devil fruit, under the frantic snatch, instantly soared to 500 million. Long Yu frowned, and looked at Tautu, who was biting his red lips tightly. As a Navy Admiral candidate, he has a big sword, Jin Kunluo. That Tautu is definitely a great swordsman-like existence. However, to truly become a general, unless the strength can reach the level of Hokage, who has the title of the Supreme Swordsman, and through his own strength, he will transform the sharp sword Jin Kunluo into a real black sword. Only then will Tautu be qualified to be promoted to the ranks of Admiral. Of course, becoming the Supreme Swordsman is the path that Tautu has been striving for, but not everyone is as lucky as Redhead and Hawkeye. What's more, women's physical advantages are not as good as men's, and even Guina, who has been very young, is also worried about this problem. It can be said that Tautu has a long way to go to become the Supreme Swordsman. However, in addition to this method, Tautu has a faster shortcut. Is to follow the example of the 3 generals, and to accelerate the improvement of their own strength by obtaining the devil fruit and developing the fruit ability. Moreover, once possessing the fruit ability, the disadvantage of Tautu as a woman will be infinitely reduced. Let her get the qualification to become a general in a short period of time. It is for this reason that Tautu did not rush to confront this Laxus when he saw Long Yu, but waited for the devil fruit auction. The reason is to see if she can find a devil fruit that matches her in this rare fruit auction. Pity that these 2 fruits in front of her undoubtedly disappointed her greatly. Not a natural type, nor a superhuman type, but it's still a rhinoceros and a turkey when placed in the animal type. For a woman who loves beauty, this is difficult to accept. What's the matter, can't you choose? Long Yu asked with a smile. Character templates of Bone King and Laxus, which are more than 60%, the realism that a devil fruit can increase is probably only a few points of increase. Instead, I want to see how Peach Rabbit will choose between these 2 devil fruits. Facing Long Yu's ridicule, Tautu glared at him, and looked at the other turkey fruit, which had not yet started shooting, as if deflated. Compared with the rhino fruit, there are only the remaining turkey fruit, which is slightly suitable for her. What's more, if you can get this fruit. She returned to the naval headquarters, and it was easier to exchange other types of fruits in the hands of others by bartering. Chapter 587. Rare Level. A relatively common method in the Navy headquarters, and even in the world government. Tautu, who seemed to have made up his mind all of a sudden, Long Yu couldn't help but startled. I never thought that the goddess of the Navy, who has always loved beauty, would also commit herself to accept the fruit of turkey. By the way, the Bone King seems to have identification magic. Long Yu suddenly remembered something important. The Bone King is in existence in a game world and is also the guild leader, so he has the magic to identify weapons. Long Yu didn't know whether this kind of magic could be used universally. Perhaps there is no way, with the help of this magic, to know the details of the devil fruit in this world. However, in the introduction of the old man, apart from the 100% certainty of the rhino fruit, the turkey fruit is only approximated. Although, in the Don Quixote family, there is definitely a devil fruit illustration. As an underground business leader, he will not be vague, letting the cherished devil fruit slip away under his nose. However, thinking that the Bone King possesses this devil fruit ability, Long Yu still intends to borrow it. Thinking of this, Long Yu thought about it, and directly controlled the magic power across the template. In the state of Laxus, it is impossible to use level 7 or above, or even superposition magic. This doesn't prevent Long Yu from using only the 5th level monster treasure book. Feeling the magic power surging in the body, which is constantly increasing, Long Yu's eyes turned in vain and landed on the 2 devil fruits. Level 5 Magic and Monster Treasure Book. When the subtle magic fluctuations bloom in the hands of the dragon feathers hidden under the cloak. That was originally clear in his eyes suddenly became a little bit similar to the game interface, a sight like a treasure. As far as the eye can see, some peculiar energy fluctuations are all included in the eyes. Rare Level. The identification information appeared in Long Yu's mind. Looking at Tautu subconsciously, the first thing that caught the eye was Jin Kunluo in her hands. If you say, Jin Kunluo is a rare devil fruit. Long Yu subconsciously looked up to the high platform. According to the Bone King's template memory, the rarest is the divine product. Bronze, silver, gold below. According to this standard, it may not be possible to know the type of fruit, but it is also possible to distinguish the value of the fruit through the grade of the fruit. Golden degree. Long Yu glanced at the rhino fruit and raised his brows. Soon, another piece of information jumped into his mind, but his expression changed slightly. God level. Long Yu looked a little surprised when he looked at the turkey fruit that had not yet started shooting. According to the old man, this turkey fruit should belong to the same level as the rhino fruit. Otherwise, it will not be auctioned off by the Don Quixote family. Now through the identification magic of the Bone King, the rare level of this fruit is displayed at the divine level. If measured by Long Yu's understanding, the rarest natural type devil fruits are divine grades, then most of the superhuman types are rare, and some special ones can reach divine grades. Then among the devil fruits, the animal fruit at the 3rd tier is gold. To reach the level of divine fruit, the only possibility. The devil fruit that has not yet started shooting is not an ordinary animal type, it may be an phantom beast type in the animal type. Devil fruit. Long Yu looked at the last fruit, and the peach rabbit, who was biting his red lips, and his brows could not help frowning. Congratulations, this captain from the skeleton pirate, 600 million Bailey has obtained this rhino fruit and the qualification to become a member of the Don Quixote family. The old man's shout resounded again, pulling back Long Yu's thoughts. Looking at the animal-type devil fruit that was originally worth about 300 million, after various auction methods and the blessing of the halo, it doubled in an instant. This result is simply a kind of stunned feeling. However, for the old man whose interests are paramount, he obviously didn't care about this, the gavel in his hand slammed down, and he shouted again. Then, the next thing to be auctioned is the final product, and it is also the final finale. The reserve price is also 100 million Bailey's turkey fruit. Everyone please bid enthusiastically, this is the last way and shortcut to survive in the new world. Now, start the auction. The shouts echoed throughout the auction house. That had just cooled down was mobilized again. Especially, hearing the last chance, this one. It even stirred everyone's nerves, and many pirates with potential ambitions for devil fruit were directly ignited. A pirate standing in front of the gate raised his hand to bid first. However, before he could speak, a thunderous sound came from outside the door. Bang! A huge mace swept across the door. Chapter 588, Drought Jack. The tyrannical impact rolled back like a frenzy. Originally stood in front of the gate, raised their hands to bid and offered a reward of 90 million, were instantly turned into meat sauce. It splashed like a torrential rain. Some of the pirates who got closer were even more affected by the huge mace. Those seemingly strong arms, thighs, and even body. Under this kind of shoulder-grabbing attack, it was torn to shreds like a piece of paper. Instant, a large piece of flesh and blood poured down like a torrential rain, directly covering most of the entire auction house. That kind of fierce wind swept the audience even more. The violent scene shocked everyone in the field. Into a white mist, Smog brought Ain to Long Yu's side, and hurriedly looked at the broken door. Why did this guy come to the Chambord Islands? Tautu suddenly stood up, looking at the entrance, her beautiful pupils could not help shrinking. Yes, it's Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Someone exclaimed in surprise, breaking the dead silence in the arena. Who were a little closer, with their pupils shrunk, couldn't help but step back quickly and make way. In their eyes, offering a reward of 100 million is already unattainable. Jack is a billionaire bounty. The most important thing is that he has the title of the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 3 major forces. That's enough to make him walk sideways in the Chambord Islands. HMPH, let this woman get in my way for most of the time and make me late. Jack's face sank, his eyes fell on the high platform and said, Our Beast Pirates want these 2 devil fruits. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, it is equivalent to declaring war with our Beast Pirates. I will immediately squeeze him to death like the Navy in my hands. Navy Tautu's expression suddenly changed. Her task is to monitor the actions of Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, and the 3 disasters. I thought that Jack, one of the 3 disasters this time, happened to come to the vicinity of the Chambord Islands, and let her find an opportunity to sneak on the island to complete her private affairs. Unexpectedly, Drought Jack came with a devil fruit. Moreover, he also had a conflict with his own people. Looking at Jack's other hand, the admiral with an unusually embarrassed name, Tina, who was a newcomer to the team during this time, couldn't help but change drastically. You bastard, let it go. Peach Rabbit's pretty face turned cold, and she hurriedly started drinking. He stepped down, the whole person passed through the dense crowd like a sharp arrow. The distance of 100 meters, under her high-speed movement, narrowed in just 1 or 2 breaths. Who was clenched tightly in his right hand, made a stern sound of a knife, and instantly unsheathed it and slashed straight towards Jack's left hand. The violent scene changed the expressions of the people in the arena. In their eyes, Jack is one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. This title alone is enough to make people feel scared, let alone say it. The woman in the cloak made her move like a madman, completely subverting their cognition. Haha, how could it be possible to let you take action against our Lord Jack as soon as you appear on the stage? Let us pass me first. Playful laughter suddenly sounded. A shadow quickly flashed behind Jack, and finally blocked in front of Tautu. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and the 2 sharp blades, which were not trying to smash together, swept up a stern wind, and directly overturned Tautu's cloak. Angry look on his face hidden under the cloak, there was nothing but shock in the field. More of a breath of cold air. You are Vice Admiral Tautu, so you are an annoying fly. Jack's face sank, and he said, always in Wano country, follow me here. I originally planned to catch you and give it to Boss Kaido as a gift, but I didn't expect to encounter only this weak guy. However, now that I meet you, this guy is useless. Voice fell, a look of grimness flashed on Jack's face, and the huge hand that had caught the rope suddenly slammed down, intending to catch Tina's body. Looking at that superhuman figure, and the size of the palm like a grinding disc, if this is really pinched, I am afraid that Tina, who is in a weak state, will definitely die instantly. Tina. Peach Rabbit let out a loud cry. However, the two cadres who followed Jack in front of her obviously had no intention of letting her break through. Tina, who was in a coma and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, Tautu suddenly woke up and roared, Laxus, please help me. The unexpected words for help made many people in the field startled. In their eyes, Tautu is the Vice Admiral of the Navy, and the person who can make her request in person, only the young man who. I said, turning a blind eye to a woman's help is a scumbag. Long Yu smiled warmly. Right hand suddenly pressed in the air, and the violent thunderlight exploded instantly like a frenzy. Lightning. Bang. The sound of air tearing suddenly sounded. Chapter 589, The Unknown. The two cadres who stopped Tautu were stunned for a moment, and were about to free up their hands to stop Long Yu. The next moment, the golden light had passed through them like a training horse and manifested in front of Jack. That playful light voice suddenly fell in his ears. I said, you can't even call a man if you take action against a woman. The huge auction house suddenly fell into a dead silence. Looking at Long Yu who suddenly shot, he just couldn't react. If it is said that Tautu is a vice admiral, and she takes action to save people, it is normal. However, in the eyes of these pirates, Long Yu obviously has nothing to do with the navy. Facing one of the four emperors, the three cadres of Kaido of the Beasts, his actions are undoubtedly self-destruction. Bastard nameless person, dare to interfere with this uncle's actions, give me death. Jack's face sank, and he waved the huge mace in his hand angrily. The awe-inspiring sound it brought up was like thunder. At a close distance, he instantly appeared in front of Long Yu. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. Jack's arrogant debut just now smashed dozens of people into pieces in an instant. Power and speed of the angry blow at the moment have undoubtedly increased by several levels. If this shot is down, ordinary people will definitely be killed in seconds. Most importantly, in their eyes, Long Yu is also beheading the jackal with a reward of over 100 million. However, what he is good at is swordsmanship, and now he is giving up his strengths to learn with bare hands. It is very good to be a hero, but if you are not careful, you may be killed. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The violent air waves rolled back like a hurricane. The huge auction house was as if it had encountered a Category 12 hurricane. Many people were directly overturned. Together with the old man who stood on the high platform and was in charge of the auction, he stumbled and fell directly to the ground. With Long Yu as the center, everything in a radius of more than 10 meters cannot withstand this impact. Like a piece of paper, it shattered in response to the sound, and even flew. Some people who dodged a little slower than half a beat were directly tied into horses. A little closer, and the two cadres who followed Jack were the first to fly dozens of meters away, and then stood firm in the rubble. Lieutenant General Tautu, are you all right? Yin held a short knife and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. However, looking at her slightly trembling wrist, Tautu raised her brows and said, you are the rookie in the Navy who is rumored to be training with the ship in the naval headquarters for a short period of time, is it Yin? It's your first time. Try to be meddled in a while, but now let's take a look at the situation of Laxus and Jack, and provide support at any time. That guy is a lunatic who is hard to deal with. Tautu has not been stationed in the Navy headquarters for a long time, but at her level, she already has her own intelligence system. It happened on the naval headquarters and involved the gambling war between the marshal and the general. How could she not know? Over the gambling battle proposed by Akainu, I was shocked. However, when I think of it, the enemy facing this time is Jack, one of the three disasters, under the command of Kaido. Tautu's heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible big hand. After all, it all started because of her. Hee, Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, just stay here and watch Boss Jack smash that unknown person into meat sauce. A playful laugh sounded suddenly. As Drought Jack's subordinates, the strongest cadres, Shipshead, and Kim Rami, stopped in front of Tautu. However, as soon as these words were blurted out, the goal was the shocked expressions on Tautu and the others' faces. To think about it, Shipshead and Kim Rami looked back hastily. The sand and dust in the sky dissipated with the reverberating wind. With disparate stature were the first to come into view. Full of barbs, which looked extremely ferocious, was abruptly resisted by a hand that was covered in pitch-black ink, armed with a domineering look, in front of a foot and zero from the dragon feather. The genial smile on his face, which is like an understatement, is even more direct to the heart. Jack, are you tickling me? Long Yu suddenly raised his head. At the moment when the muscles of the 5 fingers of the right hand tightened, the violent breath exploded like a frenzy. Sakura Black Thunder Dragon Breath. The violent thunder light, and the armed color domineering Chi Sakura, madly blended together. The next moment, the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched like the claws of a fierce dragon. Boom! The seemingly indestructible giant mace cracked like a piece of paper at this moment. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it exploded like a thunderbolt. Bang! Endless debris, splashing like a torrential rain. The huge mace was shattered in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing such a fierce scene, the people present subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Yu with disbelief. Crushing a mace with bare hands. It is not as simple as crushing eggs with bare hands. Most importantly, in their eyes, it is even more difficult to accept that Long Yu already possesses a kendo that is powerful enough to instantly kill over 100 million pirates with a bounty. Now he can also crush the mace with his bare hands. Chapter 590. Hurry up and grab. This kind of sword body dual cultivation like strength still alive. You bastard, you are courting death. Jack was stunned at first, and then roared angrily. The half-sized mace clenched tightly in his right hand swung it up again, intending to smash it head-on. Looking at Jack who was repeating his old tricks, Long Yu smiled warmly and said, Jack, are you looking down on yourself, or are you looking down on me? Catch a woman and fight, that's why you're single all your life. Bang! The huge mace smashed into the air in an instant. The endless thunder light passed the attack and appeared in front of Jack first. The next moment, Long Yu's figure appeared again, and a sound of dragon's roar came out. The dragon scale pattern like a spider web spreads all over the body at the moment. That was originally more than 2 meters rose again, and the bulging muscles gave people a feeling like a rock. Under the clenched hands suddenly, the violent thunder light gathered frantically. The next moment, he slammed down on Jack's head. The jaws of the dragon slayer profound thunder dragon. Boom! The violent explosion sounded like a thunder blast. Under the catharsis of the endless thunder, it gave people a posture like a 10,000 fists, and instantly enveloped Jack in it. Under the huge impact, Jack's huge body like a hill smashed to the ground. The ruined ground beneath his feet was even more overwhelmed, shattering like a cobweb. Tina, who was clenching her left hand tightly, was thrown out. Hearing the gust of wind whistling past his ears, before he had time to react, he had already slammed into someone else's arms. It's you. Tina woke up suddenly, looking at the chiseled cheeks. She couldn't react for a while. What's the matter? This kind of time is not suitable for Nympho. Don't hurry down. Jack is a monster, an ancient animal species, and it is not so easy to defeat. Peach Rabbit rolled his eyes and hurriedly urged. As the main admiral in charge of chasing the beast pirates, he is very clear about Jack's characteristics. Tina's cheeks suddenly turned red. Glancing at Mog, who was standing beside Tautu, he quickly turned over and landed. Lieutenant General Tautu, don't make fun of me. Tina hurriedly returned to her senses and hurriedly retorted, I don't think Lieutenant General Tautu is interested in your Excellency Laxus, nor will he sneak out of the fleet and run here alone. Just now, I contacted Lieutenant General He. You will find an excuse to explain it later. What? Tautu glared at Tina, who was stunned, and said, You. This guy is really unfamiliar. I will definitely transfer you back to the headquarters. Looking at the two fighting, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. Few female generals in the Navy headquarters, their relationship is often better than others. As for Tautu's threat to transfer Tina, I'm afraid it's because she left without permission this time and let Tina fall into Jack's hands, so she feels guilty. What's more, chasing and monitoring the 4 emperors, that is the task of 9 deaths. Little careless, waiting for them is a mortal situation. If this time, Jack hadn't also come for the zoological devil fruit, I am afraid that with Tautu alone, Tina would definitely die. Messy thoughts flashed in Long Yu's mind, subconsciously glanced at the 2 devil fruits on the high platform. He raised his brows and shouted in a hurry, hurry up and disperse. Tautu and the others were scattered, they couldn't help but startled. The next moment, there was a stagnation in the dust that enveloped Jack. A roar like a thunderous roar exploded like a thunderbolt. The huge body like a hill quickly appeared in the eyes of everyone. The 2 front feet like iron towers stomped down with a tenacious posture. Sakura black wave shock. Bang landed on both feet, and the entire auction house seemed to be in the midst of an earthquake. The violent impact, like a galloping horse, smashed towards Long Yu in a posture of tearing the ground of the rock formations. The speed is so fast that it can cross tens of meters in an instant, wherever it goes, no matter what. Was a person or other object, it was torn to shreds like a piece of paper. Looking at this scene, Long Yu didn't take it hard, but with a flick of his body, he directly moved tens of meters away. The shock wave that lost the target, even more Yu-Wei slammed into the auction table. The violent scene made the expression of the old man of the auction house change drastically. Just relying on him alone, if you want to escape, it is simply too late. The huge high platform was shattered in an instant, and the old man stopped in front of the shock wave and turned into a blood mist. However, in the face of such a bloody scene, the pirates who escaped the catastrophe all turned their eyes and locked onto the 2 devil fruits that were thrown away. Hurry up and grab. I don't know who exclaimed, which directly detonated the situation. In their eyes, no matter what. Who is the black hand behind this number 2 auction house? In the current chaos, there is only one definition. No blame, Zhang. Chapter 591. Are you not shy? You bastard, whoever dares to steal my things will be against the beast pirates, no matter what. Fleeing to the ends of the earth, there was only one dead end, Jack, who was transformed into a mammoth, with a long whip-like nose, rolled up and down, and roared in anger. The pirate who rushed out first, at this moment, suddenly stopped his figure as if he had been casted by a body-fixing spell. Looking at the 2 devil fruits falling from the sky, in addition to the fiery face, there is more regret and fear. In the first half of the Great Waterway, they can indeed be all-powerful, and they can be regarded as pirates-like existences. However, once you set foot in the New World and face the beast pirates, one of the 4 emperors, let alone a younger brother. Even the opportunity to pretend to be a grandson did not release a cadre casually. I am afraid that they will be able to destroy them. The devil fruit that comes to the mouth is very tempting, but at least it needs a little life to enjoy it. Looking at the group of pirates who stopped one after another, a hint of hesitation flashed on Tautu's face. Lightning bolt training, like a long rainbow, took the lead in taking the 2 devil fruits into his hands. Looking at Long Yu's condensed figure again, the expressions of everyone in the field changed drastically. The face of Drought Jack moving out of the title of the beast's pirates. Long Yu dared to act like this, but he was slapped in the face in public. Okay, very good, what a nameless person who dares to snatch the things belonging to the beast pirates. Now I'll give you two choices. Jack's eyes widened, and an angry roar rose. 1. Hand over the devil fruit, follow me back to the beast pirates, and wait for Kaido boss to deal with it. 2. Is death. The thunderous roar echoed in the already dilapidated auction house, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. It gives an indescribable taste of the soul. Long Yu backhanded the two devil fruits, like a conjuration, into the system space, and said with a warm smile, Jack, are you not shy when you say this? Have I ever been afraid of the beast pirates? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have taken action just now. The small voice, at this moment, was like a heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. Looking at Long Yu with an indifferent face, there was nothing wrong with those words. If you were afraid, there was no such thing as a shot just now. Ding dang, detected the object devil fruit, whether the host will recover it immediately. The light notification sound of the system was abrupt. Long Yu couldn't help but stun for a moment, remembering that the two character models he possessed in the fruit GN just now had their degrees raised to more than 60%. The first time I tried to use devil fruits to strengthen it, it is still unknown how the effect will be. If you act rashly, you may be rude. What's more, after the Bone Kings skill identification, the original turkey fruit is obviously not as simple as the surface. At least it may be an ancient species, or even a rare mythical beast species. If you really want to try it, the only way is to use rhino fruit. Ding dang, is the host right now? Recover devil fruits. The system beep sounded again. Long Yu frowned, and a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his pupils. Of Laxus to act as the role of the recruit instructor. Regardless of facing the naval headquarters or the challenge on the sea, Long Yu must also improve Laxus' strength in a short period of time. Recycling devil fruits right now is undoubtedly a shortcut. Thinking of this, the thoughts in Long Yu's mind moved, and he directly issued an order. Immediately. Recycle the rhino fruit. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, the rhino fruit was successfully recovered. The host recovered the devil fruit for the first time, and received a 20% character template bonus. The fidelity of the current Laxus character template has reached 82%, obtained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting Thunder Dragon King mode. The ethereal prompting sound of the system flashed in Long Yu's mind again. A complicated flow of information, quickly perfused, everything about the Thunder Dragon King mode becomes more and more clear. Laxus, be careful. Peach Rabbit's sweet drink suddenly sounded. Seeing Long Yu's backhand turning the devil fruit away out of thin air, she was surprised. But on this occasion, she couldn't allow her to think too much. In the face of Laxus' provocation of the beast pirates, this is undoubtedly a fire. Moreover, it was because of her cry for help that led all this. Along with the furious roar, Jack's whole body seemed to be in a rampage. The four hooves-like giant pillars slammed down towards the ground, and the black and ink-like armament color swept the whole body. Bastard arrogant, dare to challenge the majesty of the beast pirates, give me death. Flower Sakura Black Flow Mammoth Rush. Bang's feet slammed towards the ground, and the huge impact was like a frenzy. That huge mountain-like body, like a ghost, appeared in front of Long Yu across a distance of hundreds of meters in a posture of tearing the air. The speed is so fast, as if the clumsy huge body is not a burden at all. That are several meters long and covered with domineering armed colors give people a taste of invincibility. Chapter 592. Thunder Dragon King Mode, Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Coupled with the ultimate sprint speed, with a posture like tearing the air, he stabbed straight into Long Yu's chest. If this blow really hits, it will definitely give people a feeling of wearing them. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu was stunned, and there was no reaction at all. Seeing that fast advancing, covered with domineering fangs, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. There was a thunderous crash that immediately detonated. Under the violent wind wave, the tyrannical shock wave directly rolled away. With the two at the center, everything within a radius of 100 meters was directly shattered by the internal air waves. Some of the pirates who were inferior in strength and fled a little slower, were directly shattered by their hearts, and Kokong bleed to death. Everything along the way was smashed into pieces. The huge square has already become, beyond recognition. One after another shattered cracks spread like cobwebs. However, in the face of all this, the sky like sand and dust touched the heart the most. This scene is completely different from the fight at the beginning. Demonstrated the ability of devil fruit, it is a rare ancient mammoth fruit. Even pushed the domineering of the armed color to the extreme, with a random impact. Enough to shatter a warship directly. The face of Long Yu, who was so different in size and seemed unable to react at all, the people present eagerly wanted to see if the angry blow from Jack of the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 3 disasters, drought calamity, could instantly kill Long Yu. It's impossible, what are you like? A rapid roar suddenly sounded in the dust. The sound waves that were raised sent the sand and dust straight away. The next moment, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink. Its huge body like a hill and sharp spear-like fangs were caught with one hand by a monster with a huge difference in size. Golden scales spread all over half of the body, like bat-like fleshy wings, suddenly opened on the back. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, a pair of golden pupils flashed a hint of drama. Looking at the hideous sharp claws and the scaled legs, the hideous and unusual posture shook people's nerves at this moment. Facing this strange scene in front of him, everyone flashed an absurd thought. Is this a devil fruit person or an extremely rare mythical beast, the legendary dragon? No way, why do you have an animal-type mythical beast devil fruit? Real. Jack's eyes rolled in vain, and instantly locked onto Long Yu's body. He roared in disbelief. In his eyes, such a small man should be easily crushed by him. Should not be said that his strength is his invincible trump card. However, the young man in front of him, under the impact of his invincible mammoth, only took a few steps back. It even blocked his attack with one hand. It was a total disgrace to Jack's simple mind. What's the matter? Is this your pride? Long Yu smiled warmly. However, the scales all over his body gave this smile an inexplicable feeling. Feeling the constant power in his body, Long Yu suddenly clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and let out a deep breath. Like torches, and he suddenly froze. An indescribable energy, with Long Yu as the center, directly penetrated the body. 6 types of esoteric papers to paint the martial body. The roaring breath directly filled Long Yu's body like a balloon. That was originally more than 2 meters rose to 3 meters in an instant. The muscles that bulge rapidly are like a rock, full of explosive flavor. At the moment when Huo Ran raised his head, the pitch-black cherry blossoms flowed between his fingers. The crackling violent thunder light exploded directly like a frenzy. An instant, the thunder light that was crazily compressed on the fist was as dazzling as a small sun, and the raging thunder arc stirred the air circulating around, and even the space seemed to be distorted. Feeling this terrifying aura, when many people subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a question flashed in their minds. What would be the consequences of being hit by this punch? However, this idea was just born, and the first thing that sounded the next moment was Taotu's hurried and coquettish shout. Run away. The simple 3 words were spit out, and everyone's nerve strings were directly plucked. However, it was undoubtedly too late. Even the awakened Jack, while frantically driving his body and trying to escape from the restriction of Long Yu's left hand, the fist that contained terrifying power, wrapped around the thunder light, slammed down. Under its terrified eyes, it can be said that at such a close distance, this punch undoubtedly spans the so-called Thunder Dragon King mode Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Boom is like a thunderbolt in the blue sky. Cracking Phyllu reminds you. 3 things to read. Watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate, find 99 Novel Network and LT. please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned, and GT. 590th chapters. Are you planning to drive me away? In a hurry only felt a stagnation in the surrounding air. Under the constant roaring in the ears, an indescribable explosive breath surged out from behind. The violent thunder light, at this moment, is like the incarnation of a thunder prison. It directly enveloped the huge auction hall covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. Distance, it feels like the wrath of Thor. The fury was like a horned dragon-like lightning bolt, and it quickly splattered and spread around. At this moment, the huge number 1 island, after a few months, was once again aroused by the sound of thunder, and it was rolled back with a huge turbulent wind. The sky gives people the smell of a horned dragon. That accumulated above the 9 heavens was instantly defeated by this terrifying aura, even if it was outside the port or even among other islands. He was also shocked by all this. Island 13, inside the Ripping Off Tavern. Shachi looked at the monitor of the phone bug and couldn't help but exhaled a cigarette, and a smile appeared on her cheeks. Looking at the old figure who pushed in the door, he smiled and said, "Rayleigh, are you really not going to meet this little brother first? He's on the first island, but another big incident happened. I think Jack is a fool, but he found the wrong opponent." To outsiders, the drought, one of the 3 disasters in the Beast Pirates, is an unprovoked existence. However, as a surviving existence in the era of the Great Pirate, Pluto Rayleigh and Poison Widow Shachi are not comparable to Jack's level at all. If it is really measured by the Emperor's deputy, then at least it needs to reach the level of the first of the 3 disasters, the fire disaster. Hee, Shachi, are you trying to drive me out? Rayleigh took off his hat, hung it aside, and took another look at the phone bug monitor. Sitting down in front of the bar, he said, "Although, I don't know what his purpose is, but he is now playing, but even Zepha is coveted, the role of the instructor of the Naval Recruit Battalion. If I choose to meet him now, it will only be a disciple. Trouble. What's more, I have now accepted the entrustment and gave Ace special training. If I am influenced by that kid and be repaid by Whitebeard, I can't accept it." Seeing Rayleigh, who had made up his mind, Shaw did not continue to entangle, took out a glass of rum and handed it to him, saying, "However, I heard that the idea of freedom that kid admires, but is also under his command. Able to carry old-time ships. Rayleigh, you have been in the Chambord Islands for so many years, have you ever thought about boarding the ship again?" When the ice cubes collided with the wall of the wine glass, there was a crisp echo. Rayleigh's hand stiffened for a while, but soon recovered, and said with a smile, "Shaw. Chi, this is not a question you would ask. Are you used to seeing me, a sloppy old man, and planning to drive me away? However, that kid does give people a different feeling, and he is more able to toss than that guy Roger." Who had drank all the rum in his head. With a long-lost smile on his face, Shachi fell into silence. Looking back at the monitor screen of the phone bug, the cigarette in his hand burned out unconsciously. For the unusual evaluation in Rayleigh's mouth, it is the same as that of One Piece Roger. It is still the same as the legendary Locks Island port, and the 2 warships are rapidly approaching. Crane stood on the deck, looking at the thundering light rising into the sky in the distance. A trace of livid appeared on his face. "Lieutenant General Crane, Momotu won't really run to challenge Laxus, right?" A man with a slightly hunched back and a slightly wretched face spoke first. For this poor and squatty admiral, the soldiers who were present on the ship did not dare to be slighted in the slightest. This is the same as Tautu. The T-Dolphin, who is known as the candidate of the Navy headquarters, has such an honor. In addition to his outstanding military exploits, he must also have a combat power that surpasses that of ordinary lieutenant generals. Lieutenant General Plus, you don't go back to report the information of the pirates, and follow me to the Chambord Islands without authorization. Are you not afraid of the rebuke from the warring States Marshal? Crane withdrew the worried look on his face, and glanced at the T-Dolphin helplessly. She knew very well that, in addition to being a candidate for the general, the T-Dolphin was more of a crazy pursuit of Tautu. Lian He, a person who doesn't ask about personal affairs, also learned from the gossip rumors that the T-Dolphin was rejected by Tautu at least 100 times. Based on these deeds alone, T-Dolphins have become a talking point after dinner. Hee, Lieutenant General Crane, don't worry, I have already handed over the report to the adjutant. T-Dolphin put his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes slightly to look at the scattered thunder light in the distance, and said, what we have to do now, or get to Lieutenant General Tautu as soon as possible. Although, I firmly believe that Lieutenant General Tautu, who is also called a candidate for a general like me, can easily defeat that kid, but if he makes Lieutenant General Tautu suffer the slightest grievance, I will definitely let him taste what a gentleman is. Demeanor. Looking at the T-Dolphin running on the train as soon as he opened his mouth, Crane sighed helplessly. After she received Tina's report, she came to the naval headquarters immediately. Seeing that the warship was docked, the Crane didn't care too much, so he jumped up and landed directly on the pier. T-Dolphin was not far behind, and quickly followed. He was worried about Peach Rabbit just now, but in his heart he wished that Peach Rabbit could suffer a little in Long Yu's hands. Chapter 594, Fighting for the Navy. At that time, he will be able to defeat Long Yu with a strong attitude. Then, capture the heart of the beauty. Thinking of this, the speed of the T-Pig's feet became faster. The two stepped back and forth, straddled most of the island in the blink of an eye, and stuck their heads in the open space where the number 2 auction house used to be. In the scene of entering the goal, the sand and dust rolled back and rolled into the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. 2 auction house that originally stood here has long since been turned into ruins, and the trees within a radius of 10,000 meters were directly shattered by the middle. Taking the auction as the center, the cracks that spread like cobwebs gave people a shocking feeling. Some broken limbs and wrecks, as well as the severely injured pirates, were lying on the ground, whining non-stop. Slightly lucky, and the powerful pirates, they escaped in time, but they were also adorned and looked embarrassed. Seeing this scene like a hell on earth, the faces of Cha Dolphin and Crane couldn't help but look hard. The bastard, fighting against Lieutenant General Tautu, doesn't have the slightest gentleman's demeanor at all. Taking such a heavy shot is simply a shame for us men. T-Dolphin suddenly clenched his fists, and quickly drove the knowledge and domineering, and said with a look of resentment. However, his heart became more and more excited, only the more intense the battle, the better he could use this place as his stage. In front of Tautu, a good performance is enough to capture the heart of the beauty. However, as soon as the arrogance of seeing and hearing was unfolded, the expression of the T-Dolphin suddenly changed, and he and the Crane turned around, looking at the 4 figures rushing out of the sand not far away. Waiting to see clearly the appearance of the leader, his expression couldn't help changing, and he hurriedly scolded, "Peach Rabbit, you girl, don't you even listen to the orders of the old man. Don't forget, Laxus's current identity, he is a new instructor in the boot camp, you fought him without authorization, and there is still a riot in the Chambord Islands, how can I explain to the warring states?" Looking at the Crane that suddenly appeared, Tautu and Tina just stood firm, and said with a gray head and a gray face, "Sister He, why are you here?" "Tina, you are doing things really fast." Thinking of this Crane, who was older than him, like an enlightenment mentor, Tautu couldn't help but glared at Tina with a headache. "HMPH, if I don't come, you don't know what's going on, how can I explain to warring states and Zephyr?" He snorted coldly, "Hurry up and tell me, have you hurt luck?" Sass. When I think of it, the 6 Forms and Profound Truths manuscripts launched by Laxus. And the importance of naval leather right now. If at this juncture, Long Yu has any loss, and I don't know whether warring states and Zephyr will go berserk, Lieutenant General Crane, don't worry too much. T-Dolphin Monster smiled and said, "If that Laxus, even Lieutenant General Tautu can't stop the attack, so he is injured, then it proves his incompetence. If this kind of person is allowed to join the Navy boot camp, it will be a misunderstanding." In the eyes of T-Dolphins, as long as the people involved with Tautu are enemies. This can't blame him. Unrequited men are all animals with low emotional intelligence. You're not allowed to say that about Teacher Laxus. Ain suddenly panicked. However, he was quickly stopped by Smog's detective and said, Lieutenant General T. Dolphin, I hope you can understand the situation first when you say this. Teacher Laxus, you are fighting for the Navy now. Fighting Crane for the Navy couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly looked at the ruins shrouded in the sky and dust, and hurriedly asked, Peach Rabbit, what happened, or aren't you challenging Laxus? Suddenly woke up, and hurriedly clenched Jin Kunluo in his hand, saying, Sister Crane, Laxus is fighting Jack in order to save Tina who was captured. You're here now, and I'm relieved to be able to give him a shot to help him. Crane, one of the three disasters, and the T-Dolphin, of the Jack 100 Beast Pirates, their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly looked at the battlefield. Originally, they were full of thoughts, thinking of Tautu and Laxus fighting, but they never thought that there would be an awesome existence in the Chambord archipelago. However, as soon as this eye fell, the sand and dust in the sky gradually dissipated. The collapsed auction house was like a ruin, and in the deep pit like a giant bowl, two figures came into view first. Looking at the figure that looked like a monster, covered in golden scales, like an iron tower. He lay down on the ground, half of his body sank deep into the mud pit, and returned to human form from the ancient mammoth stance. Jack, who has already lost consciousness of the people present suddenly shrank, and even the eye sockets could not help but split. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. Defeated. With a bounty of 1 billion, Jack Drought, known as the 100 Beast Pirates and one of the three disasters, was defeated. Chapter 595, Talk on Paper. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this scene is true? Is that Laxus? Crane grabbed Tautu's shoulder with one hand and asked anxiously, did he defeat Jack alone? For the cognition of Laxus, they always stay in the intelligence. Able to fight against the General Iokiji, without falling behind. Suspected to have killed the sand crocodile in the Shichibukai. He also has an extraordinary teaching talent. Pity that all of this can only be regarded as a piece of paper for the Navy headquarters and most of the admirals. There is simply not enough persuasion to convince them. It is precisely because of this reason that Tautu appeared, who had to challenge Long Yu to prove himself. Now as the Beast Pirates, Drought Jack, one of the three major forces, was defeated head-on. Undoubtedly, it can be proved from the side that the Laxus template displayed by Long Yu is not simple. It's also better at gagging other people's mouths. Sister Crane, this is indeed what Laxus did alone. Tautu's pretty face flashed a dignified look, and said, just now Jack took Tina, who was taken as a hostage, and broke into the auction house. I was stopped by two devil fruit-capable people from the Beast Pirates, and I was in a hurry. Go down to Lord Laxus for help. Originally, I thought that he would have a hard time dealing with Jack's unimaginable brute force, but I didn't expect that. Lord Laxus, what he showed was not a nature-type devil fruit, but an animal-type phantom beast. In the thunder dragon form, it not only controls the thunder, but also possesses inhuman strength, and a frontal blow will severely damage Jack. The slightly elusive voice reverberated above the ruins. Feeling the change in the tone of Tautu's words, the expressions of the crane and the T-Dolphin changed drastically, and the gazes that looked at Long Yu were full of disbelief. They clearly know that for a proud woman like Tautu, is never easy to express admiration and approval for a man. Even the T-Dolphin is known as a candidate for a general. At the same time, he also has a strong strength as a backing, and he has repeatedly courted and confessed, but he has also been rejected without mercy. Facing Tautu's remarks, they did not have the slightest doubt. The young man in front of him, who was valued by Sengoku and Zephyr, really killed the three major forces of the 100 Beast Pirates in one blow. It can be said that this time their naval headquarters is a treasure. What's more, after a few months, on the number 1 island where the skeletons and demons were making trouble, If Laxus, in the name of the Navy, kill the three major forces of the beast pirates in seconds, it can be regarded as giving them naval snow in disguise. Crane's expression changed slightly, looking at Long Yu and said, although it has always been misjudged as a natural type, but Eudemon's devil fruit, that rare, speed, but it's not as good as the natural type at all. The most important thing, Your Excellency Laxus, the degree of development of this fruit's ability has obviously reached the advanced level, and it's hard to say that it has entered the stage of awakening. With his comprehension of physique, the real strength is probably not as simple as 1 + 1. It is hard to say that he can really reach the position of a general. Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin's expressions changed at the position of the general. This evaluation of the Crane undoubtedly touched their nerves. As a navy, except for the only position of marshal, admiral is the ultimate pursuit of most admirals. Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin are even more stuck in the embarrassing position of being a general candidate. For the sudden outburst, Laxus, a dark horse, I was more dissatisfied in my heart. However, facing Crane's evaluation now, Tautu, who has always been arrogant, was unable to refute it for a while. Biting his red lips a little, he subconsciously looked at the center of the ruins, and when he met those golden eyes, his soul seemed to be shaking. Hey, don't be in a daze. This guy is an animal fruit awakening ability. He was just stunned by a strong lightning. If he wakes up and goes crazy, I don't care. Long Yu felt the bones in his body that seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. In their eyes, this is an Eudemon's devil fruit, but Long Yu is very clear that this is a transformation of the dragon slaying mode. It can be said that the current form of Dragon Feather is infinitely close to the Black Dragon King Akunorokia. In fairy tale, he is known as the King of Dragons, who was turned into a black dragon after being cursed by magic power after using dragon slaying magic many times. However, compared with Akunorokia, Long Yu has a system, but he is not worried at all. This kind of power will have a backlash against himself. Contrary, I was eager to try it, eager to see how powerful the character template of Laxus could be when the fidelity reached 100%. Is it possible to face the beast Kaido face to face? However, it was the first time to use Thunder Dragon King mode, using Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist to directly detonate the magic power in the body at one time. The destructive power caused is indeed objective, but it still exceeds the load on his body now. The muscles all over the body are sore, and the magic power is almost exhausted. After all, in the original book, even Natsu, who had the halo of pig's feet, could only use these tricks 3 times at first. Once this number is exceeded, even the arm will be abolished. It seems that not only will he have to train other people, but Long Yu will also find a way to try to use the instant full level system to fully level Laxus Thunder Dragon King mode. 590th Chapters, Tianda's Military Exploits. Laxus is right. Crane was the first to wake up and shouted in a hurry, Lieutenant General Tea Dolphin, please go back to the port immediately, and let the navy accompanying the ship bring the Halu stone handcuffs. In the 100 Beast Pirates, there are some existences with the ability of non-human animal-type devil fruit, and the 3 disasters have already awakened the fruit ability, the amazing vitality and self-healing ability, and it is fortunate that Laxus was able to put him uniform. In the original novel, the Crane is responsible for escorting the defeated Doflamingo from Dressrosa back to the naval headquarters. On the way, I met Jack, who came to hijack the ship madly. Face off with Suru, Garp, Sengoku, and Fujitora. The escort fleet under this high-level luxury lineup. Regardless of, did Carp and the others let the water out, and Jack could sink into the sea alive. This is enough to prove the degree of his physical perversion, but it is far beyond what ordinary people can compare. It can be said that in the status of a perverted meat tank like Jack, he may be able to defeat him, but killing him is more difficult than reaching the sky. Otherwise, Kaido, the beast, would not be clamoring for suicide by jumping off the building every day. Knowing that he will not die, he still talks about suicide. If he really met someone who could kill him, he would probably have been hiding in that corner. I am going. T-Dolphin was startled. But after looking around, there was no one else who could run errands except him. Don't hurry up yet. Tautu glanced at the T-Dolphin and said, this is a great feat. T-Dolphin was stunned for a moment, looking at the ruins. His face was a little unwilling, but in this situation, apart from him, no one is really suitable for this task. What's more, in the face of his own goddess, he couldn't refuse. Seeing the T-Dolphin leaving, the crane didn't care too much, and with a flicker of his body, he quickly crossed the ruins and rushed towards Long Yu. Looking at Jack, who fell unconscious and half of his body sank to the ground, Crane couldn't help taking a deep breath. Regardless of matter how she thought about it, she couldn't believe that Jack, who had used the power of ancient seeds and awakened, used the domineering weapon color will be defeated. To defeat the five, to meet these conditions of Jack, that force, to what extent? Lieutenant General Crane, I advise you to be the Prophet Warring States Marshal. In the Dragon Feather Scattered Dragon King mode, he sat on the broken rock next to him, took a deep breath, and said, follow Jack, there are many people who belong to the Beast Pirates. What's more, the onlookers were not all killed. I think Jack's defeat will soon reach Kaido's ears. By then, the crazy sub will, I think Lieutenant General Crane is the clearest. These words fell, let alone a crane, even Tautu's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. She has been in charge of chasing and monitoring the Beast Pirates for a long time, and she is well aware of Kaido's madness in protecting his shortcoming and committing suicide. If he really let him know that Jack was caught, he would definitely run wild. It can be said that Laxus stabbed the hornet's nest this time. There is a seafloor stone over there. Tautu, you are responsible for locking Jack, lest he suddenly wake up. Long Yu glanced at the seafloor stone that was packed away too late in the ruins. Only Halushi can survive in this explosive storm of war. Peach Rabbit was startled. As the goddess of the Navy, she also has her own competitive attributes. When has she been driven like this? Usually, as long as half a thought is revealed, other people also rush to run errands. Could it be us? Long Yu rolled his eyes. Let Tautu understand directly. There were so many people in the field, except for her, all of them were devil fruit users. HMPH, I don't know how to pity Shangshiyu at all. Tautu glared at Long Yu and turned around, like a ghost, appearing beside the earth where the seafloor stone was buried. Looking at the unusually well-behaved Peach Rabbit, the crane showed a hint of surprise. In her eyes, not long ago, Tautu was still clamoring for a contest with Long Yu to see who was more suitable to be a general. Now not only is there no big fight, but also obeys. This made he couldn't help it, and after taking one more look at Long Yu, he hurriedly found out, the emergency phone bug in his hand. Navy Headquarters. The huge marshal's office. Sengoku sat down on the chair and sighed heavily. This kid's training plan is really unusual. Zephyr, haven't An passed on the training plan for the second stage? Akainu's tossing like this has made us miss the most precious 3 months. The situation in the sea is changing, and there is a new threat of the skeleton demon. If possible, we must improve the training plan of Laxus as soon as possible. Into training suitable for newcomers. Quote. Strive to double the strength of the Navy in the shortest possible time. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the huge office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Seeing the phone bug in his hand, Zephyr couldn't help frowning. When he came, he ordered it, and when Ian had news, he would send it back first. It's been almost half a day now, and there has been no movement. Chapter 597, Fascinated. Could it be that in the second stage of training, there is no General Akainu, the Warring States Marshal is receiving guests, and needs to report in advance, please wait a moment. Outside the closed door, hurried voices sounded. Before they could react, the door was pushed open with a bang. Looking at the gloomy Akainu, Sengoku and the others could not help frowning. Bang! The closed office door was kicked open suddenly. Looking at Akainu who walked in with a gloomy face, the expressions of Sengoku and the others suddenly sank. Akainu, is this the attitude of being a general? You won't even make a sound of it. Zephyr took the lead and said, even as a former teacher, I am ashamed of your behavior. Shameful. Akainu glanced at Zephyr, snorted coldly, and said, it's me who feels shameful for you old guys. What are you hiding here to study? Did a mere kid make you old guys fascinated? Have you ever received information that Momotu's fleet, anchored in the Chambord archipelago, was attacked by Drought Jack, one of the three disasters, under the command of the beast Kaido? Na, fell into Jack's hands and became a hostage. 3 people in the Warring States period suddenly changed their expressions, and even Garp, who never liked to be in charge, changed his face drastically. During this period of time, the Navy suffered repeated defeats, including the encirclement and suppression of Walder not long ago, and the encounter with the skeleton demon in the Foss waters. The strength of their Navy has been severely damaged. Otherwise, there is no urgent need, and by winning over Laxus, we can inject fresh blood into the naval headquarters as soon as possible. However, one of the 3 major forces under the 100 Beasts pirates suddenly attacked the naval fleet. It was a nightmare for their navy. What's wrong? Akainu snorted coldly and said, don't forget that you and the 4 emperors had a secret agreement. The 4 emperors cannot attack our sea and bases at will, nor can our admirals attack their main fleet at will, otherwise it will lead to a war. Originally, the Drought Jack attack team should have violated this agreement, but Momota's fleet has always been in charge of monitoring the beast pirates, so it undoubtedly gave them an excuse to attack. Speaking of this, Akainu's face showed a hint of coldness, and said, what's more, the attack of Drought Jack, the Tautu fleet that was rumored to be a candidate for the general, should be about the same strength, if she hadn't sneaked out in private. I'm afraid Jack will never succeed. Now Marshal of the Warring States period, to save people, the only way is to send an admiral of the Navy, but I would like to remind you that once the admiral takes action, the Kaido also has an excuse to take action, and I want to know whether the current naval headquarters can withstand such a toss. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. In the New World, the naval headquarters, the Shichibukai, and the 4 emperors are a 3-legged situation. In order to avoid unnecessary fighting, they all have default rules in private. The top combat power cannot be shot casually. Otherwise, you will kill a few ships in my family today, and tomorrow I will go to your branch to commit suicide. Then this sea will be completely chaotic, and there will be wars every day. However, there are also special circumstances, such as the confrontation of the same combat power, which will also be regarded as a tentative assessment of the forces of both sides. But every time they fight, the damage caused is limited because of the same combat power. Pity that this time Tautu left the fleet in private, allowing Jack the Drought to take advantage of it, and let the admiral fall into his hands. If it was at the height of the Navy headquarters, the Warring States period would have let the generals go out and educate Jack well. However, at this juncture, any decision will shake the center of gravity of their navy. Out-generals may be able to temporarily suppress the situation, but it will undoubtedly stimulate the beast pirates and escalate the situation. For a time, the complexion of the Warring States darkened, and there was a sense of humiliation that a weak country has no diplomacy. Do you need me to go? I'm also a lieutenant general. Garp put the last senbei into his mouth and suggested. However, Zephyr and Sengoku soon despised him, and even Akainu's cheeks couldn't help twitching. A dignified naval hero, if he holds the title of lieutenant general, he will be able to take action at will. I am afraid that tomorrow, how many naval bases will be destroyed by the beast pirates? What's the matter, Marshal of the Warring States period? If this delay continues, I think Drought Jack will soon leave the Chambord Islands. At that time, to rescue the lieutenant colonel, I'm afraid he will be looking for a needle in a haystack. Akainu spoke again coldly. There are only 2 options in front of us. The first is to send people of equal strength to fight off Jack from the drought and save the people back. Secondly, let us admirals attack at any cost. Looking at the sudden change of Akainu, Sengoku and Zepha's faces suddenly turned ugly. One of the three major forces under the 100 Beast Pirates already belongs to the perverted race. Coupled with the awakening of ancient seeds and fruits, it would be difficult for a lieutenant general of the same level to confront him head-on. Chapter 598, It's Laxus. If there is a war of attrition, I am afraid that 4 or 5, if the lieutenant general goes together, will only be consumed to death by him. Once that time comes, I'm afraid they will lose more of their navy's face. Thinking of this, Sengoku's head swelled a little. Mosamosi, I am Crane, request now. Touch. The voice of the phone bug rang out suddenly, tickling the nerves of everyone in the field. Urgently activated silver phone bug on the desk, Warring States raised his brows and quickly dialed it. We already know what happened on the Chambord Islands, and we will determine as soon as possible who will be sent to carry out the recapture plan. As old colleagues, Warring States and others are very clear about the relationship between Crane and Tautu. Right now, Tautu left the fleet privately, and punishment was inevitable. However, the main thing right now is to bring back the captured Tina while avoiding a full-scale war with the 4 emperors. Warring States, you already know. However, what did you say about the recapture plan? Now, you immediately. To start the emergency plan to deal with the 4 emperors. Drought Jack, one of the 3 major forces under the 100 Beast Pirates, was severely damaged and defeated on the Chambord Islands after attacking the naval headquarters fleet, and has now been temporarily controlled by us. Request immediately. Support. The rapid voice came out from the phone bug. Let Zepha and others, first startled, then suddenly stood up, showing disbelief on their faces. A moment ago, they were still. Headache, how to deal with the drought Jack, and save Tina. Now the Crane is calling and telling that Jack has been defeated. They are fooling around. The gap between the front and the back must be a little too big. Akainu suddenly regained his senses, and hurriedly said, Lieutenant General Crane, this matter is of great importance. Everyone knows the relationship between Tautu and you, but I hope you don't take favoritism and plan to protect Tautu, otherwise it will ruin the reputation of the Navy. In the face of Akainu's questioning, Sengoku, Zepha and others also tensed their nerves. Regarding Akainu's behavior, they are not only just as Akainu said, but this matter is of great importance and cannot be overlooked. After all, there is a tacit agreement between their naval headquarters and the 4 emperors. If you really don't use it, you can defeat Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues. For the Navy headquarters, it also turned passive into active. Lieutenant General Crane, don't tell. I, as the General Staff Officer, made a secret shot in order to make up the pot for Tautu. Akainu spoke again. Don't forget, the tacit agreement between us and the 4 emperors, you will lead to a full-scale war between the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters. In the rolling voice, there was an inexplicable urgency. In Akainu's eyes, it is rare to find a thing that involves the 4 emperors. Not only can it let Warring States and Zepha and others know the importance of generals. Once the Warring States period agreed to let the general take action, Akainu could also take advantage of this opportunity to wash away a little bit of the humiliation he was carrying in this short period of time. Otherwise, if it weren't for these selfish intentions, Akainu wouldn't have rushed here in such a hurry, as a errand transmission. Akainu, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course the old man knows which is more important. The Crane retorted in a deep voice. By the time Lieutenant General Plus and I arrived, Drought Jack had already been defeated by Laxus. Many people in the auction house witnessed this battle with their own eyes. As for the secret agreement, this old man can be sure that he did not violate it at all. At Laxus were stunned. Warring States even caught the phone bug and asked eagerly, you said that the person who defeated Jack was Laxus. How did he get involved in this? However, if he defeated Jack, then we the Navy headquarters, don't have to worry. Afterwards, Kaido's lunatic will find an excuse to provoke a full-scale war. Speaking of this, Sengoku's tense nerves relaxed a little, and said, being able to defeat Jack, Laxus really has the potential to become a general. The most important thing is that he is only an instructor of our recruit camp now, not a general of the Navy headquarters. With this identity alone, Kaido can't mess around. Warren states, you are right, it seems that we all underestimate Laxus, being able to defeat the rough-skinned Jack. Even if we look at the lieutenant generals, it's hard to beat him. It's not a good idea to be called a general candidate. 4. Zephyr also laughed in agreement. Looking at the situation that was suddenly overturned, Akainu's face turned gloomy to the extreme. Without further lingering, he abruptly turned and left. Originally, he thought that this was a rare opportunity to make a move, but he never thought that he would be cut off halfway. New World. A huge dragon-head pirate ship is sailing through the waves, and the pirate flag hanging on the mast is fluttering against the sea breeze. The huge bow deck, there are many figures walking back and forth. Chapter 599, Defeated. One of them is more than 10 meters tall, like a giant, giving people an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Gurgling. The rapid sound of the phone bug rang out suddenly, breaking the commotion on the deck. The huge body sitting on the special chair, with a pair of round eyes, suddenly turned and landed on the phone bug. Hiccup, who is so out of place to disturb the governor's drinking, bring my mace, I will sink him. Wine burped together, immediately. Then came a drunken and crazy talk. Hearing this thunderous voice, the cadres who were on standby at the side all tightened their nerves. Compared with the prestige of the 4 emperors, Kaido's stinky wines are not inferior at all. Boss Kaido, it's an emergency phone bug communication from Boss Jack. After a cadre checked it out, he reported it in a hurry. Jack Kaido stood up suddenly, the huge body, every step down, the whole deck was roaring. The muscles of the whole body are like rock, covered with mysterious patterns like dragon patterns. That old boy, it's been a while since he went to sea. Didn't he want to find some gifts for me for my banquet? Why did he suddenly call me? Kaido steadied his drunken pace and snatched the phone bug away. Hey, let Jack get out, what nonsense is there, immediately. After speaking, don't hinder Lao Su from drinking. The huge palm clenched the phone bug tightly. Looking at this scene, many cadres, faces showed helpless worry. The face of Kaido's huge hand like a grinding wheel. In this kind of drunkenness, I don't know how serious it is. I don't know how many phone bugs I accidentally crushed. Right now, Jack's contact with this emergency phone worm is undoubtedly something important. In case the phone bug is crushed by Kaido, so important things are delayed. Once Kaido wakes up, they can't eat and walk around. Boss Kaido, something bad happened. Boss Jack attacked the fleet of the Navy headquarters and took a hostage, but was defeated by a naval officer of unknown origin. Thunder Dragon's fruit power. The hurried voice of panic came out from the phone bug. The huge deck of the ship was silent at first, and the next moment came the sound of gasping for breath. As members of the 100 Beast Pirates, of course they clearly know what the strength of the 3 disasters can achieve. Level. However, someone called and told them that, as one of the 3 most powerful forces, Drought Jack, who offered a bounty of 1 billion yuan, was actually defeated. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. What did you say? Kaido's alcohol smell woke up most of the time, and he crushed the wine jar in his hand. Splash of the wine, a black hair moved without wind, an indescribable aura, and at the same time, it stirred the airflow of the whole world. This step on the horse woke him up because of his alcoholism. You are West Hempstead, tell me the ins and outs of the matter, I want to know, who is tired of living and dares to tell me people shot. The thunder-like words were spit out, and the sky and the earth roared directly. When the last word was uttered, the tyrannical overlord was domineering, even more like a hurricane, rising straight into the sky. The lead clouds accumulated in the sky were instantly penetrated. The deck under my feet is even more overwhelming. A feeling of being overwhelmed, making a squeak-like cracking sound. Feeling this almost rampant scene, the pirate's present couldn't help but subconsciously took a few steps back. Especially, looking at the mace leaning in front of the cabin, he showed a terrified expression. They know very well that Kaido is very protective. But at the same time, he became crazy, but even his own people were not spared. Along with that, the rapid voice of the phone bug dispersed on the huge deck. Of everyone present changed one after another. Hearing some important nodes, there was a slight exclamation. If it wasn't for Kaido's existence, I'm afraid the scene would have gotten out of control already. The three major forces of the beast pirates. This undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. Boss Kaido, what I said is true. That kid, relying on the power of the Phantom Beast and the Thunder Dragon Fruit, sneakily attacked Boss Jack. Under such unexpected circumstances, Boss Jack will lose. West Hepstead explained hastily. In his eyes, the only person who can rescue Jack at the moment is Kaido. At the same time, in order to avoid punishment, we must try our best to give this defeat, and speak in a light direction. Enough! Kaido shouted in a deep voice. The 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and the phone bug was crushed. Boom! The crumbs and flesh of the phone bug splattered across the deck. Chapter 600. The Man You Like. A hint of violence appeared on Kaido's gloomy cheeks, and he roared sharply, "Damn brat, dare to take action against the beast pirates, and send me a notice to let that brat named Laxus give me the gift within 3 days. I answer. 1. Join the beast pirates and become the pillar of my command. 2. I will personally go to the Chambord Islands and sink him into the sea." The rolling voices echoed on the huge deck like thunder. In Kaido's eyes, no matter what, enemy or friend. Unlike Whitebeard, who likes to be called Dad, he prefers to collect some animal-type devil fruit abilities. Form a fleet of so-called animal fruit abilities. So as to consolidate his rule. Boss Kaido, don't worry, I will immediately. Let Big News Morgans get the word out. A cadre hurriedly complied. At the same time, he kept winking at other people. What's the matter with you? Your eyelids are cramping. Come here with my mace and stand in front of me obediently. Kaido's face sank, and he shouted angrily. Also, let the Navy headquarters make a statement to me and distance themselves from this so-called Laxus kid, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. For Kaido, Jack being taken away is not a big deal. Unless the Navy headquarters really intends to go to war with their beast pirates, Jack will escape in the end. Right now, what he wanted most was Laxus, who possessed the power of the Phantom Beast species Thunder Dragon Fruit. In Kaido's eyes, this is the real treasure. Along with the operations of the Navy headquarters and the beast pirates. The whole sea is destined to be shaken by the name of Laxus. Meanwhile, within the Chambord Islands, a large number of naval soldiers who received orders quickly blocked off Island 1. Even entering the port, within a radius of several nautical miles, is not allowed, and any ships are stopped. Seeing such a big battle, the people traveling in and out of the Chambord Islands were shocked. Mr. Zephyr, please come here in person, it really makes the students feel ashamed. The T-Dolphin stationed in the port looked at the sly figure standing on the approaching naval ship, and hurriedly stepped forward and said. Zephyr threw himself down on the port and said, "Plus, I didn't expect that." Like Tautu, he ran to the Chambord Islands without authorization. You should also know that the current Akainu, but when a lunatic comes, he will take a bite if he catches him. If Tautu returns this time, he will probably be suspended for a while. Recalling what happened in the office just now, Zephyr's temples are still swollen. Among so many students, he didn't really like Akainu and Kyabu at first. In order to prevent them from recruiting Laxus, they made stumbles many times. Rao is Zephyr, and is also a little unhappy. Teacher Zephyr, you said that Tautu will be suspended when he returns. The T-Dolphin's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he said anxiously, it seems that General Akainu is in a very bad mood during this time. However, this time I performed the mission, and I just got some good things, which may make her happy. Oh, you old boy, you still know how to give gifts. Zephyr glanced at the T-Dolphin with interest. For this student, the repeated failures and rejections of confession were something that the entire Navy headquarters knew. There are also many legends. After all, both of them are students of the same period, and they are both candidates for generals. In the eyes of the vast majority of people, it is the existence of the right household. More importantly, if the T-Dolphin can succeed in chasing the Navy goddess. He then verified a law in the minds of most DIOC. Toads can eat swan meat. Cough, teacher, you can't make fun of me. T-Dolphin coughed dryly, and said, I put a lot of thought into this gift. I believe Tautu will definitely be moved when she sees it. Looking at the confident T-Dolphin, Zephyr didn't tease him too much, patted him on the shoulder and said, then I wish you success too, but I advise you to keep an eye on it. In case the Peach Rabbit has the man you like, you are busy working in vain. The man I liked, T-Dolphin, couldn't help but startle for a moment, and the Laxus template image used by Long Yu flashed in his mind. Teacher Zephyr, they are back. The ghost spider of the ship jumped down on the deck. Looking into the distance, it was pushed by a huge scooter, and the huge figure like a hill showed a trace of solemnity. Due to this operation, a secret agreement between the four emperors and the Navy headquarters is involved. Therefore, when the general cannot be dispatched, only the lieutenant general can set off with the ship. However, when they looked at the beast pirates, Jack Drought, one of the three major forces, at close range. Although Jack was still in a coma, but the killing all the year round resulted in the thick violent aura on his body, which is undoubtedly not comparable to ordinary people. What's more, as Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, he once fought against Jack. However, in the face of Meat Tank, he, a warrior, no matter how hard he tried, he still failed in the end. That they could not confront head-on was actually defeated by a young man in his early 20s who was not well known. It can be said that when they heard the news, the lieutenant generals who stayed in the naval headquarters were all shocked. Even those giant lieutenants are no exception. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 601 to 620. Chapter 601, The Talent of the Sky. Zephyr, I didn't expect you to come here in person, I'm afraid it's for Laxus. Who led the team in charge of escorting, was the first to speak. If this matter gets out, it might have an impact on the agreement with the four emperors. At the beginning, Crane was really shocked to see Long Yu defeat Jack. After calming down afterwards, the more I thought about it, the more uneasy it became. This can't blame the Crane, as the general staff of the Navy, she needs to take care of the overall situation. It is clear that the current strength of the Navy headquarters cannot easily confront the four emperors head-on. Don't worry about it. Glanced at Jack, who was still in a coma, and said, I'm here for Laxus this time. Who were present in Laxus turned their eyes and landed on Long Yu, who was walking side by side with Tautu. After the battle just now, the posture of incarnation of a half-dragon made Long Yu's strength soar, killing Jack with one blow. However, the after effects are also not small. After all, Long Yu's clothes cannot be elementalized, and once he changes his body, he may explode his clothes once. Right now, he can only be naked. That were bulging like a rock made the boy who was shrouded in rumors, and the pupils of the naval soldiers and generals in the field contracted slightly. After all, the character template of Laxus was originally a tough guy type, and the muscles on his body were also covered with scars. It only added a few points to the taste of slaughter. Originally, in their eyes, an academic theory, a guy with little reputation. It should be weak and windy, a bit similar to the type of Kushiro Shiroyuki town. Right now, Long Yu gave them the feeling that it was completely more Navy than their Navy. A cold and arrogant face, muscles full of strength, and a domineering personality. Just standing in front of me makes people feel an inexplicable sense of security. Are you Laxus? Zephyr looked at Long Yu, his generous hand quickly patted his shoulder a few times, and said with a gratified smile. Sure enough, you are a genius. Originally, when the old man and the old man in the Warring States period were arguing for the first time, they really didn't care about you. However, looking at your posture and aura, you deserve to be an absolute powerhouse with experience in the arts and the ability to combine devil fruit. With time, it is not a problem to become a general. Hearty laughter in the port reverberated. The T-Dolphin's face changed, and he endured the peach rabbit. In his eyes, Tautu's temperament is very good, but it involves competing for strength and the position of general. For his old rival, but an inch. Don't let. Now Zephyr openly gave Long Yu such a great evaluation. This undoubtedly makes the T-Dolphin eager to see, the peach rabbit will be so violent. However, as soon as he entered the scene, Tautu remained silent. The vigor and competitive spirit of the weekdays was completely lost. Teacher Zephyr, I object. The T-Dolphin suddenly spoke up. I think to be a general, not only need to have extraordinary strength, but also need to have absolute loyalty to the justice of the Navy. At the same time, it is necessary to cover all aspects and convince all members of the Navy. If you can become an admiral by force alone, I believe this is a barbaric system like pirates. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people changed. Even Zephyr and Tautu are no exception. In their eyes, as long as they are not fools, they all know clearly. This is nothing but official compliment speech. Seems that in the workplace, the leader patted you on the shoulder and said, work hard, and you will be able to do a good job in the future. This is undoubtedly an unsalted empty promise. With enough emotional intelligence we'll just laugh it off. T-Dolphin's reaction is so violent right now, which undoubtedly embarrassed Zephyr all of a sudden. T-Pig, don't talk nonsense. Face sank, and he immediately said, Laxus, I hope you don't mind, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin is just too straight-minded and too sensitive to naval affairs. In Zephyr's eyes, no matter what. It was Long Yu's teaching experience, or the strength he possessed, is indispensable for the Navy headquarters, which wants to break the 5-point predicament. Case, because of the T-Dolphin's remarks, Long Yu felt disgusted with the Navy and ruined their overall plan. This is not what he wants to see. Teacher Zephyr. The T-Dolphin was in a hurry all of a sudden. He never thought that between him and Laxus, Zephyr would choose to speak to Long Yu. The violent scene changed the expressions of the naval soldiers and generals in the field. Tautu, who was standing beside him, also regained his senses a little, but stopped talking, only to see Long Yu standing out from the crowd. Hee, Teacher Zephyr has raised his eyebrows, and Lieutenant General T-Dolphin is also worried. Long Yu smiled dryly. I'm not interested in the position of the so-called general. If I have to be a general, let my students be generals, this is enough. What a great ambition to make a student a general. The people present couldn't help but froze in shock. Chapter 602, Slick Tongue. Looking at Long Yu's face full of disbelief. As a Navy, except for the naval hero Carp, who would not want to sit in the position of the general. Right now, Long Yu gave this indifferent reply like fame and fortune, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the T-Pig. Ha ha ha, it's a good sentence to let the students be the generals. The old man really did not see the wrong person. You kid is definitely a good mentor. Zephyr laughed and patted Long Yu's shoulder, revealing a trace of seriousness. Ain, smoker, have you heard that? Don't disappoint Teacher Laxus' expectations, or you won't be worthy, and you will study with the boat. Teacher Zephyr, don't worry. Ain hurriedly responded with a standard military salute. Smoker, who was beside him, did not speak, but nodded silently. Look, no matter who is a fresh graduate, or Smog, who has long since graduated and made a name for himself in the sea. They all showed a convincing look, which undoubtedly made the Navy in the field, and even the Navy generals, showing a look of surprise. For Laxus, who defeated Jack, the supremacy of strength can also be verified. However, the means of teaching, as well as the ability to make students reach the level of generals, is another way of saying. Let students become generals. T. Dolphin snorted coldly. Lord Laxus, you seem to take the position of the general too lightly. Tautu and I have been stuck in the position of lieutenant general for a long time, and there is no way to take a critical step. This is not something that can be done with just a few words. Is that so? Thank you Lieutenant General T. Dolphin for reminding me. However, I just saw that Lieutenant General Tautu's swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman, and he is only one step away from reaching the threshold of a supreme great swordsman. I think Tautu's swordsmanship is only a matter of resonance before it can finally transform. Peach Rabbit's expression was stagnant, and then he looked at Long Yu's eyes with a hint of shock. It can be said that she has been trapped above the swordsmanship, and she has no idea what level she has reached. After all, the Supreme Swordsman, that's just a title, and it is the limit of swordsmanship. Of Kendo is very elusive. How to make a big sharp sword be upgraded to the Supreme Big Quick Sword. Only an understanding, not words. More is required. Personal understanding. Now Tautu is stuck on this one. Laxus, do you know what resonance is? Tautu grabbed Long Yu's shoulder with a look of excitement. The violent scene surprised everyone present. In their eyes, Tautu, who is a candidate for the general, has always been a calm, arrogant existence. When has there been such a gaffe? But for the T. Dolphin and Zephyr, they clearly know why Tautu is so excited. After all, she has been stuck at this threshold for too long. As long as this threshold is crossed, Tautu may not reach the level of Eagle Eye, but it is also possible to have the qualifications to become a general. For a time, everyone's eyes locked on Long Yu's body, and there was a hint of urgency on his face. If Long Yu can even point out the key points on the road to the Supreme Swordsman, that matter, once spread out, will definitely shock the whole sea. Sorry, I can't answer you right now, but in 3 months, I might be able to give you an answer. Long Yu shook his head and said. The 3-month-old Peach Rabbit couldn't help but startled. For this answer, she had already expected it. After all, even though she had been immersed in Kendo for so many years, there was no way she could break through the last threshold. Not to mention, the distraction of Dragon Feather, who has delved into such powerful abilities of taijutsu and devil fruit. Seeing Tautu's disappointment, Zephyr quickly changed the subject and said, Peachy, don't be too discouraged, there are many ways to become a general. If you can also try to learn the 6 forms profound truth, which may allow you to find another shortcut. To become a general, in addition to the most basic military exploits, you also need a strong foundation as a foundation. For example, in the original book, Supernova vs. Barrett, Zoro and Fujitora fought briefly. Facing the meteorite falling from the sky, Sauron made a big move to be able to cut the meteorite into pieces reluctantly. And with a wave of Hawkeye's hand, the level of power that the Slash can achieve completely surpasses that of Sauron. This is the difference between the Supreme Swordsman and the Great Swordsman. Now, Tautu is stuck at this embarrassing node. Moreover, the physical quality of women is weaker than that of men. Perhaps, the current Tautu is a little weaker than Sauron 2 years later in the original book. Peach Rabbit, don't be discouraged, this kind of man is just slick. T. Dolphin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. I know that you have always wanted to prove that you have the strength of a general, and have worked hard for this goal for a long time, so I have been searching for devil fruits for you. Having said that, the T. Dolphin hurriedly gave a wink to the sea soldier beside him. The latter understood, and hurriedly turned around and walked towards the boat. Chapter 603, Archaeopteryx Beast. After a while, an iron box was taken out. T. Dolphin, what kind of devil fruit is this? He frowned, looking a little surprised. In the Navy headquarters, as long as a certain military exploits are made, there is also the opportunity to exchange the fruits. However, the fruits collected in the headquarters are only collected by other navies, and in the case of excess, they are sold to the headquarters. That have not been recorded in the devil fruit illustration, most of them are relatively common animals. Now the tea dolphin suddenly turned out, a private fruit, undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Tea dolphin, I didn't expect that you would find something good in private. Zephyr also looked surprised and said, however, have you identified what type of thing this is? Don't forget, Tautu is the goddess of the headquarters. If the fruit ability you have is too shabby, you will become a public enemy. The Navy soldiers in the field nodded silently. Just like the goddess, only with the right fruit ability can you go further and further on the road of the goddess. In case you get a pig fruit, rat fruit, etc. That's totally ruining the view. Hee, Mr. Zephyr, you underestimate me too much. There was a hint of pride on the tea dolphin's face, and he opened the box with his backhand, revealing a banana-like shape. However, the whole body is covered with strangely patterned fruits. This fruit has already appeared in the picture book. It is the fruit of the ancient animal species of the Archaeopteryx. The people present at the Archaeopteryx beast couldn't help but startled. In the world of One Piece, there are still some ancient islands. Even in the small garden, there are also dinosaurs. Like the Archaeopteryx, that kind of an ancient bird with scales all over its body and fangs, many people have come across it. However, the ancient species sounded really strong, and in terms of rarity, it was not comparable to the ordinary animal type, or even the general superhuman type. However, when I think of a big beauty, I am turning into an Archaeopteryx beast. This is a proper destruction of the three views. Cough, T-Pig, sometimes the teacher really doubts your aesthetics. Zephyr coughed helplessly. I think, if you are willing to let Tautu serve the fruit, I am afraid that all the male compatriots in the Navy are not willing to let you go. Ah, T-Dolphin couldn't help but startled, feeling the cast around him, and instantly turned into an unfriendly gaze, unable to refute it for a moment or three. After all, in this sea, devil fruits are already a very rare existence. In a lifetime of sailing, it is good to be able to encounter 2 or 3. And find the right one for you. That is harder than reaching the sky. Even a careerist like Blackbeard Deaky willingly lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for decades for the secret fruit, and only had the chance to meet him after being a little scoundrel for most of his life. Is enough to prove that this sea cannot let them choose arbitrarily. T-Pig, I thank you for your kindness. Tautu pushed back the box containing the devil fruit. This fruit, in fact, you can keep it for yourself. With the 6-style body art you practiced, coupled with the ability of this ancient devil fruit, it will undoubtedly make your strength to a higher level. As for me, let's go with the flow, maybe God hasn't loved me yet. The T-Dolphin was stunned, seeing that he was suddenly rejected, and couldn't answer for a moment. Cough. This should be regarded as Lieutenant General T-Dolphin. Was it rejected for the 368th time? No, I remember 369 times, and I can be called the king of the Navy's lovelorn. However, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin's vision is indeed not very good. If Lieutenant General Tautu really uses this so-called Archaeopteryx fruit, I am afraid that many people in the headquarters will be anxious about him. Scene suddenly changed. There was a commotion. Facing the confident confession of the T-Dolphin, and failing again, the people present are obviously used to it. Just that these thoughts just surfaced, and the words that came out the next moment moved everyone's nerves. God doesn't miss you, maybe I miss you. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. The moment before, the T-Pig was a confession of failure. Not 100, but 99 people who have confessed to Tautu in the Navy headquarters. But like Laxus, when others fail, they follow suit. It must give people a feeling of being too ugly to eat. What's more, the devil fruit that the T-Dolphin just took out is a bit shabby, but at least it is an ancient species. Ancient species, it must at least be the superhuman type, or even the rarer natural type. Laxus, what do you mean? The T-Dolphin's expression sank, and he said anxiously. Peach Rabbit doesn't even like the ancient devil fruit in my hand. I don't believe that a kid like you will have something rare that will make Lieutenant Peach Rabbit be moved. Facing the aggressiveness of the T-Dolphin, the words of the Navy soldiers and generals present felt a little too much. However, in their eyes, anyone who pursues the goddess of the Navy is the public enemy of the entire Navy. What's more, they are eager to see what bargaining chip Long Yu has in his hands to be able to overwhelm the T-Dolphin. Chapter 604, You Demons. Hee, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin misunderstood you. Long Yu let out a dry laugh, and took out the remaining devil fruit in the system space like a backhand trick. Seeing this scene, the people present were stunned at first, and then looked at Long Yu with a little more shock. After all, it was possible to conjure a fruit out of thin air before their eyes. This kind of method is not. Anyone can do it. Laxus, this is the turkey fruit on the auction house just now. Tautu looked at this familiar fruit, and Lume couldn't help but pick it up, looking a little surprised. Turkey. T-Dolphin was stunned for a moment, and the ugly image of a turkey flashed in his mind, and said, Laxus, you won't tell me, this is what you are ready to give to Lieutenant General Tautu. You are insulting our IQ by stepping on a horse. No matter how ugly my Archaeopteryx beast is, it is much better than your turkey. You are trying to ridicule the Peach Rabbit. Present did not refute the vulgar remarks made by the T-Dolphin. In their eyes, there is no comparison between the ordinary animal-type devil fruit and the ancient species. T-Pig, shut up, this has nothing to do with Laxus. Peach Rabbit snorted coldly. In the auction house, Laxus should have seen that I wanted to take this one fruit, so I will take it out now. However, I still want to thank you Laxus for your kindness. I can't have this devil fruit. If you need Bailey, you can use my name to make an equivalent deal to the Navy headquarters. In the beginning, in order to defeat Long Yu, Tautu proves that he is the closest existence to the general. So I desperately want to use the ability of the animal-type devil fruit to improve my combat power. However, I figured it out now, let alone as a woman, but I can't pass the level of love of beauty. You really don't want it. According to my inference, this should be an Eudemon's devil fruit. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, if you don't want it, then forget it. The Navy in the presence of the Eudemons was stunned. Even Zephyr and Tautu are no exception. After all, phantom beasts and ordinary animal devil fruits are completely different existences. Rarity, I am afraid that even the natural system can't match. Now, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he said that the fruit was actually a phantom beast. The gap between the front and rear is a bit too big. Laxus, don't talk nonsense here. If this is a turkey fruit, you can find out if you take out the devil fruit Pokédex. The T-Dolphin shouted hurriedly. At present, Long Yu's actions are undoubtedly classified as a rival in love by the T-Dolphin. As long as he finds any chance, he will spare no effort to suppress it. No, I've seen the turkey fruit. It's indeed a bit different from the one in Laxus' hands, but it's not a phantom beast. I am not sure. It's hard to tell apart. Zephyr frowned and studied one or two before opening the mouth. As the former general of the Navy headquarters, and also the chief instructor of the Naval Recruit Battalion, Zephyr's experience is not. Ordinary people can compare. Peach Rabbit, I also agree with Zephyr's opinion. Crane nodded in agreement. Whether this fruit is an phantom beast or not, we can't be sure, but if you really intend to use the power of the devil fruit to improve your own strength, you must at least have the courage to make a choice. After all, the devil fruit guide is just a reference for you. To truly decide your own destiny, you still need to control it in your own hands. Feeling the fleeing gazes all around him, Tautu fell silent. Who witnessed this scene, flashed an anxious look on his face, and said, Peach Rabbit, don't take any chances, if this is really a ghostly beast devil fruit, it's a priceless thing, who would be willing to give it to you? You, a woman you've never met, take it out for nothing. No, Everyone is crazy about you. The hurried voices echoed in the port. Facing the remarks of the T-Dolphin, the Navy soldiers present were also moved. After all, if you put a one-you demon's devil fruit and a beautiful woman in front of them, they will definitely choose the former. In this world of the weak and the strong, a big fist is the last word. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu still kept a smile, as if he didn't take these words to heart at all, quietly staring at Taotu. I'd love to try it. Taotu raised her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes became more determined, and said, Laxus, I want to take a bet, can you let me be willful once? Take a gamble. Long Yu smiled, and under the watchful eyes of the public, he reached out and rubbed Taotu's head, saying, if as a man, a woman has no chance of being self-willed, it would be a failure. Sometimes, when it's time to break it. If you take this step, maybe you will understand more and go further in swordsmanship. Speaking, Long Yu handed the devil fruit in his hand to Taotu. Of everyone watching, this scene changed drastically. Chapter 605, Devil Fruit. Pity that this time, before everyone could react, the determination in Taotu's beautiful eyes became more and more firm, and the red lips were slightly moved, and they bit down directly. Gulu. Many people present saw this scene and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Let the Navy goddess eat a one-suspected turkey fruit, if the bet is lost. That is the phoenix turned into a chicken. Peach Rabbit, how do you feel now? Crane was the first to speak in a hurry. She has always regarded Taotu as her younger sister, under the key link that determines her destiny. Crane is eager to know the result. The huge port pier, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes, all locked on Taotu's body. Looking at Taotu's dazed expression, the nerve strings of the people present were plucked all of a sudden. Laxus, you really don't have any good intentions. You gave away the devil fruit of the phantom beast. That's just a joke. The T-Dolphin suddenly drank violently in a cold voice. Figure, like a ghost, he appeared in front of Long Yu. On his waist fell into his hands, and stabbed at Long Yu at an extremely tricky angle. Venom Sting. PFF'd. The sword light in the sky is like a tide, giving people the feeling of a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. The violent scene made the pupils of everyone in the field shrink suddenly. However, before they could react, a slender hand wrapped in flames, as if coming first, passed through the sword light that filled the sky, and grabbed the sharp blade with its bare hands. Laxus, thank you for your devil fruit. This huge power made me unable to adapt at first, and made you implicated. If possible, I would like to repay your favor. There was a hint of apology on Taotu Chao's face, who stopped in front of Long Yu. In repayment, Long Yu raised his brows and said with a smile, if you have to repay, you can promise me with your body. Dreaming. Urgent shouts in unison echoed in the field. The moment before, seeing Long Yu, under the watchful eyes of the public, he reached out to their goddess and rubbed it unscrupulously. That has made them unacceptable. Now he is still in public, making such frivolous jokes. This is simply for their entire navy. At least, in their eyes, the Navy headquarters is full of talents. Like Taotu is only qualified to be owned by people in the Navy. I can think about your request. If your swordsmanship and strength can surpass mine, I will allow you to chase me. Peach Rabbit's red lips were slightly upturned, and she said with a smile. The small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. For the naval soldiers and even the generals in the field, it was a crushing blow directly to the depths of their souls. They never thought of the dignified naval goddess. On weekdays, the iceberg goddess, who they dared not approach at all, would give such an answer. Is this allowed to pursue? Peach Rabbit, are you kidding me? The T-Dolphin roared. Shave. Under the high-speed steps, the whole body is like a ghost, and disappeared out of thin air again. However, this time, the force was obviously too much, and even the floor under my feet shattered. Appeared again, had already passed Taotu, and came behind Long Yu. However, before the T-Dolphin could make a move, Taotu's figure, like a shadow, appeared in front of him again. T-Pig, I've said enough. Boom! Blazing flames burst out from Tautu's body. The violent air waves rolled away in a rolling posture. Bang! With a huge impact, it collided with the Tachi in the T-Dolphin head-on. Accompanied by the dull metal collision sound, the T-Dolphin flew out like a sandbag. The Navy soldiers stationed around, even Zephyr and Hihi, were also shocked by this violent aura. After a full retreat of more than 10 meters, he stopped. Just that they, who had just stood firm, turned their eyes and locked them in the sky. What the hell is this? A shock flashed across the old face like a crane in a tree. Immediately full of excitement, he shouted in a hurry. This is really a Eudemon's devil fruit. I'm afraid it's still legendary. Legendary level. Zephyr's expression has also changed. Eudemons refer to the existences that exist in mythology. But Eudemons also have two different forms. Among them, Kaido and the Black Charcoal Serpent have real forms, which have become manifested. Captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, they are legendary forms with ethereal bodies. With the help of the fruit ability, the body can be infinitely enlarged and the irregular changes that Tautu is displaying right now, and the huge fire phoenix that appears in the sky, undoubtedly shows this. Really phantom beasts. The T-Dolphin stopped and looked at the flames gathered in the sky, turning into a phoenix. After making a sharp cry, he rushed directly into Tautu's body, his face full of disbelief. It can be said that no matter was a T-Dolphin, or the Navy soldiers and generals in the field, no one wanted to believe it at all. Chapter 606. You have become stronger. There will be people who know that it is an Eudemon's devil fruit, and they will give it away. Woo! Feeling the endless power of fruit, poured into the body, Tautu took a deep breath, opened her beautiful eyes, and looked at Long Yu. Laxus, I didn't expect this to be an Eudemon's devil fruit. I thought you were lying to me. This Eudemon's fire phoenix really surprised me. However, if you hand over a good thing like this and want to give it to me, if you want to defeat me in the future, it will be very difficult for me to make a promise. Is it? Long Yu smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he reached out and rubbed Peach Rabbit's head again, saying, You have become stronger, and the people who can defeat you have become less, just for me no worries. Man, are they all so domineering? Tautu smiled and broke free from Long Yu's hand, saying, Next time we meet, I will become stronger, maybe I have become a general. It's good to be ambitious, I hope you won't be overtaken by my students. Long Yu smiled and patted Peach Rabbit on the shoulder, suddenly looking up at T-Dolphin. However, this time, don't take action. Some things need to be solved by the man himself. I'm right, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin. These words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. They know very well that, over the years, the T-Dolphin has been pursuing the Peach and Rabbit for a long time. Now I have worked hard to find one ancient devil fruit. Everything is to get the heart of the Peach Rabbit. However, now Long Yu has taken the lead, which is undoubtedly difficult to accept. T-Pig. Zephyr's expression changed, and he couldn't help but panic. However, he was quickly stopped by the crane probe beside him. Zephyr, I think Laxus is right. Jealousy happens from time to time. If there is no way to solve it, it will be a knot for T-Pigs. Was stunned for a moment, looked at Long Yu subconsciously, gritted his teeth and said, Laxus, I hope you will try to be merciful. Those who were merciful at the scene couldn't help but be stunned. In their eyes, T-Dolphin and Dragon Hand, of course they prefer T-Dolphin. Now, as soon as Zephyr opened his mouth, he asked Long Yu to show mercy. That's because Jack was defeated, Mr. Zephyr. It seems that in your eyes, the students still have many shortcomings, which makes you look down on them. There was a ferocious look on the T-Dolphin's face. Huo Ran looked up, like a ghost, appearing beside his adjutant. Lieutenant General T-Dolphin, what do you want to do? The adjutant's expression changed suddenly. This devil fruit, since Lieutenant General Tautu is no longer needed, it is useless to keep it. T-Dolphin suddenly raised his head, grabbed the devil fruit, opened his mouth and bit it. PFF'd. The devil fruit like a banana was bitten off by a third of the T-Dolphin and swallowed directly into the belly. The violent scene changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. All the people spread out and leave enough battlefield for them. The crane's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. The Navy present, and even Ghost Spider, who was a lieutenant general, flickered and quickly retreated. Seeing this scene, Zephyr sighed helplessly. Also fell hundreds of meters away, standing with the Ghost Spider and others. Mr. Zephyr, I didn't expect that the T-Pig guy would even take devil fruits. That guy doesn't like being a land duck. It seems that this time, in order to defeat Laxus, he was desperate. The Ghost Spider couldn't help but say. However, Mr. Zephyr, do you think Laxus can really win? Also a Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider clearly knows that he is outstanding, otherwise he will not surpass them, and is called a candidate for generals. No, I'm not underestimating the T-Dolphin. Voice. It's just that, until now, I have no way to see the details of Laxus. The Ghost Spider's expression changed involuntarily. As one of Zephyr's students, Ghost Spider clearly knows that his teacher's eyes are old-fashioned. Even in addition to the 6 style skills, Hesho, who specializes in evaluating the value of Tao, can also study the existence. That requires a wealth of combat experience, as well as strong strength as a basic support. It can be said that as long as Zephyr takes a look, he can easily infer the extent of a person's strength. However, at the moment, even their teacher can't see the depth of this young man. Could it be that, with the strength to defeat the beast pirates, one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack, isn't it the pinnacle of Laxus? Yeah. The hoarse roar, as if passed from ancient times. Under the distorted expression of the T-Dolphin, the muscles on his body bulged rapidly, and a large number of scales quickly spread under the skin. Archaeopteryx, the ancient ancestor of birds, has sharp claws and sturdy scales. For the T-Dolphin, it may not be very skilled to display the ability of the devil fruit for the first time. Chapter 607, The Killer. No means have been developed. However, for the current T-Dolphin, as long as it can greatly enhance its own strength in an instant, it is enough. Roar. The T-Dolphin raised its head to the sky and let out a roar like a wild beast. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, his scarlet eyes locked directly on Long Yu's body. You bastard, my speed is among the lieutenant generals, and I was originally a first-class existence. Now that I have this ancient fruit, my speed and strength will increase by several levels. I'm telling you all this, I just hope you don't lose too fast. 6 types of profound meanings and 10 burials. Bang! A low explosion sound suddenly sounded. On which the T-Dolphin was originally standing shattered like a cobweb. Of this foot gives the impression that it is entirely possible to penetrate the iron plate by the power of the pedal alone. The most important thing is to capture the breathing reaction of the T-Dolphin in the domineering arrogance that they unfolded. There are actually 10 tens. No. It should be said that within their line of sight, there are 10 tens, covered with scales and armor. The T-Dolphin. The violent scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. Especially the Navy man who was the adjutant of the T-Dolphin. His face changed, and he said in shock, God, is this the role of the ancient species? Let's let Lieutenant General T-Dolphin shave off the original 5 burials and transform into 10 burials. That's a method of using super high-speed movement to form 10 avatars that are exactly the same as the real body, so as to disrupt the enemy's perception of domineering and domineering. It can be said that as long as there is a flaw in the opponent, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin will be able to unleash a mortal blow in any direction. The voice of Chang's words echoed in the port. For this narration, the T-Dolphin is obviously not surprised. It can be said that it should be an absolute belief in his own strength, which is already his invincible trump card. Now it has been increased to 10 burials, and the speed is not as simple as doubling it. Messy thoughts flashed in Cha Do's mind, and when his eyes fell on Long Yu, he couldn't help but be startled. Faced with 10 killer moves that can attack at any time, Long Yu, who was in it, slowly closed his eyes under the crowd. An inexplicable scene made everyone in the field look slightly changed. The T-Dolphin, who was a participant in the war, suddenly turned around, and Lu Lun roared wildly. What an arrogant person, dare to despise this Lieutenant General. 10 burials, shave and kill together. There was a slight hum in the air, and the 10 bodies entrenched in the surrounding. Shadows overlapped in front of Long Yu in an instant. The powerful breath is like the moment when the frenzy detonates. The armed color is domineering, and it has already covered the sword. Without any bells and whistles. The moment of striding, the ground shook violently, and the sword in his hand turned into an afterimage and stabbed towards Long Yu's chest with an incomparable stance. The violent scene was as fast as lightning. At this close distance, there is absolutely no way to hide. It can be said that no matter Zephyr, he and the others, just a thought flashed. Hard connection. Bang! The dull air squeak sounded suddenly. The sharp sword gang pierced the air directly, rubbing the skin of Long Yu. The thorn that failed, directly spanned dozens of meters away, piercing the huge soap tree. Accompanied by the dull sound of collapse, it broke directly at the waist. However, facing this scene, the pupils of those present suddenly shrank. Looking at Long Yu with his eyes closed, his eyes were full of disbelief. Just now Long Yu was in the position, and the strike that was as fast as a thunderbolt was not simply a move to evade. The contrary, with the help of the 6-style body technique, the body is drawn on paper, and the body is transformed into a catkin that moves with the wind to dodge. Seeing this scene, the T-Dolphin was startled at first, and then roared again. You bastard, I'm going to stab you into a hornet's nest. Puff puff. Along with the awe-inspiring roar, the T-Dolphin, who was close at hand, and the dagger clenched in his hand, stabbed out like a frenzy. However, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, no matter what. How the T-Dolphin attacked frantically, the dragon feather in front of him was like an untouchable catkin. That made him violent like a torrential rain is useless at all. No, it's impossible, why can't my attack hit you? The T-Dolphin roared frantically. 6 types of profound truth. Heavy iron slash. The sound of the knife chirping sounded like thunder. The muscles of the right hand of the T-Dolphin swelled like a rock, even more powerful strength erupted. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, with a tenacious posture, he slashed towards Long Yu by the waist. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. Under the unrelenting collision, huge winds and waves and sand and dust swept away. The rocky ground beneath his feet shattered as if overwhelmed. Chapter 608, Red Thunder. Did it hit? The violent scene shook everyone, and before he could think about it, he hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The scene of entering the goal made the pupils of everyone in the field shrink again. Long Yu had his eyes tightly closed, but they had already opened. The incomparably fierce slash did not hit the target, but the 2 fingers covered with black scales caught the blade without any deviation. Looking at this precise and unusual counterattack, as well as the figure that fluttered in the wind like catkins just now, the scene fell into a brief silence. Ghost Spider couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and said, Mr. Zephyr, this is not Mr. Garp, he has shown the means of predicting the future. Just with the simple 6-style paper painting, it actually displays a method similar to the natural devil fruit, and the physical attack is ineffective. Yes. Zephyr suddenly woke up and said, I didn't expect that this kid not only achieved the ultimate in the 6 forms, but also reached an extraordinary level in his domineering practice. The means of predicting the future, looking at the Navy headquarters, there are very few people who do this kind of thing. Next, I'm afraid the T-Dolphin will lose. When these words fell, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. The T-Dolphin also woke up suddenly in the absence of attention. clenched tightly in his hand suddenly shook, intending to break free from Long Yu's tightly clamped left hand. However, before he succeeded, he saw a playful smile spread quickly on Long Yu's face. "Sorry, I caught you." Originally, this move was just a conjecture, but with Lieutenant General T. Dolphin as an opponent, I can use it without any scruples. Long Yu smiled warmly. The 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, the scales quickly turned black, and the next moment, blood-red mysterious patterns spread rapidly. With the help of the powerful physical load given by the semi-dragon transformation, coupled with the combination of the domineering and domineering of the armed color, the limit of the power of thunder and lightning that can be accumulated is quickly raised to the extreme. It can be said that at this moment, Long Yu used this move is to copy the method of Luffy's 4th gear completely. Use domineering to enhance the body's ability to withstand, accumulate thunder and lightning frantically, and form a more powerful move. In an instant, it exploded in one go. Red thunder. I don't know who exclaimed. The crackling red thunder light splattered above the right fist. The air circulating around seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and an indescribable aura quickly opened. T-Pig, hurry up and escape. Zepha's expression changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. The violent scene has made the T-Dolphin's nerves long tightened. Feeling this terrifying aura, Cha Dolphin didn't have time to think about it, and directly abandoned the Tachi in his hand. Huo Ran turned around quickly and ran away. At this moment, he pushed his physical skills and the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. Facing the terrifying aura just now, and the scarlet thunder light, the breath of death swept through the whole body of the T-Dolphin. It can be said that at this moment, for the T-Dolphin, running away is not a shame, but a desire to survive. I said, can you be faster than lightning? The indifferent voice sounded behind the T-Dolphin. Facing the words like maggots on the toe bone, the T-Dolphin's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. The speed he is proud of, can it be faster than thunder? The air is shaking, and the T-Dolphin subconsciously enhances the domineering armament and the ability of the devil fruit to the extreme. The death feeling wrapped around him like an invisible magic hand behind him. Before he had time to think about it, he suddenly looked back. The red thunder was like a tide. The air that passed along the way, together with the space, seemed to be penetrated. In the face of this lightning-quick strike, it was impossible to hide. 6 types of profound meanings, Sakura and thunder. Bang! One punch. The whole world is like a giant earthquake. The scarlet thunder light under the frantic compression detonated in an instant. The sky in all directions, everything in sight, is occupied by blood. The violent air flow is like a hurricane rolling back. Endless lightning arcs ravage the whole world. The people present only felt that the vision in front of them was instantly seized. When it was time to react, the airflow that circulated in the heaven and the earth gradually calmed down. On the battlefield, the 2 figures were still standing in place. Black scales and scarlet patterns, still maintains the posture of punching. However, this punch rubbed the T-Dolphin's head. The pier behind him, there are 5 naval warships moored on the coast, 2 of which have disappeared without a trace. The reefs in the distance, as well as the sea surface, were directly blown into a vacuum with one punch. With a radius of 1,000 meters has completely turned into a deep funnel pit. Punch is so terrifying. Looking at this scene, not to mention the Navy soldiers, together with Zepha and other veterans, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. I'm sorry, this is the first time I meet someone who can fight. I don't know how serious this punch is. Long Yu smiled warmly and withdrew his fist. Chapter 609, Destroyed 2 warships. However, I still destroyed 2 warships. I hope you don't take offense, Mr. Zepha. The 3-color domineering, like a tide, quickly converged, and the scales covered in the right hand also subsided directly. It can be said that Long Yu is still very satisfied with this punch. According to his inference, it should be able to reach 50% of the power of the king's fist. Of course, this is still deliberately controlled by Long Yu, if the entire pier is covered. There are also 5 warships destroyed, which is not easy for Zephyr to explain. Ahem, Laxus, you're out. As long as there are no casualties and 2 warships are destroyed in a mere amount, the authority of this old man can still be offset. Zephyr suddenly came back to his senses. Taking a look, he was completely lost, and the T-Dolphin, who was standing in the same place like a statue, sighed inwardly. As a former admiral of the Navy and a chief instructor for decades, as long as he is not blind, he can know clearly. This battle, Long Yu completely defeated the T-Dolphin with a punch of unknown importance. However, for Zephyr, what he cared about most was the way Long Yu used domineering. The huge pier fell into a dead silence. The sea and the pier disappeared like a big bowl. The people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Yuan stared at him, but his face was still full of disbelief. It can be said that this blow was completely beyond their cognition. Especially the Navy soldiers and generals who were originally stationed on the 2 disappearing warships. His face was as pale as white paper. If they happened to be on this boat just now, I'm afraid it's not just the boat that disappeared. And their lives. Punch was so terrifying that even the dignified general candidate Chado was frightened and fled. With this single hand, I am afraid that the voices of dissatisfaction in the Navy will disappear completely. Okay, Ghost Spider, take the T-Dolphin down to rest, and you can help report what's going on here. Zephyr retracted his thoughts and took the lead in ordering. Ghost Spider heard the words, and looked at the crane, didn't say much, and quickly stepped forward to catch the arm of the absent-minded T-Dolphin. Call. T-Dolphin suddenly came to his senses, broke free from the spider's hand, looked at the messy head, and let out a deep breath. Looking back at Long Yu, he said, Laxus, you won this battle, but next time I will give full play to the power of the devil fruit, and then I will be defeated. Abandoning these words, the T-Dolphin didn't give Tautu a second glance, turned around and hurriedly jumped away to the warship moored in the distance. The face of this public defeat, it can be said that the T-Dolphin can't wait to find a dog now. Hole in it, let alone stay here. Seeing this scene, Zephyr sighed heavily and said, Laxus has caused you trouble this time. However, I want to know, did you activate your body with chi just now to increase your attack power? These words fall, no matter. It was Zephyr, or Tautu and Crane who were standing beside him, their gazes swept around and landed on Long Yu. In the application of domineering, in addition to seeing domineering, and armed domineering, there is another way of using it, which uses chi to activate itself to increase its own reflexes, endurance, and speed. However, this method is in great demand for domineering. Ordinary people, relying on their own domineering, can achieve the level of domineering with full body armor, and the level of heart network induction is already very good. Not to mention, the so-called domineering activation. Unless the amount of domineering you have can really reach this level of random spending. Otherwise everything is bullshit. That's it. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This kind of method, in fact, in the instant full level system, under the 3-color domineering full level, there is no extension method that appears. Tried to develop a trick with years of combat experience and knowledge from the Naruto world. Of course, the most important thing is that in the original book, Long Yu has seen the results of Rayleigh's training Luffy. It can be said that all of this is absolutely indispensable. It's really domineering and activated. It seems that the old man still underestimates you. Zephyr's expression couldn't help changing, and he immediately patted Long Yu's shoulder with a smile. Actually, this time I'm here in person. In addition to seeing you, I also plan to invite you to join the Navy boot camp in advance. Invitation to draw. The ghost spider's face changed slightly, and said, Mr. Zephyr, have you forgotten your bet with Lord Laxus and General Akainu? Now you have rashly invited your Excellency Laxus to join the Navy recruit camp in advance. I am afraid it's a bit inappropriate. Speaking of this, the ghost spider's face couldn't help but a little bit of apology. Lord Laxus, don't get me wrong, I don't have any other malicious intentions, just this matter. Hee, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, don't be nervous, I know Teacher Zepha's intentions. Long Yu laughed dryly. I think Teacher Zepha is worried that after I defeat Jack, the beast's Kaido will follow me, and even more will take action against me, and want to invite me to join the Navy recruit camp in advance, as a new instructor, to take this opportunity. Bless you. However, I won't agree. About Zepha's thoughts early on. Chapter 610, Golden Phone Bug. Should be said that Long Yu had already guessed the thoughts of Kaido, even the beasts. However, Laxus is only one of Long Yu's identities. The strength of the ontology has been restored to the level of the eternal kaleidoscope. Long Yu believed that if he really faced the hundreds of beasts Kaido, he would definitely not be afraid. As for the blessing of the Navy, for Long Yu, this will only be a layer of restraint. Laxus, you don't want to. Zepha's face changed suddenly. If you're worried about the Akainu, I can help you deal with it. I still have some say in this old man's old face. If it doesn't work, then count the old guy in the Warring States period, and if it doesn't work, pull Garp into the water too. Looking at Zepha, the Admiral and the naval hero opened their mouths and pulled into the water. The people present were stunned. This step on the horse was for the sake of one person. However, looking around the field, there are only those with stronger strength, who clearly understand the importance of Long Yu to the Navy headquarters. Teacher Zepha, you really don't need this. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Kaido is strong, but I'm not weak either. There is still a voyage that belongs to me, so you don't need to worry. If nothing happens and it's getting late, I should leave too. Was silent, looking at Long Yu, who insisted on his own way, and sighed helplessly. Laxus, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade me much. If there is anything, use this phone bug to contact me. Our naval headquarters will give you the greatest strength support. The golden phone worm Dragon Feather couldn't help but raise his brows, no doubt looking a little surprised. Even the surrounding Navy soldiers and generals were no exception. In their perception, this is the most advanced communication encryption phone bug. Contact the Navy headquarters within 24 hours and any time period in an emergency. Looking at the Navy, owning this golden phone is an existence in an important position. Laxus, you can take it. Zepha will eat and sleep. Crane rarely spoke. Long Yu couldn't force it. He answered the phone and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zepha, and see you in 3 months." Ain, smoker, let's leave these words behind. Long Yu turned around and left. However, as soon as he took a half step, he saw an unexpected figure standing in front of him. You're not going to leave like this. Tautu smiled sweetly and took it out with backhand. A set of plainclothes robes, handed over and said, "Stinky brother, come back alive, elder sister is still waiting for you to defeat me in kendo. It's not that simple to chase after me. God, what did I see? This is a confession in disguise. If it were me, I'd already be on my way. Che, you have such a strong strength, do you still wear a sailor suit?" The scene exploded at once. Facing Tautu's rare initiative, it was far beyond the understanding of the Navy. Only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that the T-Dolphin is not here, otherwise I am afraid that I will fall to the ground with anger. Thank you, see you in 3 months, I hope you don't waste this fruit. Long Yu smiled warmly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he reached out and rubbed Tautu's head again. However, this time Tautu didn't dodge, looked at Long Yu's hand and shrugged slightly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he gladly accepted Long Yu's head-touching kill. With Long Yu's departure, the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the port was dissipated with the wind. Okay, everyone, pack up and escort Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates back to the Navy headquarters. Next, it's a challenge for us. Zepha withdrew his gaze, looked at the 3 remaining warships in the port, and gave orders in a deep voice. He was bragging just now that it was harmless to have 2 ships destroyed by Long Yu. However, really speaking, the 2 advanced warships are equally important to the Navy that has been losing one after another. When I thought about it, I had to explain to the Warring States report when I went back, but my temples were still swollen. Peach Rabbit, you seem to be in a good mood, but I hope you don't suddenly become overwhelmed and do anything out of the ordinary. He glanced at Tautu and said, that kid, it's not as simple as I imagined. The most important thing, now that the strength of the headquarters is seriously lost, you accidentally got this magical beast devil fruit. I hope you can master it as soon as possible. Sister Crane, what do you mean by that? Tautu regained his senses, glared at the crane and said, do you think that I will definitely lose to that guy? Don't forget, I now have the fruit of the Fire Phoenix mythical beast, and I can try to hit the position of the Admiral of the Navy. After 3 months, I will make that guy impress. Want to see? You still think about it, how to explain when you go back, you left the fleet without authorization. Sister can't you help me? Chapter 611. Reject Kaido's invitation. No. 3 days later, with the news of the Shambered Islands, it spread quickly. The Express newspaper issued by the big news Morgans, but spread throughout the Great Waterway and the 4 seas. The New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and frowned involuntarily. Dad, is your expression because of that? Laxus, who defeated Jack Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, and is known as a naval supernova. Marco was also holding the newspaper and obviously saw the news on the same side. Marco, you should know very well that this Jack is not an ordinary person. He was able to defeat that lunatic. That's not an easy thing. Diamond Yoja couldn't help but chime in. Both are one of the 4 emperors, and Whitebeard is the head of the 4 emperors. Obviously, there is no less conflict with Kaido that lunatic. It can be said that as the main force of the Whitebeard pirates, they often fight against the 3 calamities. At present, this old opponent was actually defeated by a newcomer who belongs to the strength of the Navy. For these old people, it is undoubtedly a bit embarrassing. Marco, I think you should find out about that kid. Whitebeard spoke suddenly. For a time, on the huge deck, thousands of pairs of eyes all locked on Marco's body. Feeling the gaze from all around, Marco's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and then he sighed. Dad, I know you are doing this to find a new stepping stone for Ace. However, after my investigation, this kid, like the great skeleton demon, has an unknown origin, as if he jumped out of a rock. The first time I found out, it was in Rog Town, East China Sea. I had a fight with the General Aokiji, and the second time I played, I already killed the sand crocodile. Speaking of this, Marco's face became more worried, and he said, now he has appeared for the 3rd time, and he has defeated Jack Drought. The strength he possesses is still unknown. If Dad rashly arranges him to be Ace's opponent, I am worried. Marco, are you worried that Ace will lose? Whitebeard said in a deep voice. It seems you still don't understand one thing. Ace is the son of that guy Roger, and even my Whitebeard. With the support of the 2 of us, I don't believe he will fail. Don't forget, he is currently receiving training from Rayleigh. As long as he controls the 3-color domineering, his strength will far exceed that kid. The low voice, rolling like thunder, echoed on the deck for a long time and could not be dispelled. Go. Faced with this scene, Marco's expression sank, and he hesitated to speak. A low piercing sound suddenly sounded. It was soon seen that Ace's jet boat was rapidly approaching the sea in the distance. He himself had a volley and landed on the deck. Dad, I brought you wine. Sat on the deck with a huge jug on his back and said, Brother Marco, thank you for worrying. However, Dad is right. As the son of Whitebeard, I will definitely clear the obstacles for Dad and help Dad become the Pirate King. As for Laxus, I will defeat him with my own hands, and then go to the skeleton demon. Smile appeared on Whitebeard's face, looking at Ace who suddenly appeared, and these ambitious words. Immediately, he grabbed the jug, raised his head and took a sip, then laughed and said, "Good wine." "Ace is right, as my Whitebeard's son, you must have this kind of confidence. Defeat the so-called Navy supernova, and step on the skeleton, they are just a stepping stone for our Whitebeard pirates." Looking at the Whitebeard, who burst out laughing, Marco sighed helplessly and said, "Ace, you can have this kind of idea, no matter what. It's my father, or us, and I feel relieved. However, if you want to fight against him, I'm afraid you still have to expect that kid to survive in Kaido's hands. I heard that the kid has rejected Kaido's invitation." Ace was stunned when he refused Kaido's invitation, and then said with a smile, "Brother Marco, isn't it good that he refused? If he can become a general, and I will defeat him again, it will be a shame for the Navy headquarters. And then step on the so-called 5 Emperor Skull Demons. At that time, the prestige of our Whitebeard pirates will rise." Looking at Ace with a fiery face, Marco couldn't help but be silent. For Ace, who has Roger's son and the first-person status of supernova. At the beginning, Marco, the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates, also valued Ace as a fresh blood just like Whitebeard. Pity that the style in front of him undoubtedly made him a little uncertain. In particular, when Whitebeard chose Laxus as Ace's new stepping stone, Marco was obviously a little uneasy. In case, it's the same as facing the skeleton demon. It's Waterloo before the fight. Chapter 612, Battle. For Ace, who is still a rookie, it was a nightmare. Grumpy. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly, breaking the atmosphere on the deck. They could react. A hurried voice rang inside the phone bug. "Captain Marco, something is wrong. Kaido, the beast, led his troops to attack the fleet of the Navy escorting Drought Jack, and they fought in the waters of Sass." What? Marco and the others' faces changed dramatically. They had expected that Kaido would not stop there. But I never imagined that it would attack the naval fleet so quickly. NASA's sea area, isn't it in the red-haired territory? What is the reaction of that guy? In case the Navy takes this route and deliberately makes the 4 emperors inflict internal friction, Kaido, that lunatic, will never let it go. Marco asked eagerly. Of their 4 emperors is the main factor that checks and balances the naval headquarters. Don't forget, there is also the most mysterious world government behind the headquarters. It is the newly emerging force with the revolutionary army that is entangled. However, the Tianlong people can control the world government for more than 800 years. They do not believe that they have no means to suppress the bottom of the box. It can be said that Marco, the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates, still hopes that the balance of power of the 4 emperors can be maintained. The 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, seems to have received information. Under the battle between Kaido of the Beasts and the generals accompanying the ship, they tyrannically intervened in the round. In the end, Kaido of the Beasts took Drought Jack away. Of the phone bug came with a hasty reply. Hearing these words, Marco secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired stinky boy still likes to be an ugly person so much. I didn't expect that he went to the East China Sea and not only lost an arm, but his strength has improved so much. Whitebeard said, I really doubt, what the hell is the East China Sea? Not only can I go to Luogia, but also the Crazy Carp, and now even the red-haired boy has to go there. If there is a chance, I will really go for a walk. In the original book, the East China Sea is called the weakest sea, and as Bai Zi said, it is also the land of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. If the identity of the Revolutionary Army Dragon is also exposed, the Golden Lion Shiji, the same hidden thing, will also be exposed. This weakest sea will become the Sea of Legends. Dad, don't forget I come out in the East China Sea. Josh said with a smile. However, this time the Navy handed Jack over to Kaido too. Isn't that the only face left as well? Lost. Light. Marco smiled dryly. Joes, you're still thinking about things too simply. That guy in the Warring States period, but the old fox, chose the route of the Sass Sea area, just to go to the red-haired temperament. If you simply meet Kaido, it will be a deadly battle. If the red-haired guy comes forward, the Navy will be able to make a name for himself. If you meet 4 emperors, you will retreat. This way, I lose a lot of face. Facing Marco's analysis, the people present nodded silently in agreement. Marco is right. Whitebeard also nodded in agreement and said, however, Kaido, that lunatic, has already rescued Jack, then next, that kid Laxus may have a headache. I really hope that he can survive in the hands of Kaido, so that Ace will have a chance to reach the top. Dressrosa, on the other hand. The King's Highland. A figure swept through the void and finally fell into the Imperial City. Young master, you are finally back. Who was leaning on crutches with a snot in his nose, first looked at the figure on the ground. Toripo, looking at your impatience, it seems that the matter is clear. Doflamingo squatted on the chair, and said with a smile. As the Underground King, he is also one of the 4 emperors, the Kaido Alliance of the Beasts, and he also masters the most core secrets of the Tianlong people. It can be said that Doflamingo has a huge right to speak in this sea. Young master, Virgo has sent back the news. Toripo took out a stack of information and handed it to Doflamingo. Oh, that kid still has such a bet with Akainu. Doflamingo frowned, looking a little surprised. Lien Zephyr and Warring States have both been identified as candidates for the next chief instructor of the Naval Recruit Battalion, and they have extraordinary physical training methods. It seems that this time the Navy has a great presence. Speaking of which, a playful smile flashed on Doflamingo's face and said, however, the devil fruit that Peach Rabbit really seems to have flowed out of our hands. If Kaido's lunatic finds out, we have the magical beast devil fruit, and if we didn't trade with him first, I'm afraid that guy will come to us and commit suicide. Toribo's expression changed in response to these remarks. They, the Don Quixote family, often deal with the beasts Kaido, and of course they know how serious this guy with poor wine tastes, once he drinks too much. Chapter 613, These are monsters. Young master, what should we do? That kid took away our devil fruit with his bare hands. Toribo said in a low voice. Being able to become the Underground King, Doflamingo's means are also not comparable to ordinary people. Even the eyeliner can be placed on the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. If I hadn't underestimated Luffy with the pig's foot halo, I'm afraid he wouldn't be defeated. That kid and the Great Skeleton Demon are both guys of unknown origin. I heard that there was a meeting in Alabasta. You try to check if they are related. Doflamingo said with a dry smile. As for that guy, to get our devil fruit, of course he needs to pay some price, but we can't come forward easily and let others go. Young master, you are right, we can get to this point, and we need to be careful in every step. Toripo quickly agreed. That guy has already gone to sea. I don't think it will come in handy this time. Otherwise, it's totally not worth wasting that devil fruit. On the Great Waterway, 3 huge pirate ships are surrounding a sloop. However, there was a commotion on the huge deck of the ship. Run away, these are monsters. Mad, this is a total lunatic. Paralyzed, in the sea where the Sea Kings are spread, all the people who can drag the boat forward are monsters. That bastard actually proposed to snatch this ship, the guy on that ship, but the person Kaido was looking for, defeated the naval supernova who offered a reward of 1 billion, Drought Jack. Quote. Frightened cries sounded one after another in the pirate group. 3 pirate captains who took the lead and offered a reward of more than 50 million, now have the heart to die. However, above this sea, there is a place for them to escape. Only the bow ran to the stern. Standing at the end of the deck, looking at the blue sky ahead, the endless dangerous sea was hidden. Hundreds of pirates suddenly stopped and hurriedly turned their heads to look behind them. Bang! A figure broke out of the water and landed on the deck. Looking up a little, the wet clothes and the green turban on the wearer's head looked extremely unsightly. This horse is green and flying. During this time, except for swimming and sea kings, I forgot all about it, the taste is gone. Zoro raised his head suddenly, a dim light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he shot suddenly. Blazing flame flying dragon. Ohm! The cyan blade is as crazy as a frenzy. Gushing out. A single strike, it turned into a fierce training, like a flying dragon flying across the sky, swept the entire pirate ship directly. Bang! In the endless deep sea, the wet Sanji rose straight from the sky. Fiery flame flashed across the ice covered by the drooping hair. At the moment when his right foot was suddenly half raised, a fiery flame ignited. The devil's foot is the finishing touch. Poof! When I stepped on it with one step, ripples appeared in the air. Sanji, like a shooting star, smashed down towards another pirate ship. The right foot wrapped in hot flames, without any fancy. Towards the deck below, the force splits down. Bang! Two dull collision sounds came out like a bang. Of the pirates on the third ship changed dramatically in an instant. The first pirate ship was cut in half, and the second pirate ship was kicked to pieces. The power of one blow is so terrifying. Is this a dream? 3 Speedbone Balloon Giant Pistol. The belated cry sounded again, and the huge shadow in the sky quickly expanded. In an instant, the ships below were shrouded. The next moment, there is no trace of fancy. The huge fist quickly enlarged in the pupils of the pirates. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the third pirate ship was smashed directly. Suddenly screams resounded throughout the sea. Broken wooden boards spread all over the sea. Witnessing this scene, the 3 of Smalls who stayed on the deck of the ship had a trace of unwillingness on their faces. You don't need to be unconvinced. Next time you encounter a pursuer, you can make a move. Long Yu sat on the chair and watched all this. Has been a month and a half since I left on the Chambord Islands. Due to his blatant rejection of Kaido's solicitation, Long Yu often encountered some small-eyed pirate groups during this period of time. However, as pirates who have never been to the New World, they have absolutely no idea what the difference in strength is. Moreover, there is no way to make up for this gap even in numbers. An existence that can defeat 1 billion pirates with a bounty cannot be dealt with by 10 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Of course, not all the pirates who came to look for death were the pursuers sent by Kaido. There are also other pirates who don't have long eyes. Chapter 614, You Are Still Too Young. Attracted by Long Yu, a single-mast merchant ship, and wanted to carry out the act of killing people and stealing goods. Unfortunately, every time they get close, they will find a strange phenomenon. 2 people and 1 bear were pulling the boat, and 3 people stood on the deck and stared at them with fiery faces. Felt as if the identity of the prey had been reversed. However, what made them flee the most was to identify, or during this period of time, Long Yu's reputation as a Navy supernova. Teacher, after these 3 pirate ships are killed, I don't know when the next time will be. Smog couldn't help but say. His appearance does seem to be older than Long Yu, but during this time, I saw Long Yu give Zoro 3-3, careful. The training method developed. After the strength of the 3 people 3 rapidly improved, Smog's teacher was very happy. Completely eloquent stance. Senior Smog, Teacher Laxus said that this kind of irrelevant battle should be left to me. Ain suddenly spoke up. With her a month and a half ago, the depths of Ain's eyes now have a hint of tenacity. There was even more of an unpleasant smell all over his body. Okay, brother Smoker, these little shrimp hairs really aren't that important. Zoro rolled over in the void and landed on the deck, with a fiery flash in the depths of his eyes. Don't forget, a month and a half is up, and we will go through the second stage of training next. In the second stage of the training deck, everyone on the training deck suddenly became hotter. After the first stage of training, they became more interested in the second stage of training. If I had to use one word to describe it, that's frenzy. Teacher, are we going to start now? Luffy hurried forward and said. I can't wait to become stronger, become a powerful pirate, and become the Pirate King. Luffy, if you say that, be careful that your grandfather comes to beat you again. As a navy, Smoker gave Luffy a helpless look, and couldn't help but spit it out. Luffy is not a pirate since he got on the ship. But it also gives them a feeling of being in the original. You Smoker, do you want to fight again? Come on, whoever is afraid of who. Looking at them, they hugged them again. Ian sighed helplessly, stopped in front of the two and said, if you don't want to participate in the training, get out of the way, don't hinder us from the second stage. These words fell. Luffy and Smoke instantly felt the murderous gazes cast around them, and even their scalps became numb. Okay, seeing the two of them still. I'm glad I'm so excited. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, I hope that you can maintain this attitude in the next second stage of training. Beppo, bring up what I have prepared. Got it, teacher. These words fell. Bebo, who had lost a lot of weight, quickly turned around and entered the cabin. The huge deck fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on the door of the cabin. They eagerly wanted to know what the second stage of training that Long Yu had prepared was exactly. Squeak. The closed cabin door was pushed open in response. The figure of Bebo, who was obviously thinner, reappeared in everyone's pupils. However, when they entered the scene, their pupils suddenly contracted. Teacher, aren't these broken Halu stone handcuffs? How did you take them out? Luffy couldn't help but ask. These words fell. Everyone's nerves were shaken, and their eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. If they remember correctly, these Sea Tower stone handcuffs were obtained on the Chambord Islands not long ago. Yes, this is Halu stone. Long Yu patted the dust on his body and suddenly stood up. It's also the second stage of training for your 3 devil fruit abilities. Using Sea Tower stones to train devil fruit abilities is simply whimsical to outsiders. However, as a reincarnated Long Yu, he clearly remembered it. Original book, Luffy and Kid were imprisoned in a rabbit bowl in Wano country, wearing Kylo stone handcuffs. Still able to fight and compete. And, Kid, who had been imprisoned for a long time, even after wearing the Halushi handcuffs, was able to pass the eyes of many artificial devil fruit people. Slip out of the rabbit bowl. This is enough to show that the seafloor stone has a restraining effect on the devil fruit ability. But this kind of restraint can be resisted with its own strength. It is precisely because of this speculation that Long Yu set this as the training plan for the second stage. Mr. Laxus, can we still move when we wear this thing? Smoker's cheek muscles couldn't help twitching. Faced with this question, all the people present were obviously holding this idea, their eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. After all, in their perception, Halu stone is the nemesis of devil fruit abilities. Oh, you are still too young. Long Yu laughed dryly, and directly picked up a Halu stone handcuff from Beibo's hand, and caught it. Chapter 615, The Real Sea Floor Stone. The violent scene made Smoker and others nervous all of a sudden. However, in their eyes, Dragon Feather, who is also a devil fruit ability, did not soften to the ground. Isn't it weird? And said, in the usual perception, those with the ability of devil fruit will be restrained by Halu stone, but the restrained power is only devil fruit. Although, it also affects the body, but if the strength reaches a certain level, the restrictions on Halushi's own strength and 3-color domineering will be infinitely weakened. Having said that, Long Yu's right 5 fingers were slightly clenched, and his dark, ink-like armament color quickly covered his entire arm. With a sudden step, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appearing again, he has come to Soren's back. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. No, it should be said that this has subverted their cognition. In their cognition, once the devil fruit ability person touches the sea floor stone, it is just fish on the cutting board. Isn't it a surprise? Long Yu smiled and handed the Halu stone to Luffy. When he took it subconsciously, his whole body fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. No way, I feel like I can't lift my strength. Zoro, save me quickly. Luffy said weakly. This is indeed the real Halushi. If it is said, they were still suspicious of the Heilushi handcuffs in Long Yu's hands just a moment ago. So now Luffy's attitude has undoubtedly broken the last trace of doubt in their hearts. This world, those who really have the ability to fruit can ignore the influence of Heilu stone to a certain extent. Of course, only Long Yu knew that some of them were only dragon-slaying magic given by the system, not some kind of phantom beast thunder dragon fruit. Mention the sea floor stone, even this can't play a role on him. He did this just to make Smoker, Mr. Laxus, say, as long as we get used to the sea floor stone and restrain our body, does that mean that our own strength has broken through the limit? Greg couldn't help but ask. Once you can do what the teacher does, under the restraint of Heilushi's ability, you can still fight, is it? Can claim the position of the general. Quote. An inexplicable urgency in the hurried voice. As a member of the Navy, the general is the most important evaluation criterion for their strength. Teacher, can I become the Pirate King? Luffy also hurriedly uttered a word weakly. Looking at the two ambitious guys, Long Yu gave a white look and said, you really are generals and One Piece or street cabbage, can you get it by playing tricks? However, if you can successfully pass this training, I think it will not be too far from the goal. Next, I have prepared 5 handcuffs with a 55 standard sea floor stone content. You should start with 20% and try to get used to it within a month. I know, teacher. Smoker and Luffy hurriedly agreed. After Long Yu motioned Beibo to assign the Heilushi handcuffs, he looked at Ai Yin who was beside him, and said, have you not written down the key points yet? Actually, these training methods are easy to replicate as long as you master the method of cutting sea floor stones. Most importantly, you are unique students with great potential and resilience. Having said that, Long Yu rubbed Ai Yin's head and said, there is still a long way to go, and you need to master it yourself. Ah! Ai Yin suddenly woke up, and after closing the hand letter in his hand, there was a strange look on his pretty face. Teacher, what you said makes people feel like you will leave at any time, you will not leave us suddenly one day. Bar. In Ain's eyes, the invitation from the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters, the recruit battalion, is a supreme honor. Only one among the Navy who, in a sense, can hold the same important position as the Marshal. It can be said that no member of the Navy can resist this temptation. Haha, this kind of thing is not something you can think of with your little head. Let's try Heilu stone training with a purity of 20% first. And fastened a Heilu stone handcuff to Ain's wrist. The sudden scene made her body instantly feel like an electric shock. Under the feeling of powerlessness, he stumbled and fell directly into Long Yu's arms. Chapter 616, Ghosts. The softness of the hand and the squeezing of the floating ball made Long Yu's brows involuntarily raise, and he looked into his arms subconsciously. Sitting without confusion, that is impossible for even a saint to do. Ai Yin, you have grown up. Long Yu sighed quietly. Ah, grown up. Ain couldn't help but startled, and said weakly, Teacher, during this period of time with the ship, it was indeed thanks to your care that Ain grew up, but there is still a long way to go before the growth that teacher expects. Ai Yin hopes that the teacher can give more support. Instruct Ain. Looking at the moment, Ain with a sincere face and fiery eyes. And could not help coughing dryly. This rhythm, Ai Yin is undoubtedly misunderstood. However, looking at the Navy, Ain was originally a goddess-like existence. Body and appearance are also first class. If you grow up, I am afraid that the balance is lacking. Of course, Long Yu did not point out this beautiful misunderstanding. Supporting Ain and sitting on the chair beside him, he looked at Zoro and Sanji. This look, immediately, made the muscles of the two of them tense, and they cheered up 12 points. Okay, you don't have to be nervous. The Heilushi training method is not useful to you, so I have prepared other trainings for you. Long Yu looked at Sauron lightly. Sauron, I want to know, what do you think of first when you reach the position of the world's #1 swordsman? Thinking of something, Zoro couldn't help being startled, and subconsciously said, Hawkeye Mahawk, only by defeating him can I become the world's #1 swordsman. In the original book, this was Soren's lifelong wish. You were wrong. The simple 3 words came out in a hurry, and Zoro couldn't help but startled. Looking at the indifferent Long Yu, he could not imagine for a moment where he was wrong. It seems that you still don't know where you were wrong. Long Yu said lightly, use your strongest means to attack. As soon as the words of the strongest means fell, everyone present turned their eyes and locked on Long Yu's body, and there was even more fiery in their eyes. It can be said that as long as they boarded this ship, they often learned from each other. But no matter. Is it Zoro or Luffy, they haven't played against Long Yu once. If it is said that who is the opponent they most want to challenge, then it is Long Yu. Teacher, I've been waiting for your words for a long time. Soren's face showed undisguised fiery, and said, I don't know why you said I was wrong, but I will let you know that this period of time is not the first time. When we meet, there is no backhand. Is it? There was a smile on Long Yu's face, and he said, I allow you to release the weight on your body and use all your strength. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I can take you to see Hawkeye. Hawk-eyed Zoro was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed joy. He grabbed Shuigo and Sanshi Guiche with his backhand on his waist, and said, Teacher, you said that, but it set me on fire. Originally, this move was intended to be used to cut Luffy, but now in order to see Hawkeye, it seems that it has to be used in advance. Bang bang bang. The sound of several heavy objects landing suddenly sounded. The weight on Sauron fell on the boat, feeling the lightness that he had not seen for a long time. Sauron couldn't help taking a deep breath. The tense muscles slowly bulged like a rock, and under the prominent blue veins, a huge force swam away quickly on Sauron's body. It can be said that at this moment, Sauron clearly felt that his own strength had improved several levels. A wave of fighting intent swept through the depths of his pupils quickly. He bit the last word with Daoyi with his backhand, and after tying the turban tightly, he said, Teacher, be careful, don't let me touch the corner of your shirt. Otherwise, in the eyes of you, it will be a bit incapable of stepping down from the stage. The small voice was slurped out of Soren's mouth, and the moment he suddenly raised his head, no matter what. It was his hands, or the words he Dao in his mouth, which were quickly covered by the domineering aura of armament. Looking at this scene, Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you would wake up even armed and domineering, but if this is your trump card, it will disappoint the teacher. Dusky, since you're back, lend me Shiyu. Got it, teacher. Dusky's voice suddenly sounded. Soon I saw her, turning over from the boat moored next to her and landing on the deck. Shiyu in her hand was directly handed over to Long Yu. Looking at Dusky who resembled Guina, Zoro was stunned at first, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of determination. An indescribable aura, centered on Sauron, spread rapidly. Ghost Chi Long Yu felt this breath, met Soren's line of sight, and said, do it. Simple 3 words, hesitantly. Whose muscles were already tense to the extreme, moved suddenly. The snow held in both hands, and Sandai Onikiru, turned quickly like a windmill. 9 mountains and 8 seas, those who do not have no self. Whispering in a low voice, mixed with an awe-inspiring taste, the ghostly aura that originally came out of the body, at this moment, quickly climbed up. When these words were finished, those present clearly knew that Soren's breath would rise to the extreme. However, this idea had just emerged, and the next moment, Dusky's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 617, Just Lost. You lose. The inexplicable words made Sauron look slightly startled, and the movements in his hands also showed a slight stagnation. Still waiting for him to react. An awe-inspiring death breath swept through the body like a hurricane. The golden light was like a tidal wave, as fast as thunder, and instantly captured Soren's sight. No, it should be said that everyone just felt the flower in front of their eyes in the moment when the pores of the body stood up, as if they had walked through the gate of hell. senses, the sound of explosions from the sea in the distance had already come with a bang. From the sky poured down like a torrential rain, making everyone on the deck wet. There was no time to think about it. Everyone's eyes swept around, hurriedly crossed Sauron, and landed on the sea surface of several hundred meters. Blood was constantly rolling out. That was lurking in the sea, waiting for an opportunity to riot, was beheaded and killed. Has been split, the sea is still pouring. Looking at this terrifying scene, a ridiculous word flashed in everyone's mind. Too fast. I don't know if I'm about to be beheaded. I lost. In Zoro's hands had already stopped. Looking back at the sea that was gradually returning to calm, his face was full of disbelief. Thinking of that swearing rhetoric just now, I can't wait to find a dog hole to burrow into. Just lost. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Mention Zoro, everyone who is full of blood and has the idea of fighting against Long Yu is no exception. In their eyes, Zoro challenged Long Yu, and he would definitely lose. However, the speed of this defeat is too fast. So fast that people have a feeling of being caught off guard, as if there is a basin of cold water pouring down on it. Is this the gap? Dasuke, thank you for your knife. Long Yu backhanded Shidasichi and looked at Zoro, who was still full of disbelief. After this period of time, after Long Yu's training like a seedling, Zoro has indeed become stronger. However, in the original book, Sauron a year ago was not the one who opened up 2 years later. Old teacher, me, why did I lose? Zoro woke up suddenly, and hurriedly asked, why can't I even take a single move? These words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and their eyes locked on Long Yu's body. During this period of time, for Soren's monster-like training tenacity and perseverance, there was also an improvement in strength. They are all clear. Chew. Now that it is said that you will lose, it will inevitably be difficult for people to accept. I don't know much about kendo, but my belief in kendo is fast, and the world's kendo is only fast and unbreakable. Long Yu looked at Sauron lightly, and said, then what is your kendo belief? My belief. Sauron was stunned. He has always pursued is to defeat Hokage Mihawk and win the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Never thought about that at all. Looks like you haven't figured this out yet. Long Yu didn't feel any surprise, and continued, your profound meaning may be really powerful, but I hope you will remember what it means to be ruthless. I could kill you 10 times while you were singing. You have to remember one thing, if you can't even figure out your own beliefs, you can't even simplify your swordsmanship. What you cultivate is just a trick, not a killing trick suitable for survival in the sea. Having said that, Long Yu looked up at the sky and said, if you are also involved in the Wafo naval battle in which the Navy encircled and suppressed Walder, and finally faced the huge meteorite that fell from the sky. Perhaps, after you finished singing, what you thought was to cut the meteorite into 2 pieces, but what I want to do is to cut the meteorite into pieces with 1 knife. If it doesn't work with 1 shot, I still have enough time to make the 2nd shot, the 3rd shot, and so on, but do you think you still have time? The slightly long-sounding voice echoed on the huge deck, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Regardless of was Zoro, or Luffy and the others, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. There is a specialization in the surgery industry. However, it is necessary to find the right direction and work hard. In the original book, Soren's belief is to cut off. There is nothing in this world that can never be cut, and all power is placed on 1 knife and 2 pieces. It is for this reason that when facing Barrett, facing the meteorite that fell from the sky, Fujitora became helpless. If Hawkeye hadn't shot in time, Sauron would have been wiped out. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Deeply, and after regaining his senses, he lay down on the ground, bowed his head and bowed to Long Yu. The face of this preaching, Sauron has no way to refute. At least, he believes that he has already risen several levels, and even Long Yu can't stop him. Okay, the training starts now, you get up first. Long Yu said lightly. He knew very well that teaching this kind of thing would stop there. Sometimes talking too much can backfire. Chapter 618, Pirate Ship. Teacher, I got the clock in a nearby tavern, but they said that the island is evil. Dusky took out a recording hour hand with his backhand and said, it only takes half a day to reach the destination here. Teacher, where are you going? Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, is there anything delicious? For Luffy's questioning, the people present may not be foodies. But in the face of Long Yu's next destination, he was obviously very concerned. After all, during this period of time, they had been pursued many times by the pirates under the command of the beast Kaido, and all the perpetrators would be sunk in the future. However, it is less than a month and a half away from the battle with Admiral Akainu. If you continue to sail, you may lose time. Don't worry, this time, I'm going to find the third student who gambles with Akainu. Long Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, and glanced at the recording hour hand in his hand. The third person present was startled. Long time, they thought that in the gambling battle with Akainu, Long Yu would be among the crowd on board and select enough members for the gambling battle. Never occurred to me that Long Yu had already chosen the third person. Teacher, I can actually play. Smog couldn't help but speak. However, as soon as these words fell, Long Yu quickly shook his head and refused. I said that I would not choose people from the Navy headquarters to fight. If I adopt you, I will break my word. Long Yu said lightly. What's more, the third person I want to choose has something to do with Soren's training. If Sauron can defeat the third person, his strength is enough to be called a great swordsman. Teacher, what opponent did you choose for me? Sauron was stunned. Originally, he was still immersed in failure. Never occurred to me that I would have follow-up training. Okay, cheer up, so what kind of opponent? You will understand when you see it. Long Yu patted Zoro's shoulder with a smile, looked at Dasichi and said, let's go now, and try to reach your destination before dark. I know, teacher. After Dusky agreed, he said, the training of Lee, Zoro, Sanji, and Beppo is temporarily suspended, and we try to arrive before night. Got it. With the sound of everyone's answer falling, the single-mast boat quickly chose the right direction and rode the wind and waves away. Other hand, not far from the Fossa Sea, a huge island port. As a pirate. The transfer station, the huge wharf, gathered 7 or 8 pirate ships, loading and unloading goods here. On the calm sea, a huge pirate ship quickly emerged in the distance. With the approaching distance, the fast is shortened. The ridiculously huge size of the ship and the pirate flag fluttering in the wind made the expression of the pirates who were carrying the cargo on the pier suddenly change drastically. It is the ship of the 100 Beast Pirates. The huge pirate ship is probably the main ship. A pirate captain was the first to exclaim. Oh my god, isn't the main fleet of the Beast Pirates in the New World? How could it go to the first half of the Great Waterway? How can we mess up? A huge pirate ship is coming against the wind and waves. In just a few minutes, the huge pirate ship with a body length of several hundred meters finally approached the port. The fluttering pirate flag was hunting, and on that deck, except for the dense figures. There is also a huge figure like a hill, holding a wine bowl in his hand. After raising his head and pouring the wine into his mouth, he threw the wine bowl on the port with his backhand. Seeing such a brutal scene, the captain of the pirates who was present narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the figure with Yangguan on his back. His pupils contracted suddenly, he moved his Adam's apple with difficulty, and swallowed his saliva. There was even someone who cried out in surprise. Yes, it is the New World, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the beast, he actually appeared in the first half of the Great Waterway. A pirate exclaimed in surprise. However, he saw a cold light lacing out, passing directly across his throat. At the same time as the blood arrows splashed, Pirate Yuan stared at the person who took his life, and he was the captain of his own brotherhood. Lord Kaido, my iron hook is incapable of discipline, and I've disturbed Lord Kaido. A middle-aged man whose right hand was amputated and connected by an iron hook, took the lead with a thud, and fell to the ground in panic. Our iron hook pirates have been sailing for 7 or 8 years in the first half of the Great Waterway. We are very clear about the nearby waters. If Lord Kaido speaks up, we will definitely go through fire and water. It would be great if your lord could include us and join the 100 Beast Pirates. These words fell. The pirate captains who were present also spoke out and followed suit. These pirate groups, in the first half of the Great Waterway, are offering tens of millions of rewards, and they can be regarded as overlords. But in the second half of the Great Waterway, it's just cannon fodder. Right now, there is a chance to meet Kaido the Beasts and get a chance to join the formation under their command. Of course they don't want to let it go. Chapter 619, Too Outdated. Shut up, don't get in the way of my alcoholism, or I will crush you all to death. Kaido hiccuped and jumped out on the deck. Bang! At the moment when both feet stepped on the pier, a low roar sounded, and the dull force swept down, and the whole pier seemed to be in an earthquake. Faced with this scene, the pirate lying on the ground almost broke his courage, and at this moment, he wanted to bury his head on the floor. However, in the face of all this, Kaido didn't care at all, took a drunken step and walked to the depths of the island. The entourage brought by the ship hurriedly followed, and the rest of the members who stayed on the ship watched Kaido's figure leave, and then looked at the people on the dock with great interest. Boss Kaido, the tavern in front is the source of this information. The Batman who followed Kaido's side was the first to remind him. However, in the face of these words, Kaido didn't answer. He took several steps together, walked to the door of the tavern, and pushed the door open. Head-on attack was a loud and noisy voice, as well as the smell of alcohol coming towards him. As a pirate with a human head pinned to his waist, wine and wealth are their most important gold-burning pits. Have you heard that not long ago, under the banner of the Four Emperors Kaido, known as the most powerful fighting force and one of the 3 major disasters, Drought Jack, the guy who offered a reward of 1 billion, was actually defeated by an unnamed supernova in the Navy headquarters. Within a month and a half, all the pirate formations under the 100 Beast Pirates who were chasing were sunk. I've heard about this too. I heard that there were no less than 10 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, and some other pirates who didn't have long eyes were also wiped out. It can be said that in just 1.5 days. In time, the naval supernova Laxus has become famous in the first half of the Great Waterway. You said, is the current supernova really that scary? Not long ago, Fire Fist Ace, even the world government, threw out an olive branch and invited him to become Chiwahai. Later, it was rumored that he was included in the ship by Whitebeard to be the captain of the 2nd Division. I heard that the position of the squad leader has been vacant for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that Fire Fist Ace would be selected. Che, what are you talking about now? Fire Fist Ace is too outdated. If I were to say that during this period of time on the sea, the person most similar to Supernova Laxus was Uchiha Ryu, who planned to advance the city's escape and was known as the Great Skeleton Demon. The general has been defeated, and now he has been offered a reward of 2.2 billion Bailey, and has been awarded by the new 5 emperors. From obscurity to the now widespread fame, the Navy supernova is very similar to the Great Skeleton Demon. In time, I am afraid that it will really become an existence like a general, and the beast thief doesn't know how to end it. The messy voices rang out one after another. Huge body like a hill that suddenly pushed the door and entered, the people present obviously did not know it. Who were drunk and planning to leave found that someone was standing in their way. Hey, you guy, why don't you get out of the way quickly? Don't get in the way of this captain. Or else, when you saw this captain, the head with a reward of 90 million was terrified. A drunken pirate raised his head as he spoke, and looked at the mountain in front of him. The sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly, and the smell of alcohol that was rushing to his forehead disappeared all of a sudden. Yes, it's Kaido. He exclaimed in surprise and spit out uncontrollably in his mouth. Before he could react, the next moment a big hand like a grinding disc directly grabbed his head. The 5 fingers slammed down suddenly. Bang! The crisp sound of bones breaking came out. At this moment, the heads of people who had offered a reward of 90 million were crushed like watermelons on the table of many people. Hot blood splashed down, and the headless corpse smashed directly onto the floor, making a dull crashing sound. The violent scene made the huge tavern fall into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Kaido, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they all cried out in surprise. Yes, it is Kaido himself, not for the naval supernova Laxus, who is active near this sea area. These words fell, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. They never imagined that, as one of the 4 dignified emperors, Kaido, the beast that had not been active at sea for more than 10 years, would not have been at all. Now it's even shot for a navy supernova. This means the beginning of a mortal situation. Kill all the people here for me. Kaido spoke suddenly, and after a pause, he added, "No, whoever said that. Know that kid, the guy at the next destination will die, and the rest will be killed. If, let me know, this news is false, I will definitely smash him into meat sauce." Chapter 620th, The Object of Revenge. In Kaido's hand slammed down to the floor. The dull crash echoed, signaling the start of the killing. Some pirates took their way and fled. Along the way, there were also many pirates who witnessed all this and chose other ports and routes to break through. Facing the arrival of the beasts Kaido in person, in the first half of the Great Channel, this information spread at the fastest speed. For a time, after a lapse of a month and a half, the entire Great Waterway was completely boiled again because of this incident. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters. In the huge conference hall, dozens of admirals gathered here. Faced with this urgent summoning order, it can be said that everyone present had question marks written all over their faces. It's only been 2 months since the last time, the siege of Wald. But that, an emergency call, the people present were all clear about the purpose of the call, and compared to this time, it was obviously different. What's more, the one-time general, who was also on patrol outside, was summoned back urgently. This subverted their cognition. Although, the admirals present were all stationed in the headquarters, which seemed to be more free than those stationed in the branch. However, with this freedom comes the problem of patrolling the great waterways to ensure the safety of the allied nations from pirates. Now under the emergency call order, even this most basic task has been temporarily given up. The seriousness of the situation is probably beyond their understanding. Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, do you know the reason for this call? A Major General couldn't help asking. On the scene all turned around and locked on Huo Shaoshan's body. However, I soon saw the latter shaking his head and extinguishing the cigar before saying, "Everyone, please be quiet first. I also received a summoning order on a temporary basis, and I don't know the ins and outs of the matter. The 3 generals have already arrived, and you don't need to." The general turned their eyes again and landed on the corridor. Soon I saw that, walking in front, with a gloomy face, he walked quickly. "Yo-yo, it seems that this time there is a big incident, but don't look at the old man, I don't know what happened." Kazuna crooked his mouth and said vulgarly. "On the way I came here, I also met Marshal of the Warring States period, and he should have arrived too." Spoke, Kizaru sat on his ass. The old physician, as soon as Erlang's legs were raised, he saw Sengoku with a livid look, and rushed over with Garp and Crane. Just arrived at the first seat, before the Warring States sat down, he took the lead and said, "Okay, I believe everyone, I am still at a loss as to why I urgently called everyone this time. Not long ago, Lieutenant General Tautu left his post without permission, causing one of the 3 disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates to attack the fleet, and let a lieutenant colonel fall into Jack's hands and become a hostage. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that Laxus happened to be in the Chambord Islands and beat Drought Jack." Having said that, Sengoku looked around the field and said, "Although Jack of Drought was robbed by Kaido of the beasts on the way to the advanced city prison, it also minimized the damage to our Navy headquarters. However, we still overlooked one thing. As Laxus who defeated Drought Jack, he became the target of the Beast Pirates' revenge. Not long ago, in the first half of the Great Waterway, in the Fossa Sea area, a main battleship of the 100 Beast Pirates appeared. The Navy general who was present with the main battleship of the Beast's pirates couldn't help but change slightly. Huo Shaoshan was the first to say, "Marshal of the Warring States, the main battleship of the Beast's pirates has always been active in the New World. The members who are qualified to use the booster fleet are the three disasters, the 6 sons of the Valley, the barbarians, and those so-called pillars. They suddenly appeared. Are they going to chase Laxus?" Speaking of this, Huo Shaoshan paused and said, "Marshal of the Warring States period, is it the reason to call us urgently to find a candidate to support Laxus?" After that, Zeph's personal invitation, Akainu's gambling war, and what happened on the Chambord Islands. The admirals who were present knew clearly that Long Yu was important to the current Navy headquarters. However, in the face of Huo Shaoshan's conclusion, Akainu's face sank, and he snorted coldly, "Marshal of the Warring States period, a mere battleship, is it worth so much work? It's absurd to call all the admirals of the headquarters urgently. You are a bit old and confused. If you let the 5 old stars know, I'm afraid you will be blamed." The stern voice fell, and the unpleasantness mixed in the words was not concealed at all. However, in the face of Akainu's tit-for-tat, the admirals present fell silent. They are very clear about the importance of Long Yu to the Navy headquarters. If the final support candidate is selected, and then the order is issued, instead of wasting time and calling in an emergency, they will not refuse. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 621 to 640. Chapter 621, Kaido of the Beasts. However, if it is really because of a main ship from the 100 Beast Pirates, the Warring States period will make such a fuss. This is undoubtedly difficult to convince the public. Feeling the sudden change of atmosphere in the field, Sengoku's face sank slightly, and said, "Akainu, I know you have a great prejudice against Laxus, but if it's just a battleship. No matter what. The 3 disasters, or the 6th son of the sky, etc. No matter how they hunt down, I won't be overly partial to Laxus, but the person who appears in the Fossa Sea area this time is Kaido." At this moment, Kaido's low voice echoed in the huge office as if it was filled with a demonic sound, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Of the dozens of admirals present and even the generals including Akainu also changed drastically. 4 sovereigns, that is the existence that can make the sea shake by stomping his feet. "Marshal of the Warring States, do you mean that Kaido is chasing Laxus?" Ghost Spider said in a hurry. "The 4 emperors personally went after and killed the people from our naval headquarters. He doesn't dislike shame, and he will also break the war agreement that we tacitly agreed to in private. He's not worried. Will our Navy headquarters have a full-scale battle with the Beast Pirates? The top power in the sea. Except for this group of lunatics from the Revolutionary Army, no one is willing to tear up the face with the Navy headquarters and commit themselves to pursue and kill them. After all, if the main force of the 4 emperors went to hunt down the generals of the Navy, in order to retaliate, the Navy would ask the generals to squat at the door of the 4 emperors every day. The final result, I am afraid the whole sea will be chaotic. No one will play like this unless they are really determined to go to war." Kaido's actions now undoubtedly give people a feeling of breaking the rules of the sea game. The huge conference hall fell into an inexplicable silence. The eyes of all the people present swiped and locked on the body of Warring States. Their most urgent thought now is to find out and face the challenge of Kaido. What is the plan of Sengoku as a naval marshal? However, before Sengoku could open his mouth, Akainu said, "Marshal Sengoku, you called us so urgently, it is not your intention. With the weakening of the naval headquarters, in order to pull an arrogant person, let our naval headquarters, let's go to war with the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Do you know that once the war begins, the weakened naval headquarters will be directly hit hard? Once that time comes, what else do we have to maintain the peace of this sea?" Voice fell, and the atmosphere of the huge conference room changed again. Akainu's remarks seem very arbitrary, but it is not without reason. After the defeat in the War of Ward, the current naval headquarters, but cannot withstand another defeat. Not to mention, he started a war with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Like a nightmare. Damn, Akainu, do you mean, are you going to help the members of the headquarters without saving you? Warring States shouted in a deep voice. Don't forget, Laxus was targeted by the beasts Kaido because of the rescue of members of our headquarters. If people from the outside world know that our naval headquarters are not saving our own people, then I am afraid that it will chill the hearts of everyone here. The expressions of the admirals present changed slightly. In their eyes, Akainu is right in the big picture. However, in terms of love, the Warring States is also not wrong. Who was hunted down by Kaido this time was one of them. I believe that no one wants to see this kind of thing that can't be saved. Marshal of the Warring States period, do you mean to think that the Navy headquarters has to ruin our Navy headquarters for an arrogant person who has not officially become a Navy yet? Akainu suddenly stood up. The hot molten slurry circulated on the surface of the body, and a tense atmosphere spread out from the heart. Seeing the scene that seemed like a palace, made everyone's nerve strings tense. Okay, you guys are arguing endlessly here, and there is a bird to use. What if that kid doesn't need your help? Carp put his feet on the table and said with a nonchalant expression on his nose. These words fell, the tense atmosphere instantly changed, there is nothing left. As Garp said, if Dragon Feather doesn't need it. They are messing around here, and they are useless. Warring States, I also think that what Carp said is correct, first contact Laxus about this matter and then calculate. Crane also opened his mouth and said, what's more, we are too far from the Fossa Sea area, and it will take several days to get there now. If possible, try to let Laxus escape back to the New World. After all, there are a lot of powers that can check and balance him here. As the General Staff of the Navy, his remarks obviously convinced many people. Akainu's face sank, the fiery molten lava on his body completely subsided, and he sat upright on the chair, saying, HMPH, facing the beast Kaido, I think he will definitely ask for help. I advise you, if you can get in touch with him, let him hurry back to the vicinity of the Navy headquarters, so maybe Kaido the beasts will still have some scruples. Akainu, shut up for me, if you don't say it, no one will blame you. Warring States snorted coldly, if you are worried that you will lose the gambling battle in a month, I won't blame you. Chapter 622, You Disgusting Guy. Akainu suddenly became angry. Looking at the two who were almost choking their necks to fight, the crane sighed helplessly, took out the emergency phone bug that Zephyr had left behind, and dialed it directly. Gulu gulu. The call of the phone bug rang out abruptly. Immediately, the repressed atmosphere in the arena suddenly collapsed. The attention of everyone in the field was locked on the phone bug. Mosamoxi, I'm Laxus, is there anything urgent for Mr. Zeph's voice suddenly sounded. When he left in the Chambord Islands, Zephyr gave Long Yu an emergency phone number for the convenience of contact. I'm Crane, this is the phone bug that Zephyr temporarily handed me to contact you. Crane spoke first. She knew very well that Akainu would definitely think it was unfair if the matter was handed over to Sengoku. So the Crane still intends to handle it himself. It turned out to be Lieutenant General Crane. I thought that at this juncture, calling me should be for the 100 Beast Pirates. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and headed straight for the subject. Crane was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, so, Laxus, you are already mentally prepared, knowing that the people from the Beast Pirates will come to you. However, I know that you are a master of art and daring, and your strength is also very good, but the next thing, you must listen to it calmly, and then immediately. By giving an answer can we properly resolve the matter. The nerves of the people present were gradually tense. After all, Long Yu's answer will affect the fate of their naval headquarters. Lieutenant General Crane can just say whatever he wants. No need to beat around the bush. Long Yu said with a smile. He took a deep breath and said, since, Laxus, you are mentally prepared, so I can only say it straight. Beast Kaido wants to kill you. He has already come to the Fossa Sea area in person. I think with his ability, he will find you soon. Now we want to know, what did you say about the strategy, which sounded like a long speech, fell on everyone's nerves, and it was tense to the extreme. Everyone's eyes swiped and locked on the phone bug. That feeling, as if crossing the distance, eager to see the change in Long Yu's expression now. You mean, the Beast Kaido, did you come in person? Long Yu suddenly spoke, and after a pause, he said with a smile, I've been waiting for him for a long time. Thank you, Lieutenant General He, for giving me the information on purpose. The simple answer made the huge discussion hall become, the needle fell. In their conjecture, Laxus, as a junior, heard the news that Kaido, the beast, came running towards his head. Even if he didn't kneel down and ask for help in fright, he should have been confused. However, now Long Yu gave them the feeling that he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Laxus, aren't you afraid? That's Kaido. Warring States was the first to lose his breath and asked anxiously. Afraid that Long Yu was stunned for a moment, he immediately said with a smile, it turns out that the Marshal of the Warring States is also there. It seems that because of my affairs, I am afraid that you will be in trouble. However, Kaido is just the beast. I have waited for a long time, and I already wanted him to try the knife for me. If there's nothing else, hang up first, Luffy, but he's clamoring to go ashore. Luffy Garp's eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't care about the booger on his hands. He snatched the phone bug away, and hurriedly shouted, Laxus, Luffy, is there any? Obey your training. If there is any disobedience, you don't have to look at the old man's face, even if you beat him to death. Grandpa, am I your biological child? You have to treat me like this. Bah, you are not my own, you are my own. My father, who is my father? Luffy's shouting sound also came from inside the phone bug. Hearing this questioning, He-Ching endured the possible booger on the phone bug, and quickly hung up the phone bug. What are you doing? Let me talk a little more. The busy tone coming from the phone bug, Carp couldn't help complaining. Shut up, if you keep babbling on, you'll even pull that guy out. By then, your grandson will not only be yelling about being a pirate, but I'm afraid he'll also be a revolutionary army. Warring States glared at Garp and said, also, when you enter the conference room in the future, it is strictly forbidden to pick your nostrils. No, it should be within my line of sight, and absolutely not. No, this is your senbei, do you want to eat it? Garp pulled out the fingers stuck in his nostrils, took out a senbei from his pocket, and handed it over. Go away, you disgusting bastard. No, why did you steal my senbei again? Chapter 623, Are we leaving by ourselves? Looking at the Warring States that was about to explode, Crane glanced helplessly. The phone bug that didn't want to put away, coughed dryly and said, okay, Marshal Warring States, don't worry about Garp now. I want to know, what are your plans? Now Long Yu has given the answer. Not only that, he didn't intend to seek help from the Navy headquarters, and he didn't intend to run away. Instead, he opened his mouth and said that he had been waiting for Kaido's appearance from the very beginning. He also said madly, waiting for him to try the knife well. If you hadn't heard it with your own eyes, who would believe it? It's all true. For a time, in the huge conference room, dozens of pairs of eyes swiped and locked on Sengoku's body, even Akainu was no exception. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, after the Warring States period changed, he sighed heavily and said, forget it, since that kid has already made a decision. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, I also need to take care of the overall situation. If Laxus can rush back to the Navy headquarters in time, we will do our best to bless him. If he insists on challenging Kaido, then it will be his own destiny. No matter what. The outcome is entirely in his own hands. After these words fell, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was more confusion on everyone's face. After all, in their eyes, facing the beast's Kaido, this kind of existence known as the King of the Sea, who is known as the supernova of the Navy headquarters, has no confidence to face it. This kind of thing, a little careless, it is the end of being hammered to death. At the same time, thousands of meters away from the destination Kingdom of Ruins, the sloop was circling the island, looking for a shore where it could dock. Was standing on the deck, looked at the phone bug in his hand with a smile on his face. He did not expect that after defeating Drought Jack, he would be able to attract a beast Kaido. Along with that, his strength gradually recovered, and it became more and more difficult for him to shake the world and obtain the turbulence value. Even defeating a sea like Jack with a reward of 1 billion, there is no way for this sea to stir up so many waves. This undoubtedly drove Long Yu to target the 4 emperors. Now that Kaido's appearance has undoubtedly allowed Long Yu to prove his thoughts. If this can be worth more, he doesn't mind, and he will go to the mountain for the 4 emperors. Teacher Laxus, Lieutenant General Crane contacted you urgently just now. Is there anything important? Of the Navy, Yin knew exactly what it meant when the golden phone bug in Long Yu's hand rang. However, as soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of chestnut oncoming, and it flicked directly on the smooth forehead. You little gossip, with me, what can happen? Long Yu looked at Ain, who was covering his forehead, smiled and rubbed her head, saying, wait a while, I will go ashore with Zoro. You drive this ship, take Sanji to the next destination. What you have to do is to leave him on the island. Then, go to the Chambord Islands and wait for me to join you. We leave by ourselves. Yin couldn't help but startled and said, Teacher, won't you come with us? If there is any problem, I can find Teacher Zephyr, and he will definitely help you. Looking at the order Long Yu gave them, Yin clearly smelled something wrong. She has not graduated from the Navy boot camp, but it does not mean that she is really a fool. Okay, you girl, why do you keep mentioning that old man's name Zephyr? You are my student now, and you should grow up. Long Yu patted Yin on the shoulder with a smile, and said, there is no such thing as a feast in the world. Sooner or later, you should be on your own and go out to sea to carry out your mission. This is the teacher. I leave you with the first task. If I can't see you in the Chambord Islands, I will spank you. Yin subconsciously let out a soft cry, and under the blushing cheeks, she awkwardly moved her body. Lu Mei raised her eyebrows a little, met Long Yu's gaze, tipped her toes slightly, and leaned forward towards Long Yu. The sudden scene made Long Yu stunned. Is this an intention to force a kiss? However, before he could react, Yin obviously underestimated the so-called cutest height difference. Of Laxus is at least 2 meters in height. Yin's current height is only about 1.6 meters. Standing on tiptoes, it would be good if she could touch her chin. Teacher, here we are. Dusky's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, footsteps came from the cabin. Originally intended to stand on tiptoe and hug the passionate Yin, she was startled for a while, and then she was completely awake under her hot mind. Quickly raised his slender hand and grabbed it towards Long Yu's chest. Chapter 624. The world's #1 swordsman. What are you doing? No, Ain, what are your hands doing? Dusky's voice sounded again. Looking at Yin, the pair of hands like dragons going out to sea just happened to press on certain positions, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Of Dusky's questioning, Yin was stunned for a moment, then screamed, blushed, turned around and hurriedly ran away. Looking at Ain, who hid in the cabin in a blink of an eye, Long Yu returned to his senses, rubbed Dasky's head with his hand, and said, Dasky, I think you are also very interested in this island, you come with me too. I can go too. Dasichi couldn't help but startled, and said, I thought, teacher, that you only have Zoro in your eyes. For Dasichi, she was the first person to meet Long Yu in this small group. Anyway, it's like an old man. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, there are more and more people on board, and the strength of each person has become stronger and stronger. It made Dusky feel that his sense of existence was gradually weakened. Okay, you girl, don't be jealous anymore. I have already handed over the next voyage to Ai Yin, and something will happen next. You just follow my orders and do it. Long Yu smiled and scratched Dasiki's Chong's nose. When something else happened, Dasichi was slightly startled, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. In the face of what Long Yu said, and the scene that happened just now, he was undoubtedly thinking crooked. Mr. Laxus, we have moored the boat, what is ahead? Sauron fastened his 3 sabers and came to the front of the deck. Looking at the gradually darkened, misty and ruined forest, a smell of loneliness and desolation came towards me. This is the ruins kingdom where Hokage Mahak is located. Long Yu did not hide it, and looked forward lightly. He didn't use his arrogance and domineering, but the keen sense of touch that he had sharpened after fighting for a long time has caught the eyes of all around him. Eagle-eyed Mahak, world's greatest swordsman. Zoro was stunned, and looked at Long Yu in disbelief. Half a day ago, Long Yu had promised him, and when he touched the corner of his clothes, he took him to see Hokage Mahak. However, Sauron never imagined that he was directly defeated when he was full of confidence and even chanted the profound meaning before halfway through. I thought that I wouldn't have the chance to meet Hokage so quickly, but I didn't expect to arrive at the island where Hokage is now. But the excitement just came. Soren's mind emerged, and the next moment, a more important matter suddenly sounded, and said, "Teacher, you said earlier that the student looking for the third gambler, wouldn't it be Hokage? That guy, but the world's #1 swordsman, I'm afraid he wants to become a student." Speaking of which, let alone Zoro, even Dasichi, who was beside him, couldn't help but look at Long Yu. In their eyes, accepting the world's #1 swordsman as a student is simply impossible. If he really agreed, it would be a shame that every swordsman in the entire sea would consider it a shame. Hee, who is my third target, you'll know when the time comes. Long Yu patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, time is running out. I hope that guy is on the island. Besides collecting people, I have another thing for him to help with. For the beast's Kaido, it is possible to seek revenge in person. Long Yu still needs to do a little more preparation. With the character template of Laxus, there may be no way to defeat Kaido, or even kill him. But at least Kuroba didn't want to give up this important opportunity." At the same time, in the distant sea area, a pirate ship quickly turned around and left. On the bow deck also quickly called the phone bug. Long Yu didn't know about all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. 3 of them, led by Long Yu, landed on the coast. Seeing Ain in the cab, he nodded, and immediately sail away. Zoro couldn't hold back. He took the lead to look back at the woods, and when he thought of meeting Hokage Mahak, he couldn't wait to step out. However, the footsteps have just set foot on the shrubland. He could react. Dusky's urgent cry rang out first. "Be careful." PFF'd. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and a sharp arrow with cold light shone suddenly in the dark. Headed towards Sauron Lacing. Seeing this violent scene, Zoro's expression changed slightly, and the 3 generations of Onikiri, who had a backhand on his waist, caught him, and the famous sword was instantly unsheathed. When the sound of metal collision suddenly sounded, the incoming sharp arrow was directly shot into the air, and it was inserted obliquely on the tree trunk not far away. However, before Sauron could react, a black shadow flashed behind Long Yu like a ghost. The sharp blade raised in his hand turned even more cold, and slashed down towards Long Yu. In the dim moonlight, I could vaguely see which grim face. Chapter 625, Hokage Mahak's Pet. You chose the wrong opponent. Long Yu smiled and nodded, looking at the sharp blade that was rapidly expanding in his pupils, and moved suddenly. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly echoed. The incoming sharp blade was instantly pinched by 2 fingers before it was an inch away from Long Yu. The violent scene made the attacker's pupils shrink, his face full of disbelief. No, it should be said that the animals that attacked were full of disbelief. It's a baboon. Zoro couldn't help but startled. The baboon in front of him subverted his cognition, not only wearing leather armor, but also holding weapons. The sneak attack just now can be regarded as fast, accurate and ruthless. Human-like baboons are native animals of the Ruins Kingdom, and they are also the pets of Hokage Mahawk. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yu chose a relational adjective for the relationship between Hokage and baboon. In fact, this can't be blamed on Long Yu, it must be explained deliberately. A big man stayed on a desert island with a group of baboons who looked like people. If there is such a day, you will be single for a long time, and you will be beautiful in everything you see. Not good to say, evil fire together, chrysanthemum. One tight. It feels like chrysanthemums in the mountains. The mountains are blooming. Woo. With the baboon's cry, he hurriedly drew his knife and turned around, intending to take his way and escape. If you want to go, I plan to let you lead the way. Second fingers of Long Yu's right hand suddenly exerted force, and the sharp blade that was flowing with cold light snapped. The next moment, with the instant Long Yu's wrist flipped, the sharp blade made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and swept straight towards the baboon's chest. PFF'd. Scarlet blood splattered out, looking a little unsightly under the moonlight. The baboon who made a sneak attack, the moment his muscles tensed, fell straight behind him. Bang! The dust stirred up, and seeing this violent scene, Zoro and Dusky couldn't help but be stunned. Teacher, you killed Hokage's pet. No. Long Yu glanced at the baboon and said, Hokage's pet will not die so easily. Won't die. Zoro and Dusky, the baboons who subconsciously look at the ground. I saw the baboon, like a demented child, suddenly sat up. He stuck out his index finger and smeared the saliva in his mouth, smearing it on the wound on his chest. After watching the baboons roaring, Zoro and Dusky were stunned. Where did you learn to ride a horse? Can you heal your wounds with saliva? Zoro exploded all of a sudden. Dusky's face. The cheek muscles are also twitching. This baboon-like behavior is not imitating Hokage, right? Okay, now is not the time to spit, the next thing is the real test. Long Yu patted Zoro on the shoulder and looked towards the dense forest ahead. The first thing that came into view was a pair of eyes that lit up in the dark. Feeling the change in the surrounding atmosphere, Zoro and Dusky's nerves suddenly tightened. Teacher, is this the training you arranged? Zoro bit Hidayi into his mouth with his backhand and said, this seems a little too simple. Simple. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, then I'll leave it to you. Don't lose the teacher's face, there will be good dramas in the future. Abandoning these words, Long Yu walked out on his own. Hokage. Zoro was slightly startled. In his eyes, after defeating this group of baboons, the final part should be on Hokage. Thinking of this, Zoro's eyes couldn't help but heat up. Roar. The roar sounded suddenly. The baboons hidden all around burst into flames. The huge body, under the dark shadow, and the various weapons in his hands, make people feel even more dazzled. Just that all the eyes of the swarming baboons turned around, all locked on Long Yu's body. In their eyes, the baboon who could easily defeat the first temptation, the human being in front of him should be the most dangerous existence. It seems that the presence of too strong is also a mistake. Long Yu lightly nodded his head and looked around, seeing the domineering look, as he rolled back like a frenzy. Under the siege from all directions, Long Yu stepped out. The golden thunder light exploded like a frenzy, turning into a shocking giant, blazing out in the airtight combined attack. Under the stunned expression of a group of baboons, they went straight through the jungle and plundered into the depths of the island. Dusky, it seems that we all let these beasts underestimate. I will open the way, and you will cover me. Zoro tied his turban tightly, biting and saying to Daoyi. The back of the sakura knife is swiftly slashed. Tied, and the cherry blossoms are entwined. Dusky stepped down suddenly, and the shaving in the 6 naval styles was performed to the extreme. During the period of following Long Yu, I have seen all kinds of powerhouses, and Dasichi is no longer the cute and silly white sweet from a few months ago. The face of battle, her decisive attitude and self-awareness of the lack of women's natural physical fitness. The route that Dasichi took was undoubtedly the only one who followed Long Yu. Bang bang bang. Please download Fakin latest chapter to read the novel without underline. Chapter 620th, Dizzying. Flash of cold light, the 3 baboons just failed to attack Long Yu, and they stood firm. Then he felt the cold behind him, and the attack had already hit. However, as Hawkeye's pet, Dasky is obviously merciful and only attacks with the back of the knife. Blink of an eye, the 3 baboons fell to the ground, rolled their eyes, and passed out. Dasichi, who shot, didn't stop for a while, and his figure flashed like a ghost, quickly flashing behind the next target. That feeling gave people a kind of illusion, like a wolf entering a flock, and it was simply a woman who wouldn't let a man. Don't be in a daze and drag the teachers back, but I can't wait, you. Dusty's voice floated. Immediately. Awakened Sauron, who was absent-minded. He hurriedly looked at the back that quickly swept away. Recalling the rhetoric just now, Zoro's face was a little unbearable. He suddenly clenched the famous sword in his hand, and muttered unwillingly. If you can, join the teacher's command earlier, I'm afraid you won't be so passive. This reminded Sauron of how often he was defeated when he was a child. Other hand, in the central castle of the Ruins Kingdom. The old palace, the light of candles is shaking. The 2 figures sat opposite each other. Hawkeye grabbed the teacup in his hand and took a sip, then looked in front of him, the baboon king with a fierce face like Roshan. I don't have anything to teach you. It's a bit difficult to show domineering. With the racial gap between us, it's very difficult for you to understand. Hawkeye put down the teacup in his hand and said lightly. In this kingdom of ruins, besides him, there is a group of baboons that look like people. Although, this group of baboons has almost human intelligence. However, it is still lacking in comparison with humans. As for the gigantic baboon king in front of him, he was the most talented and strongest being among the baboons. The only thing that makes people feel pity, no matter what. Matter how hard Hawkeye gave instructions and demonstrations, there was no way to raise the strength of the baboon king again. The fur clan he had seen before. Someone has landed on the island. Hawkeye brows. It seemed a little surprising. After the ruined kingdom was destroyed by war, it was occupied by him. After losing the natural enemy of human beings, such groups also grew rapidly. Usually, the eagle eye will smell the color and always cover the whole island. Only when I rest at night, I will relax a little bit. Never thought that such a desolate island, and knowing that he exists, there are still people who will recklessly land on the island. Woo! Baboon King hissed a few times, clearly understood what Hawkeye meant, and stood up on the ground. You mean to leave it to you? Hawkeye looked at the Baboon King, who nodded again and again, but did not continue to speak. His expression changed suddenly, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly pulled out the black sword knight on the back of the chair. The black light is like a tide, with a piercing sound of knives. Under the domineering lock of seeing and hearing, Hawkeye went straight to the Baboon King. The violent scene made the Baboon King stunned. Under the thinking that it is slightly inferior to human beings, it is undoubtedly impossible to figure it out, and the eagle eye that was like a brother to himself just a moment ago. Why would you draw a knife to yourself? However, in the face of this violent blow, the Baboon King could only follow his body's fighting consciousness, and hurriedly backhanded and touched the cottage black knife on his back. However, at the moment of starting, the feeling of emptiness made the Baboon King stunned. As a great swordsman, all of his combat power is above weapons in all likelihood. Now that there is no weapon, isn't that the fish on the chopping board? Let someone slaughter it. The sudden scene made the Baboon King stunned in place, unable to react. The only thing he could do was to watch the eagle-eyed black knife rapidly dilate in his pupils. Whoosh! A sudden burst of air sounded from behind the Baboon King. The familiar huge black knife, under the entanglement of thunder, stabbed straight at the black knife slashed out of Hokage's hand at a tricky angle. Is hit, it is like a lacing of thunder, giving people a feeling of dizzying. Bang! The dull metal collision sounded, thunderlight and sparks splashed down, and a tyrannical blast of wind and waves rolled back. Hokage's expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled back the black knife in his hand. At the same time, the armed color quickly spread, covering the black knife quickly. After finishing all this, the eagle eyes turned and landed on Long Yu's body, saying, with the power of lightning that bursts in an instant, it forms a huge impact thrust. This is the attack method to destroy the blade. I didn't expect that the Navy supernova Laxus would appear in a deserted place like me, and he was a master of swordsmanship. Hokage is on one side, but the intelligence source is also well informed. More, Long Yu's ups and downs in the Chambord Islands with Laxus, this character template, are no worse than any major event. Hokage, you are laughing, my sword move, in front of you, is just an axe. Long Yu smiled genially, and threw the huge black sword in his hand to the stunned Baboon King. In its simple thinking, there is no way to think clearly about the huge black knife that it is carrying. Why did it fall into Long Yu's hands? Chapter 627, Throwback. You are too humble. Watching Long Yu return the huge black saber, Hokage also put away the domineering armament and put the black saber back into its sheath. He went straight to the back of the bar, took out a clean cup, poured the freshly brewed black tea on it, and said, during this time, the Navy headquarters has been slumped one after another, and the face has lost too much. Your sudden rise, for this sea, is an unexpected variable. However, I heard that you are being hunted down by the beast pirates, and you suddenly landed in the Ruins Kingdom. It's not just looking for a pirate like me to talk about it. It's that simple. Or did the Navy headquarters ask you to bring me the so-called Shichibukai Treaty? Having said this, Hokage shook his head and said, I have already done my best to encircle Wald, so I don't need to obey any of your summoning orders for the next year. In the Chihuahai, if the tyrant bear is the most obedient errand. Crocodile and Doflamingo are unruly beings. Then Hokage is the one who likes to paddle the most. Every call to order will come. Go on the court with 2 swings of the big sword and then go off the court, neither killing people nor doing real work. But it gives people a kind of feeling, there is no way to find fault. Therefore, in the Navy, and even in the world government, it is difficult for anyone to find fault. Don't worry, I'm here just to ask you to borrow King Baboon. Long Yu took the black tea, took a sip, and looked at the vicious Baboon King behind him. You have to borrow it. Hokage was startled. In his eyes, Laxus took a lot of trouble to go to the Ruins Kingdom, it should be to avoid the pursuit of the beast pirates. Now suddenly wanting to borrow King Baboon from him is undoubtedly a kind of intriguing feeling. Hokage, don't be surprised. Long Yu turned his head and said, I heard what you said just now. The Baboon King has extraordinary academic ability, imitating everything you have learned in your life, but the 2-color domineering is a threshold for him, unless he has the animal system, the phantom fruit, which may enable him to open his intelligence and strength. Can go further. But, as far as I know, everyone has been taken, so it is difficult for baboons to learn to be domineering in 2 colors. Human fruit. Hokage was slightly startled, and said, I didn't expect that, you even know this. Since, you know, the Baboon King's power is limited, why do you want it? The Baboon King did kendo my life. Imitated, but if there is no domineering premise, if the strength is placed on the sea, it can only be compared with the ordinary rear admiral, and it will not work for you. In the eyes of Eagle Eyes, imitation and winning are 2 completely different levels of definition. Imitate is only to have its shape, but not its spirit. Only by winning a person's kendo inheritance, can the kendo power of Eagle Eye be brought into play. For this, Hokage believes that the young man in front of him will never be clear. What others can't do doesn't mean I can't do it. Long Yu put down the teacup in his hand. I believe that the Baboon King should be the descendant of the fur family. He has been trapped on this island for too long, and has such a high talent. Don't you think it is a pity to stay here? The most important point, you should have heard of why the Navy headquarters made an exception to recruit me. The slightly elusive voice echoed in the hall, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The Fur clan has existed for as long as humans. At least, not many people know how many years Zou lived. No one knows how many Fur clans have come out on Zou. No one knows how many offspring are born outside. However, according to Long Yu's guess, with such a high talent and strong fighting power, the Baboon King may be related to the Fur clan. With this connection, Long Yu can try to use the Bone King's bloodline reshaping talent to bring the Baboon King back to his ancestors. It seems that the news from the Navy headquarters is not false. No wonder even Zepha is eager to recruit you into the Navy recruit camp to replace his position. Hokage put down the teacup in his hand and said, however, it shouldn't be so easy for you to help me train the Baboon King like this. Has sailed alone in the sea for a long time, and has survived to this day. He has reached the top position of the world's #1 swordsman. He clearly knows that there is no free lunch in this world. Hokage, you are a wise man. Long Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, and said, Beast Kaido will soon catch up with me. Facing him, I don't have the slightest chance of winning now, so I hope you can guide me in kendo, or in other words, have a fight with me. It's a bit unexpected to play Hokage with you. He never thought that Long Yu's real purpose was to imitate some kendo fur from him, just like the Baboon King. Chapter 628, Persuasion. The most important point is that under the personal pursuit of Kaido of the Beasts, he can still be so calm. Looking at this sea, I am afraid that only Long Yu can do it. This bit of confidence and courage is amazing. Was dead silence in the hall. The Baboon King was angry that Long Yu took his black knife without authorization. However, as Hokage said, the Baboon King has an IQ second only to humans. At the same time, it is also possible to have the blood of the Fur clan, so I vaguely know that the conversation between this strange young man and his own father is related to his baboon's life. Intuition tells it that if this opportunity can be grasped, great changes may occur. Thinking of this, the Baboon King couldn't help standing up and looked at Hokage. You want to go with him? Hokage met the sight of the Baboon King. It can be said that he was not surprised by all this. Seeing the latter nod heavily, Hokage sighed. I didn't expect that you would be able to convince even a beast. I know that you are fighting my swordsmanship idea, but I don't care how much you understand in one fight. At the same time, I will also not help you in the next hunt for Kaido. If you die, your skills are not as good as others, and you can't complain. Hawk-eyed Mihawk, as one of the 7 martial seas, is indeed powerful enough to let him run amok on this sea. However, I also don't want to be followed by a group of small tails. Don't worry, if you put your hopes on others, do you think I can still joke with you here? Long Yu laughed dryly, patted the dust on his body, stood up, and said, however, next, I am not here during this time, I hope you will take it in, my stupid students, they are all good swordsmen. Student Hawkeye was slightly startled, just thinking about it, guarding Long Yu, completely ignoring the guard on the island. After he regained his senses, he quickly swept away the domineering look he had seen, and his expression changed slightly. Come on, go out and see, they're all fun kids. Long Yu was the first to turn around and walk outside the gate. The Baboon King followed quickly. That posture, it was obvious that he had become a servant of the 3 surnames and had left behind Hawkeye's old teachings. Looking at the 2 figures that were leaving quickly, Hawkeye's cheeks were slightly muscled, and there was a feeling of being a girl who didn't want to stay. However, what he cared about the most was Laxus Road, the beast Kaido was chasing him. At the same time, if there is no way, why stay here and ask him to teach swordsmanship? Could it be that a simple fight is enough? Enough to increase his chances of survival. Still hiding these messy thoughts in his back hands, hawk-eyed Mahawk put Black Saber Knight on his back and walked out of the door quickly. Soon as he stepped out of the threshold, he saw unconscious baboons lying on the ground in the dilapidated castle yard. Who were slightly out of breath, stood in the field. I killed 365 baboons, you killed 364, I won. Sauron bit Hidao's words, and said anxiously, ignoring the sweat on his forehead. Different from the original book, now Zoro is under Long Yu's command, and he has learned to be domineering in armed color. The overall strength has improved a lot. Not a problem for these baboons. Most importantly, in this battle, Sauron had been holding back for so many years, unwilling to lose his heart. He just carried out a small universe explosion, and forcefully snatched the last baboon. No, there is one last, and we can decide the outcome. Dusky glanced at her, her hands trembling slightly. Looked up at the gate of the castle entrance, and past the familiar figure. The first to catch the eye is a huge baboon king that is close to 6 or 7 meters. The huge black sword knight and the leather armor on his body caused Soren's pupils to shrink slightly. However, what shocked them even more was the last figure to come out. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. 3 minutes, 35 seconds, and defeated more than 700 baboons. It seems that during this time, your strength has improved, which makes me very happy. Long Yu looked at Zoro and Dusky indifferently. However, your next opponent is not Hawkeye, but the new student Baboon King the first just accepted. The new students Zoro and Dusky couldn't help being stunned. Just 3 or 4 minutes apart, the most powerful humanoid baboon on the island was taken away. This speed is too fast to make people doubt life. Roar! The Baboon King slammed his hands towards his chest suddenly, his fangs protruded, and he opened his mouth and roared. Looking at the Baboon King in a blink of an eye, he directly admitted his identity. Hawkeye Mahawk's cheek muscles were twitching. If it weren't for the trouble, Long Yu would have wanted to beat the Baboon King severely. Teacher, do you think this is the last opponent between me and Zoro? After Dusky glanced at Hawkeye, he took the lead and said, is it one-on-one? If it's one-on-one, I'm worried, it's a bit unfair. For a swordsman, especially in front of the world's #1 supreme swordsman. Chapter 629, Century-Level Steel Straight Man. 1-on-2 Kendo competition is a shame that humiliates Kendo. Mentioned Dusky, even Sauron felt ashamed. 1-on-2, as new students, you all have the knives I gave, but the Baboon King already has the imitation Black Knife Knight, then I will give you a good fortune. Long Yu looked at the Baboon King indifferently. 1-on-2, perhaps an insult to Kendo. However, for Long Yu, the Baboon King has always been imitating, unable to take the most critical step, or there is a defect in wisdom. If Castbone King's bloodline remodeling is successful, once the defects of the Baboon King can be made up, and the accumulation of accumulated resources, I am afraid there will be a qualitative change. At that time, it would be difficult to take advantage of the current Zoro and Dusky alone, 1-on-1. Teacher, this doesn't seem right. Sauron was in a hurry. However, he was quickly stopped by Dasiki's probe and said, this is the teacher's decision. As a student, I hope you don't express doubts. If I were you, I would increase my breathing, regain my strength a little bit, and deal with it. The next fight. Don't forget, no matter what. How many baboons have you defeated in front of you, and the king of baboons in front of you, is the fundamental decision of winning or losing. Facing the solemn Dusky, Zoro was stunned. Recalling the fight with Long Yu not long ago, just as Dasichi said. As a teacher, Long Yu must have seen things they couldn't see. Otherwise this decision would not have been made. For a time, Sauron, who was originally dissatisfied, fell into silence, and then slowly calmed down, preparing for the battle just like Dusky. Are these two of your students with good eyes? Hawkeye looked at Long Yu and said, "However, the strength of the Baboon King is very good, and he has also imitated what I have learned in my life, but based on this alone, I am afraid it is difficult to win the two students of yours. This may be a little bit for the Baboon King. Not good. As the teacher of the Baboon King, I have been with it for a long time." For Hawkeye, it is strange to have no feelings. In the original work, his concern for ghost girls is also often reflected. It's just that as a century-level straight man of steel, it is difficult for Hawkeye's thinking to bend, and it is impossible for him to persuade him softly. However, if you want to keep your eagle eyes open and watch your little brother suffer. Not only is it unfair to the Baboon King, but the eagle face can't hold back. After all, the two swordsmen's disciples fought, and for Hawkeye, this was also an indirect fight between him and Long Yu. Woo! Facing Hawkeye's kindness, the Baboon King took the lead in grinning and roaring, obviously thinking that Hawkeye had underestimated him. Looking at this scene, Eagle Eye felt that his kindness was taken away by the baboons. He resisted the urge to hammer in his heart, and after glancing at it, he said, "Well, you guy, it seems that even the teacher will not be in the future. I don't know. Wait a while, you will suffer, but don't wink in front of me." Gollum, Zoro and Dusky couldn't help but look at each other. In their eyes, Hawkeye is a serious and unsmiling existence. The first time I have seen such a very iron and steel attitude. If not, I can feel the sharp-edged aura of Hawkeye's body converging in his body. And Long Yu testified, they thought they had gone through the wrong door. However, for Long Yu's insistence, let the Baboon King have a 1-2 with them. This level of confidence, Zoro and Dusky, also have a kind of surprise at the same time. There is also a feeling of being underestimated by my own teacher. "Teacher, we are ready." Zoro clenched his knives in his backhand and pointed diagonally at the ground. Dusky, who was on the side, didn't speak, but her high concentration of energy gave her a feeling of being sharp-edged. This caused the eagle eye on the side to take another look. Received the news in advance through a special channel, and knew why the Navy headquarters recruited Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. However, the things that have been heard are nothing compared to what you have seen with your own eyes. At least, in his eyes, the two students in front of them were already very good just because of their rainbow-like aura. This made Hawkeye a little worried about King Baboon. Okay, it seems that both of you are determined to win, and at the same time, you should also have a feeling of being despised by the teacher. Long Yu smiled and patted the Baboon King's arm, and said, "However, I still warn you not to take chances against any enemy. As my new student, King Baboon, let's bring the gift first." Of Bone King and Laxus have reached more than 60% fidelity, so sharing low-level skills is not a problem. What's more, bloodline reshaping is the Bone King's innate magical power, and it is not very difficult to use. Thinking of this, Long Yu's eyes fell on the Baboon King, and he snapped his fingers. When the Scarlet Magic Circle, without warning, built and extended under the feet of the Baboon King. The speed is fast, and it is condensed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 630, Gone. When a pungent bloody smell filled the air, there was even more, a nauseating urge. The moment when the magic circle was successfully constructed, it turned into a big net like blood flowing and came to life, and threw directly at the Baboon King. Roar! The scarlet blood, as soon as it touched the body of the Baboon King, saw it growl hysterically. The baboon, who was in a coma all around, was instantly startled by this irritable roar. They turned over and stood up, their eyes fell on Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, some baboons with a height of 4 or 5 meters were the first to burst into flames. An instant, in the wasteland, and even in the entire forest. The more than 700 human-like baboons that were originally defeated by Zoro and Dusky, like a torrent, quickly slaughtered towards Long Yu. The violent scene made Zoro and Dusky's faces change dramatically. They can defeat these baboons, most of them rely on, divide and break. moment, it gathers into a torrent and launches an offensive together. The destructive power and battle difficulty it possesses are not as simple as 1 + 1. Two of them looked at each other, and were about to block 1 or 2 when Long Yu moved. Bang! One step down, the powerful overlord is domineering, rolling away like a frenzy. Wherever he passed, the baboon that passed first, with his swooping stance, suddenly stiffened and stopped in midair. The next moment, his eyes rolled down, and he hit the ground straight in midair. The torrent coming from behind also seemed to be electrocuted at the same moment, and his whole body froze and finally hit the ground, and he passed out happily again. For a time, in the huge wilderness, and in the forest, the mighty movement of the previous moment disappeared in an instant. Seeing a baboon of more than 700 who fell to the ground just face to face, Zoro and Dasky couldn't help but look at each other, and then there was a hint of bitterness on their faces. The moment before, they were still, complacent about defeating the baboons. Looking at Laxus as a teacher right now, he just stared a little and swept the audience directly. This gap is too big to ride a horse. Sure enough, the tyrannical domineering with the capital of the king. Eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly returned to the gods. Laxus, what are you doing to the baboon king? In Hawkeye's eyes, Long Yu made excellent patterns at will, and the deviation from everything he knew was a little too big. There is absolutely no way to explain it with his knowledge. Feeling the murderous aura locked on him by Eagle Eye, Long Yu didn't take it to heart and said, "Don't worry, the baboon king is also my student now, I just give him a gift, it's only beneficial and harmless to him. If, after the fact, you think that I killed it, you can cut me with a knife." Roar! The baboon king in the bloody water seems to be responding to Long Yu's words. While roaring up to the sky, the blood water wrapped around its body, like a tide, quickly converged into the body. The last trace of blood dissipated, the huge mountain-like body, covered with blue veins, all converged in an instant. The blood moon-like eyes suddenly opened, and the breath that usually brought tears to people disappeared at this moment. Depths of his pupils, there was a hint of clarity. Looks like good luck. Long Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patted the baboon king on the shoulder and said, "Adjust your breathing and digest the current situation at the same time, I believe you can do it soon." The inexplicable words caused Hawkeye and Zoro to be slightly startled. Seeing the baboon king staring at Long Yu for 7 or 8 more seconds, he nodded and sat down with his head cross-legged. Compared with the feral tyranny just now, it was obviously a different kind of feeling. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, this is the same baboon king, they probably wouldn't want to believe that the scene in front of them was real. The vast wilderness fell into a dead silence. Looked as if the king of the baboons had been replaced by a baboon, not to mention Sauron and Dusky, and even Hawkeye. However, after looking at the baboon king who sat down casually, the eagle's eyes changed several times, but he still gave up the idea of asking of baboons instead of pulling down the identity to guess. Thinking of this, Hawkeye took another look at the baboon king, then dropped a few words, turned and walked into the castle. "I'm going to prepare some drinks for you." Looking at the situation, the baboon king still needs some time. "You should also rest." Seeing this scene, the war intent that Sauron and Dasky radiated from their bodies suddenly restrained, and after looking at each other, Sauron could only sit down, rest. However, after hesitating for a moment, Dasichi walked towards Long Yu quickly. "Teacher, I want to know, is it true that women can't compare to men when it comes to kendo?" Dusky was the first to ask questions. The words fall, immediately. Soren's nerves were tense. After all, this question was often talked about by Guina a long time ago. If he was a child, Sauron did not know the importance of this question. So after living for so many years and growing to this level, Sauron clearly knows whether there is a gap between men and women. Now that Dusky mentioned this question, Soren's nerves were tense, and he was eager to find the exact answer from Laxus, who was a teacher. Chapter 631. The dripping stone wears the water, and the soft energy overcomes the rigidity. regardless of whether Dusky as Gleena can also comfort her unwillingness that day. Dusky, are you upset? Long Yu lightly reached out and rubbed Dusky's head lightly. Dusky has long been accustomed to teachers who like to touch their heads and kill. Faced with this rhetorical question, Dusky hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. The fight just now, it was her who had the first chance at the beginning. Sauron was able to overtake in the follow-up, and finally won by a small gap, which undoubtedly exposed Dusky's weakness more significantly. As a woman, the gap between wrist strength, physical strength, stamina, and men's overall physical quality will obviously widen once it lasts for a long time. In the final competition just now, Dusky's wrist was obviously trembling. A thorn that had been left in her heart was provoked. Would you be disappointed if I said that there is a difference in physical strength between men and women? Long Yu withdrew his hand. After seeing a gleam of gloom on Dusky's face, he said, "Did you see the human-like baboons on the ground? Do you think humans can have more strength and endurance than baboons? If they are stronger, then how can you win? Since you have won, where is the victory, skill, speed, experience, thinking, etc.? You have to know that there is not only one way to win, but a combination of factors, which is the final result." Having said this, Long Yu patted Dasiki's head and said, "There is a saying in my hometown, that dripping water is worn by stones, and soft energy overcomes strength." The slightly elusive voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth like a magic sound at this moment. Regardless of it was Sauron or Dasichi, even the eagle eyes that came out carrying the red wine couldn't help but change slightly, looking at Long Yu with a hint of disbelief. As the supreme swordsman, Hawkeye has a deeper understanding of kendo. When I heard this, I became more aware of what it was like. This child is not simple. At least, Hawkeye thinks that he cannot reach this height at all. Dripping stoneware. Ronunk Gangdasiki's red lips lightly opened and muttered, his eyes brightened, and at the end, the gloom on his face disappeared. He smiled sweetly, and bowed. "Teacher, thank you. I've already figured out that it belongs to my own way. Please ask the teacher to continue to guide me in the future. It's good to understand. Get ready, I think Baboon. Baboon King should also be finished." Long Yu rubbed Dusky's head again and looked at the Baboon King beside him. Originally sitting cross-legged, a huge body like a meat mountain, at this moment, the tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The scarlet blood, in the pupils, faded like a tide, and the tyranny that usually occupied its temperament disappeared in an instant. It feels more calm and human. A bizarre scene made Hawkeye's brows frown, and there was a feeling of confusion. "Dusky, do you really understand?" Zoro couldn't help but ask. As a Lukai, he still needs to be trained in combination with actual combat, in order to be able to understand the true meaning of it more easily. You can understand, don't talk nonsense, the Baboon King is ready, I feel this is a tough battle, don't hold me back. Dusky responded indifferently, his eyes locked on the Baboon King who strode out like a shooting star. For a time, the atmosphere of the huge wilderness suddenly changed. Zoro also put the word Hidao into his mouth with his backhand, and tied the green patch on his head tightly. He exhaled and exhaled lightly, which seemed a bit harsh in the dead silence. The moment the three pairs of eyes suddenly met, the fighting intent that had been accumulated was instantly detonated. Bang! With great strides, the whole ground roared like thunder. Baboon King took the lead, with a huge body like a mountain, and there was no sense of cumbersomeness at all. Like a pair of horses, it instantly shortened the distance of dozens of meters and appeared in front of Zoro and Dusky. The huge black knife in his hand flew down suddenly, and it slashed down with an awe-inspiring smashing sound. A single move, the pure strength is released, and even the oncoming wind makes the skin feel a tingling sensation. Facing this violent blow, Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and the muscles in his arms suddenly tensed, instantly inflating like a balloon. Tutu Li Gangluo, Tiger. 3 knives overlapped and collided with the huge black knives in the next moment with a gesture of resignation. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder. Of the huge impact force, a gust of wind was formed and rolled back. Sauron, who was standing below, received this blow from the front. His body was obviously shorter, and he lost a little in strength. He could counterattack. Zoro suddenly discovered that Dusky, who was standing beside him, had disappeared. Chapter 632. 3 Swords Flow, Qinglong Yin, Flowing Water. Cut the rain and snow. The crisp and tender drink suddenly sounded. A figure like a ghost appeared behind the Baboon King without warning. Shiyu held in his hand, without any fancy, like a pear blossom in a torrential rain, pouring down towards the back of the Baboon King. The violent scene changed Soren's expression slightly, and even Hawkeye was no exception. Puff puff, the pear blossom-like sword light of the rainstorm poured out like a frenzy, directly covering most of the Baboon King's back. Looking at the head-to-head with Zoro, a completely different attack method. Hawkeye showed a hint of shock. This shock is not only due to Dusky's extraordinary comprehension ability. More, as a teacher's discernment imparting. Without proper guidance, Dusky may still be trapped in the idea that women are worse than men. Instead of choosing a path that belongs to you. Roar! The Baboon King felt the dangerous aura coming from behind, and before he had time to think about it, he let out a low roar. Who was clenched tightly in his hand, suddenly swung towards his back. Bang! With a knife, the air seems to be smashed 5, normal. The tyrannical slashing force turned into a fierce vacuum slash at the moment of squeezing the air. It collided with the sword light that fell from the sky. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and a large number of astral blades were directly detonated under the collision with no effort. Who was deep in the air, was the first to be attacked by this aura. He clenched Shiyu tightly with his backhand, his delicate hands fluttering like a butterfly, blocking the oncoming attack accurately and without error. When the crisp metal collision sounded, Dusky stepped out of the moon and opened the distance again. If one misses a hit, then pull the distance away and wait for an opportunity. This is the fighting method that Dusky, in order to deal with this kind of power-type opponent, specially thought of. Looking at his attack, he was instantly stopped, and the black knife in the hands of the Baboon King was clenched again. Long Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, the 9-hook jade slowly came, and the moment when the scarlet blood quickly took over the pupil, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel was driven by him forcibly cross-border. King Baboon is known to imitate the existence of Eagle Eye. Can be said that it is more of an opponent of Hawkeye's sword practice. Perhaps, without rebuilding the bloodline, there is no way to comprehend the true meaning of Eagle Eye Kendo. However, now it has been reborn. Therefore, Long Yu wanted to use this fight to copy everything about Eagle Eye Kendo on the Baboon King. Then, with the help of the instant full-level system, to achieve complete marriage. Degree of connection. Bang! The backhand is a knife. The huge black knife in the hands of the Baboon King slammed into the air again. However, this time, its huge body suddenly turned like a top. The air squeezed around, under the tearing of the sharp blade, turned into a sword gang that filled the sky, like a sword blade storm. Formed an indiscriminate slash. Just after exiting the 7th or 8th, Dasiki's expression changed slightly, and Shiyu's hands were quickly covered by a burst of armed colors. The next moment, without any hesitation, the force slashed down. Cut the rain and break the sky. Bang! The huge knife gang smashed out with the force of the knife and collided with the oncoming blade storm. The face of the current intensive offensive, Dusky obviously changed the way to deal with it. Choose to collide with strength and quantity. Sauron, who witnessed this scene, blocked 1 or 2 attacks with 3 swords one after another, and then, the moment he raised his head, his armed arrogance also spread rapidly. The 3 knives instantly turned into the color of black steel, the sharp eyes locked on the Baboon King, and the hands suddenly clenched the hilt of the knife. Out of breath of turbid air, and Zoro knew clearly that to solve the dilemma in the field, the first thing he had to do was to completely reverse the initiative of the Baboon King. 3 knives flowing, blue dragon and flowing water. Bang! The azure light is like water, and the knife light is like a river. In an instant, Sauron appeared in front of the Baboon King in the blink of an eye. The famous sword held in his hand slashed down with a fierce and unparalleled attitude. Bang bang bang. The blade of the sword along the way was shattered instantly. In the blade storm, a hole was torn open, and it went straight to the back of the Baboon King. This blow really hits. I am afraid that the huge body of the Baboon King will not be able to bear it. Sure enough, 1 on 2, no matter what. The Baboon King is as powerful as a river, obviously a little powerless. Even Hawkeye's nerves were suddenly tense. Full body armed and domineering. A low voice suddenly sounded. These slightly jerky words gave the Baboon King a fragrant feeling in his mouth. Not to mention Sauron and Dusky. Even the closest eagle eye, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. Not long ago, he was still having a headache because the Baboon King couldn't understand domineering, thinking that unless he had some chance, he couldn't go further. Never occurred to me that after a short span of 10 minutes, this baboon brother not only spit out fragrant words, but also clamored for a domineering look. Is this a joke? Feilu reminds you. Read 3 things to watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 633. Breathing fragrance. The slight vibration of the air suddenly sounded. The Baboon King's body, the jet black armed color is domineering, and the moment it spreads rapidly, it gives people an indestructible metallic taste. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he raised his hand and blocked Soren's attack. Boom! The dull thunder, light collision sound suddenly echoed. The huge impact force rolled back like a frenzy, and the 3 fighting figures finally pulled away again. Sauron and Dashki, who were also shocked, were revealed. At this moment, they finally knew why they found a different feeling in the Baboon King. This is the transformation of the Baboon King, which opens up the IQ. Most importantly, under the influence of eagle eyes, the Baboon King has already been imprinted in the mind of the domineering knowledge. But being able to remember, and knowing how to use it, are 2 completely different things. Right now, Long Yu helps the Baboon King to rebuild his bloodline and open his mind. Undoubtedly, let the accumulated Baboon King take the most important step. Looking under the moonlight, his whole body was like black steel. The Baboon King, glowing with black metallic luster, looks like an iron tower. Atmosphere at the scene changed slightly. If you keep fighting like this, you don't know when it will end. Of the Baboon King fell on Sauron and Dusky. With a low voice, he suddenly clenched the huge black knife with both hands. This is the strongest slash that I can perform now. I hope you can take it safely. The Baboon King breathed out the fragrance again. When both hands and 10 fingers were suddenly clenched, the domineering aura of armament on the body quickly converged, pouring into the black sword knight in his hands like a frenzy. The domineering black ink, covering the blade of the blade, an indescribable aura permeates the air. There was even a trace, and the black arc splashed out. This is the omen of Lu Ying. Looking at this scene, Long Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his calculations, it is very good that the Baboon King can understand the basic use of domineering. Now even Lu Sakura is almost in control. The next strongest slash is even more expected. The huge ruined battlefield, accompanied by the breath of the Baboon King, climbed to the extreme step by step. The huge black knife clenched tightly in his hand burst out with a clear breath. This made Long Yu's eyes widen. At this moment, it seems to have caught something. However, for all this, Long Yu needs to find the final answer in the next battle. What a strong breath, it seems that the teacher can. Wrong student was chosen. Zoro clenched Hidao's words tightly, and clenched his hands slightly. In my mouth, I originally planned to recite poetry and read the skill bar. However, thinking of Long Yu's personal teaching not long ago, the thoughts in his mind were instantly annihilated. Master, life and death are just a moment. What Sauron had to do was to grasp this moment well, and pour his own, unstoppable will into the attack. Thinking of this, Sauron closed his eyes under the watchful eyes of the public, urging his jerky knowledge and domineering. Looking at this scene, Dusky let out a deep breath. Shiyu's slender hands clenched tightly, and a stream of cherry blossoms flowed, and the next moment, under the stare of her beautiful eyes, the aura emanating from her body quickly adjusted. Who witnessed this scene, was startled at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. He clearly knew that the current Dusky had come out of confusion, and at the same time had mastered his own fighting style. Roar! A wild roar like thunder burst out. Of King Baboon's hands swelled like a rock, and the black saber yi, which was clenched tightly at the next moment, suddenly swung out without any fancy. Black knife flows in the sky. Boom! With one blow, the entire space in front of you seems to be shaken. The power accumulated on the huge black knife suddenly vented out, turned into a black piece of training, and rolled towards Zoro and Dusky head-on. Looking at this scene, Long Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter. If he remembered correctly, this should be the sword press. It is also the difference between Zoro and Hokage in the original book. Unexpectedly, the Baboon King relied on the advantages of brute force and weapons and reluctantly displayed it. Feeling the huge aura coming towards him, Sauron, who closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in the depths of his pupils skyrocketed. Like a phantom, the three knives converged into one line. 3,000 worlds of three swords and profound meanings. 6 style profound meanings paper painting martial body Lu Ying, black iron and slashing rain. Cold and tender drinks sounded in unison. In Dusky's hands instantly unsheathed. Compared with Soren's omnipotence, Dusky's focus is obviously to rely on the advantages of women's agility and to display faster, stronger, and sharper slashes. Bang! 3 slashes, without the slightest suspense, collided with each other. Under the echo of the thunder-like explosion, the violent airwaves rolled back at the same time, and the sharp blades of slashing, like a torrential rain, shot towards all directions. The surrounding trees and deserted rocks, along with the broken stone pillars outside the castle, were the first to be affected. Chapter 634, Ignorance. Facing the aftermath of the incoming attack, Hokage also took out the black knife and blocked it. Only, Long Yu was still standing in the same place, with a pair of blood moon-like eyes, 9-hook jade madly turned. Combine everything in front of you, combine your own abilities and knife skills, and quickly combine them. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, learning the black knife Yi Liukong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have learned the 3,000 worlds of the three swords. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, learning the paper-painted martial arts body, Sakura, black iron, and rain. The ethereal prompting sounds of the three systems reverberated in Long Yu's mind. Feeling the complicated flow of information, Long Yu did not immediately. I went to browse, but closed my eyes and quickly deduced. Phew, the tyrannical collision of air waves rolled back, and it lasted for 7 or 8 seconds before it completely calmed down. Staying in the ruins, the diffuse sand and dust dissipated. The three figures were still standing in place. Starting from the collision center, one after another hideous ravines spread quickly like sharp claws. Hokage glanced at the Baboon Queen, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Okay, this battle is a draw. Let's go here, and if we continue to fight, we will not be able to distinguish the winner." Laxus, what do you think? Voice fell. Long Yu slowly opened his eyes, raised his head and looked down, saying, "Hokage, decide according to what you said. Next, they will be handed over to you. It seems that we have to stay after the battle, but that guy arrived early." "The guy is here." Hawkeye's expression changed slightly. He just wanted to know the result urgently, ignoring the vigilance around him. Most importantly, Long Yu used a method similar to Anilu to use thunder and lightning combined with his own knowledge and domineering. Once someone appears within a dozen nautical miles, Long Yu can clearly perceive it. Teacher, what's going on? Zoro shook his hands slightly, took off the word Hidao in his mouth and said, why don't you leave it to me to deal with it? The last battle just now was obviously not enough for Sauron, who had just figured out the endless belief in Kendo. Little devil, that's not what you can do now, just stay here. Hawkeye glanced at Sauron and said lightly. It can be said that after watching the battle with his own eyes, Long's fighting style and will is very similar to his philosophy. Based on his eyes alone, Hawkeye believed that Zoro was a very good swordsman. Only thing that felt a pity was that Long Yu was the first to meet him. Not an opponent I can deal with. Zoro was slightly startled. Questions. He saw Hawkeye turned and walked into the castle. 7 or 8 seconds, he walked out again. However, this time, there was a dusty wooden box in his hand. This wooden box is 1 meter long, with various strange patterns carved on it, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. Looking at how empty-handed you are, you probably didn't have a weapon ready. Originally, this thing was meant to be given to that guy, but I didn't expect to lose an arm in the East China Sea. This time it's a bargain for you. Hawkeye threw the wooden box to Long Yu. For a long time, I haven't met a person who can fight, come back alive and return the things to me. Don't forget, you still owe me a fight. Who has always been taciturn, suddenly turned into a talker. Long Yu was also a little unaccustomed to it. However, as Hawkeye said, opponents are hard to come by. In particular, it is more difficult for the opponents to have similar smells. Looking down at the heavy wooden box in his hand, Long Yu smiled genially, thank you so much. Roar. The sound of dragon roar suddenly sounded like thunder. In the originally bright night sky, like the gathering of wind and clouds, a large cloud of lead appeared. Stream of thunder light, a huge black shadow quickly shuttled through it. Facing this violent scene, the expressions of Zoro and Dusky couldn't help but change dramatically. Roar. The sound of dragon roar, mixed with the smell of cloud-piercing cracking stone, rolled away. A huge black shadow quickly shuttled through the lead cloud. Everyone could react. A huge dragon head rushed out from the dense cloud of lead. Under the blood moon-like eyes, the 2 dragon beards gave people a feeling of fluttering in the wind. Gaze was in vain, across the endless time and space, and locked on Long Yu's body. Laxus, you brat, I finally found you. The short words rolled and scattered like thunder. Looking at this huge figure and exaggerated way of appearing, the expressions of Dusky and Zoro changed drastically. It can be said that they are not ignorant people who are just out of the sea. After experiencing the riots in the Chambord archipelago, I clearly know the origin of the giant dragon in front of me. Kaido of the Beasts. This is one of the 4 emperors of the sea in the New World, the admiral of the Beasts pirates. Now, in order to avenge Jack, he came from the New World in person. Chapter 635, Ruins Kingdom Island. Committed to a younger generation, if you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Teacher. Sauron was in a hurry. However, as soon as he blurted out the words, he was pulled down by the eagle-eyed probe. In the northwest of this island, there is a deserted island. Where can you go? As the master of the Ruins Kingdom, Hawkeye didn't plant the flag here to declare sovereignty, but he also didn't want to make a nest and let Long Yu and Kaido fight here. After all, after this brief contact, Hawkeye clearly knew that the young man in front of him was not as simple as the one in front of him. It is unimaginable what the outcome will be once the war begins. Otherwise, Hawkeye would not take out the treasure at the bottom of the box and bet on Long Yu casually. Understood, then I'll go first. Long Yu smiled lightly. After looking up at Kaido, he said, since you're here, just follow me and don't cause trouble for others. Voice fell, and the lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, turning it into a drill, and lacing towards the deserted island pointed by the eagle eye. In the face of Long Yu's actions, if it were changed to the usual, Kaido would definitely ignore it, and start a violent attack. The eagle-eyed Mihawk standing in front of the wilderness castle below. In front of the title of the world's #1 swordsman, Kaido could only snort uncomfortably and temporarily put away his willfulness. The huge body slammed down suddenly, chasing after Long Yu. Seeing the two figures leaving quickly, Zoro and Dasuke couldn't help but look anxious. They knew very well that Long Yu didn't let them intervene just now, just because he didn't want them to be involved in this matter. Let's go, I think you all want to watch the battle too, but without my approval, you must not shoot. Hawkeye said indifferently. Once you take action, the agreement between me and that guy will be voided. Kaido wants to kill you, but I don't care. Facing Kaido, Hawkeye is not afraid, but when he thinks of that crazy way of thinking. With that suicidal temperament, Hawkeye doesn't want to be stared at by a lunatic. Don't worry, if the time comes, we are not afraid of death. Sauron put the three famous swords in their sheaths, turned and chased after them quickly. Compared with Sauron, Dusky remained silent. But the decisive color in the beautiful eyes showed no meaning. I'm going too. The Baboon King said awkwardly. With his backhand, he quickly followed. For a time, in the huge ruins of the war, only Hawkeye was left hanging on the spot. Hey, where did that guy get his charm, so that these guys are not afraid of death? I don't want to wipe your ass for you, don't die for me. Hawkeye sighed helplessly, and quickly followed. Island of the Kingdom of Ruins, 7 or 8 pirate ships gathered quickly in all directions. At the same time, a two-masted sailboat in the shape of a news bird was fast approaching. As the big news Morgans who controls the first-hand news information in the New World, he is obviously standing on the deck of the sailboat. It can be said that as soon as they got the information that the beast pirates were chasing and killing Laxus, Big News Morgans, with the so-called news sense, captured this incident as not easy. Directly let people control the headquarters, and fly across the sea to the nearby island. Half a day ago, after getting the information that Kaido was in person, he rushed over. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, Kaido the Beast flew out from the desert island in front, and it seems that Laxus is in front of him. A news practitioner was the first to shout in a hurry. They came out. Morgans looked anxious, quickly grabbed the telescope, and said anxiously, "Did those two guys fight? This is big news. Let me broadcast it quickly. The supernova of the Navy will meet Kaido, the chief commander of the Beast Pirates, and what will spark out? It really makes people eager to know. Hey, even Jack, one of the 3 disasters, is here. Didn't that guy dislike Shane last time?" Looking at the editor-in-chief who opened his mouth and ran the train with his mouth full. The newsman on the deck almost gagged Morgans. They didn't want to be targeted by the Beast Pirates, that group of lunatics. "Boss Jack, what should we do now?" The distance, 7 pirate ships gathered together. On the deck of the leading ship, Jack looked gloomily from afar and said, "You bastard, dare to attack me. Give me up to catch up with Boss Kaido at full speed, and I will sink that kid into the sea." Island. Hiphister's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Boss Kaido said, let's not hinder him from recruiting that kid and rush to the island. If we make Boss Kaido unhappy, I'm afraid. For Moody, drink high and then spit fragrant fragrance. And even Kaido, who swings a mace and plays bowling. The people present did not tend to be abused." "Damn, do you mean that if you're afraid of Kaido boss, you're not afraid of me?" Jack's face sank, and an angry roar rose. "Whoever dares to go against my will, I will cut him in half." Chapter 636, Not the One Who Suffers. "I want to sink that kid into the sea with my own hands. Even if he kneels and begs Kaido to join the Beast Pirates, it won't change at all. The rolling voices have a dignified taste." Seeing the boyish outburst of Jack, Hiphister's expression stiffened, and he could only turn around to give an order. As Jack's confidant, he is also a member of the Beast Pirates. He knew very well that the 100 Beast Pirates didn't have many things, and they had the most lunatics. If he doesn't go, I'm afraid he will really be killed. With Jack's order falling, the 7 pirates had to bite the bullet, speed up, and rush to the deserted island. For a time, what happened in the Fossa waters quickly spread throughout the great waterway under the broadcast of Morgan's New World, Unknown Sea area, in the Hive Island. As the lair of Lox, the former pirate overlord, after the Battle of the Island of Gods. With Lox being killed by Garp and Roger together, the once brilliant Lox pirates completely collapsed. After the split, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the sea, became the owner of Honeycomb Island. The huge Moby Dick is moored on the coast. An iron tower-like figure stood on the bow deck, looking down at the 2 people fighting below. "Dad, there is a big incident, do you need to tell Ace?" Marco came hurriedly in the cabin with the phone bug. The captains scattered around, drinking and sleeping, reacted one after another and looked at Marco unexpectedly. As the captain of the first team, and the strongest on the ship, second only to Whitebeard, they rarely see Marco showing such an anxious look. "Brother Marco, something happened that I can't tell me." Ace's voice suddenly sounded. Soon a swirl of fiery flames was seen, detonating on the coast with a bang. After turning into a flame that soared into the sky, Ace's figure shot out from it and finally landed on the deck of the ship. Rayleigh, who was still training at the beginning, reluctantly stuck the iron rod on the ground, took out the wine jug and took a sip, and then also dodged and boarded the boat. Riley was a little helpless about Ace's slacking halfway through, and wanted to know what was going on that made the dignified Whitebeard first team captain Marco show such an anxious expression. Feeling the gazes all around him, Mar subconsciously looked at Whitebeard. "Just say it, man." Whitebeard said, slightly displeased. In his eyes, except for one Rayleigh, they are all his godsons. If there are any secrets, it will make this family more estranged. Looking at this scene, Marco sighed helplessly. "I received urgent information just now that the madman Kaido has appeared in the Fossa Sea area. I remember that the Fossa Sea area was in the first half of the Great Waterway. That lunatic would go to that kind of place. Where birds don't poop, is he planning to commit suicide again?" Whitebeard frowned, showing a hint of confusion. "If this is what you call urgent information, Marco, I'm a little unhappy." "Father, this matter is not as simple as you think." Marco hurriedly explained. "A month and a half ago, in the Navy, that kid named Laxus defeated Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues, in the Chambord Islands. The beast Kaido, not only did he rescue himself, but now he is still in the Fossa Sea area, on the island where Mahawk, the Eagle Eye of the 7 Martial Seas, is located, and he has met the Navy kid." These words fell, the people present were stunned for a while, and there was a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Rayleigh is no exception. "Marco, what do you mean, the beast Kaido guy, personally looking for trouble with a junior? Doesn't this disgrace the face of the 4 emperors?" Whitebeard's expression sank, and he said sternly. "The 4 emperors have lived for a long time. In the eyes of Whitebeard, nothing is more important than fame. If it wasn't for honor, in the original book, the red-haired Shanks persuaded him again and again, and at the same time he personally boarded the ship and met with the Whitebeard. Preventing Ace from chasing Blackbeard alone will not be strictly rejected by Whitebeard. Right now, Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors, is undoubtedly ashamed of Kaido's actions. Most importantly, Kaido made his own move, in case the stepping stone he chose for Ace was destroyed. For him, he didn't want to see it. What's the reaction from the Navy?" Whitebeard said in a deep voice. "That boy has the strength to defeat one of the 3 disasters, Jack Drought. Once he really joins the Navy headquarters, he will definitely be able to shine. It is not impossible to become a general. With the urination of the Warring States period, he will never let that guy be recruited by Kaido, or killed. Right now, Kaido will not hesitate to take action personally. If the Warring States period must protect that kid, I am afraid it will lead to a full-scale war." Riley couldn't hold his breath. He never imagined that after the separation of the Chambord Islands, Long Yu's tossing ability would have grown to such a level. Rayleigh is right, Kaido's madman is not the one who suffers. Don't forget that behind him is Odin's Wano country, and that bastard serpent. The combined main force of his subordinates is 60,000. Whitebeard agreed in a deep voice. And those affiliated pirate regiments, among the four of us, there are more troops than that guy Lingling. I'm afraid it will reach 150,000. Chapter 637, Like a Person. As the four emperors, the threshold for joining Kaido is very low. As long as you have the ability of animal devil fruit, or are willing to try to take artificial devil fruit, you can get the blessing of Kaido. Moreover, among the four emperors, the behavior of the 100 beast pirates and the pirates is completely unreasonable: burning, killing and looting. On the contrary, it attracted a lot of vicious pirates. Just now, when I got the information, I also contacted the eyeliner in the Navy. Marco explained in a hurry. Half a day ago, Admiral Warring States held a supreme meeting to decide whether to use all the naval headquarters to bless Laxus. It was even more confrontation with the General Akainu. In the end, the General Staff, Crane, in order to quell the dispute, handed over the decision to Laxus. The answer given by that kid is to solve it alone. Of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Whitebeard was moved by it. In their eyes, the four emperors were equivalent to their father's Whitebeard, who is now known as a naval supernova, actually gave such a crazy answer. Could it be that there is really a solution? Or is it just plain stupid death? Brother Marco, what's the result? Ace was the first to lose his temper. Not long ago, he lost the stepping stone of the skeleton demon. If even the new target is as crazy as the skeleton demon, it is known as the existence of the new 5 emperors. How could he compare? Ace, don't worry, now that big news guy Morgans is broadcasting, it seems that Kaido just met that kid. It's still unknown how things will develop. Marco took out a phone bug with his backhand. Looking at this scene, Ace didn't have time to think about it, and quickly snatched it away, turning on the phone bug projection. The sound of the radio waves and the pictures constructed by the equipment on board instantly attracted the attention of everyone on board. Compared to Whitebeard's ignorance, Rayleigh was also confused. He knew very well that Laxus was really one of them. But according to his calculations, Long Yuli would not reveal his identity at such a time. He refused the support of the Navy, then how to get out under the eyes of Kaido? With the dimensional version of Morgans, the entire Great Waterway was stirred. Facing the four emperors Kaido, most of the pirates feel shameless when they commit themselves to chasing a young man. But I can only think about it in my heart. After all, Kaido is the 4th emperor, so he can do whatever he likes. Not ordinary people can change. However, compared to this kind of thing, they are more concerned about the beast Kaido who plays cards out of common sense. How will the Navy supernova, famous in the Chambord Islands, deal with it? Naval Headquarters, Marin Vandone. A dense crowd of naval soldiers and generals gathered on the square. Originally, they had heard about the urgent summoning of all the generals stationed by the headquarters of the Navy. However, I never thought that such a big mistake would appear after half a day. The urgent news broadcast on one side directly detonated the naval headquarters. In the face of this kind of thing that the paper can't contain the fire, the Warring States period completely dispelled the idea of stopping it. After all, some things, if you have to stop. Instead, it will backfire. Laxus, you kid can't I? Warring States stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, looking at the projection in the distance, and sighed faintly. You bastard Akainu, I will definitely visit him after that guy, and let him understand what can be done and what can't be done. Zepha's voice sounded from behind without warning. Looking at the shattered teacup in his hand is enough to explain his mood at this moment, which cannot be described in words at all. Haha, Zepha, you old boy, I remember that you are older than me, and half your body is buried in the grave. Garp, who was digging his nostrils at the side, laughed loudly. That lunatic Akainu didn't like to listen to your lectures when he was in the boot camp. Now that he is a general, if he asks you to reprimand him, he will be a jerk. However, you two bad old men, you don't need to worry too much here. I think that boy feels very similar to a person. Like a person. Zephyr was stunned for a moment and said, "Who is Garp? Your brain, when will you know how to think about things? You're a jerk." Garp glared at him, but was quickly discouraged, and said with his hands in his arms, "This kid looks like a thoughtful feeling like the great skeleton demon and Uchiha Ryu. I don't know which guy put this monster into the Push City. I met him 10 or 8 years ago, and I was able to accept him as a grandson." Being a grandson, why does this sentence sound a little familiar to Whitebeard, that old guy, but he is always yelling for a son. Zephyr snorted coldly. However, Laxus and the Great Skeleton Demon are not the same kind of people. Don't talk nonsense here, you old man, or I will pull out your tongue. Chapter 638, Two Choices. Who was suddenly aggressive and guarding his cubs? Carp rolled his eyes and was about to say something. The square below had become a commotion. A picture appeared, that the kid named Laxus finally met Kaido the Beast. My god, how huge is this body? It is completely different from the dragon we know. It is said that Kaido, the Beast, is taking the devil fruit. It should be an illusory beast. Patience. However, confronting the 4 emperors head-on will probably result in a lot of misfortune. Quote. The scene suddenly changed. It became noisy. Let Zengguo Zephyr and others also become impatient, and walked quickly to the balcony, looking at the projection of the phone bug in the distance. On the screen, a huge desert island appeared, and within the lead cloud accumulated in the sky, a huge dragon-shaped body was entrenched in it. The dragon's head glared angrily, and an aura that was not angry was generated from the bottom of my heart. Turning his eyes in vain, he locked onto the one below, the disparate body shape. For a time, an inexplicable depressing breath was born from the heart. Boss Kaido, leave this kid to me. If he hadn't attacked me last time, I wouldn't have lost at all, so let me sink him into the sea. Jack's roar sounded suddenly. Soon, the leading pirate ship was seen, and it washed directly to the shore. That savage attitude is exactly the same as the consistent style of the beast pirates. I saw that as soon as the pirate ship docked, Jack's huge body jumped out from the bow deck and stepped on the shore. When he saw Long Yu, Jack's stern cheeks showed a ferocious taste that could not be hidden. Little devil, die for me. Jack roared. The huge body seemed not to be a burden at this moment. Under the sudden heavy step, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, he went straight to Long Yu head-on. The violent scene instantly tensed everyone's nerves. They never thought that Kaido, one of the 3 disasters, could not help but take action as soon as he appeared. However, this cannot be blamed on him. Since the incident on the Chambord Islands, the title of Drought Jack has become a disgrace to this sea. Most importantly, after this incident was reported back to Wano, there were a lot of reprimands from those 2. It's been a long time now, but it's better for Jack. Chance for revenge. Stop. Kaido's roar suddenly sounded. With the awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air, dragon claws covered with scales fell from the sky and swept straight towards Jack. Boom. The violent scene made Jack never think of it. No, it should be said that everyone present did not expect that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would be rude to the people under his command. Accompanied by the dull sound of collision, Jack's huge body was thrown into the air like a sandbag, hitting the Rocky Mountain dozens of meters away. Bang! The Rocky Mountain collapsed with a sound. Jack's huge body rolled on the ground several times before it could be stopped. Looking at the embarrassed Jack, the people present were stunned. It was originally planned to look forward to watching Kaido beat the Navy Supernova. Didn't even think that I would beat up my own people as soon as I played. Stupid guy, stand by me. Kaido roared angrily. The huge dragon's might rolled away without reservation at this moment. Wherever he passed, it was like flying sand and rocks, and even the seas that were approaching were tumbling with big waves. Witnessing this scene, even the pirates on the 7 pirate ships that were approaching turned pale all of a sudden. Just that Kaido was not as powerful as the pirates accompanying the ship, and what happened to Jack, who fell to the ground. His eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body in vain, and Shen Sheng spoke again. "Little devil, I heard that you have the ability of a devil fruit in the form of a thunder dragon of the animal type phantom beast. I, Kaido, have always valued talents, and now I give you 2 choices." 2 choices. The thunderous voices rolled away like a frenzy. Regardless of. Yes, the pirates who were watching, or those who saw all this through the live broadcast, couldn't help but look shocked. They never thought that when Kaido the Beast appeared, he not only beat up his own people, but also gave Laxus a choice of valuing him. This inexplicable scene instantly tightened everyone's nerve strings. At this moment, they eagerly wanted to see what options Kaido would give, and what actions Laxus would make without any support from the Navy. "Navy kid, whatever. Depending on what you did in the past, I will give you 2 choices when you have the rare fruit, you demons." Kaido spoke again and rolled his mouth. Chapter 639, Arrogant. 1. Surrender to me, I will give you the seat of the 6 sons of the volleyball, and at the same time retain the opportunity to challenge the 3 disasters. As long as you can defeat them, you will become second only to me in the 100 beast pirates. 2. I beat you to be convinced. The awe-inspiring words came out. Compared with the first option, the second one is obviously simpler and cruder. But no matter which one it is enough to show the beast Kaido's value for the naval supernova in front of him. For a time, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. "Fight." Simple 2 words gushed out. At this moment, it was like a thunderbolt, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. In their eyes, Long Yu is not only without the support of the Navy. He is still just a naval supernova. Why can he challenge Kaido head-on with the beasts? This is undoubtedly his own death. What an arrogant person, but just like this, I have the opportunity to sink you into the sea. Jack's roar sounded like thunder. The huge body that was lying on the ground suddenly turned down, and the ability of the devil fruit was brought into full play in an instant. The huge mammoth body gives people a feeling of thick and unparalleled, and the black and ink-like armed color is domineering, and it quickly covers the whole body at the same time. The 2 pillar-like thighs slammed down towards the ground, and the earth shook violently. A large piece of sand was rolled up, intending to roll towards Long Yu. However, this thought just flashed in Jack's mind. No, it should be said that the scene that just appeared in other people's minds shook everyone's nerves. The sand and dust splashed all over the sky, as if a pair of invisible big hands were stirring. Thunder, covered with scales, like a thunder, instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of Jack. The face of this annoying fly, Long Yu knew very well that he could only beat it and be afraid of it. Will you understand what a concession is? Start with a big move. This is Long Yu's fighting style. Jack, no one told you, is it fast to be domineering when you are fully armed? Long Yu suddenly raised his head, revealing a hideous smile full of scales. The 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Not only the sound of squeezing came from the air, but also the thunder light was detonated at once. Just like the space along the way, it gives people a feeling like being stirred by an invisible big hand. The collapse fist of the Dragon King, Sakura Thunder Dragon King. Bang! One punch. Like a sunny day. Thunderbolt, with a deafening smell. The space along the way seems to be penetrated. Compared with the last time, Long Yu was even in the Lei Dun chakra mode, and the 6th style profound meaning was pushed to the extreme. It can be said that this time, Long Yu not only wants to defeat Jack, but also sinks him into the sea. So close at hand, there is no way to hide. No, it should be said that with Jack's huge body, he was like a target, and he couldn't dodge a thunderstorm at all. Only thing he could do was to watch as Long Yu's fist rapidly expanded in his pupils. Bang! A thunderous explosion exploded. The rolling thunder and light airwaves exploded at the moment when the backlog reached the extreme. Endless thunder light poured out like a raging tide, and with a tenacity-like posture, it slammed directly into Jack's body. With the release of giant force, and the power of thunder light detonated. The whole world was instantly shrouded in dazzling light. And the endless explosion wind and waves rolled away like a tidal wave. Wait until all the wind and thunder have dissipated. When the dust in the sky cleared, a figure covered in dragon scales came into view first. The huge body that belonged to Jack disappeared at this moment. I saw that where Long Yu's fist was heading, a huge deep ditch appeared, spreading directly to the coast hundreds of meters away. Wherever he went, everything was razed to the ground. It can be said that the punch of Lei Wei of the frenzy just now completely destroyed 1/10 and 10% of the desert island. Felt as if Drought Jack had been sunk into the sea with a punch. Call. Finishing all this, Long Yu let out a deep breath, suddenly raised his head to look at Kaido, and said, "I'm sorry, I wasted a little time, but I finally sank the annoying people into the sea. However, I think that clumsy guy, with the blood of the fighting fish family, should not let you rush to save it." The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Crazy. Facing the light-hearted look of Long Yu in front of him, he sank Jack into the sea with one punch. Although, this punch seems to be a trick, knocking Jack into the sea. But looking at the whole sea, who can do it? A moment ago, Kaido of the Beasts threatened that as long as Long Yu agreed to join the Beasts' pirates, he would have the strength to challenge the three disasters. Chapter 640th, Income Under the Command. Right now, Long Yu has not joined, and has sunk Drought Jack into the sea. No, it should be said that this blow has defeated it for the second time. If the first time is to rely on tricks and luck, then the second time, it depends on what to take a step back. Even if it is tricky, it will achieve irrefutable results. Okay, what a kid, I didn't expect your potential to be so strong. Beast Kaido was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. Seeing you like this, I really want to be like Whitebeard and recognize you as a godson. No matter what. It's courage, strength, and even the way he speaks and does things, he is exactly the same as Lao Tzu. If I didn't remember clearly how many sons I had, I'd probably think you were my illegitimate son. Speaking of this, the smile on Kaido's face gradually subsided, his eyes narrowed again, and he said in a deep voice, "However, looking at your temperament, I am afraid that it will really hit you to be convinced. Don't worry, the person I like, even if your hands and feet are broken, as in Phantom Beast with Devil Fruit ability, it's all pediatrics." In the huge ruins, the sand and dust gradually subsided. Regardless of, is it the 7 pirate ships watching, or the people who saw the fierce scene just now through the live broadcast? Everyone's faces turned pale. They had heard the rumors in the Chambord Islands. But I never thought that this scene would be so fierce when I saw it with my own eyes. Although, Long Yu seems to be a bit disgusted by taking advantage of the sneak attack. However, on the battlefield, victory or defeat is the most important. Especially between the pirates and the navy, there is only life and death, and there is no ambiguity. It can be said that Long Yu's punch simply subverted everyone's cognition. Especially the scene where Kaido proposed to imitate Whitebeard to dry his son just now. It also gives a feeling of being caught off guard. If you have to say that this is a different treatment, it is enough to see that Kaido values Long Yu, and it is even more unusual. Okay, what a boy, this punch really relieves the anger, and it has the style of the old man. Zephyr laughed out loud, showing excitement on his face. It can be said that from the moment he knew that Long Yu was being hunted down by Kaido, Zephyr planned to support him. Later learned that Long Yu refused all help to face Kaido. Shocked in my heart, I felt more about what Akainu did. Now I can see that Long Yu won by surprise, and a Jack sinks into the sea. The breath that was held in his chest only let out a little or two. Zephyr, don't be too happy, it's time to start. Garp's voice came out suddenly. Who was standing at the front, also grab the metal guardrail at once. It was so powerful that the guardrail was flattened. For a time, the eyes of the three returned to the screen again. Moved. There are no words, and there is no intention to continue the conversation. Just plain eye contact. This time, Long Yu and Kaido didn't talk nonsense at all, their eyes suddenly glared. Two tyrannical arrogances exploded directly without reservation. Boom! The scarlet-colored aura instantly exploded in Long Yu's body. The violent air wave rolled back like a tidal wave, and collided with the black overlord color that rushed out of Kaido's body. Bang! A thunderous explosion ripped apart. A series of red and black electric lights splattered and stirred in the center of the collision. The surrounding space was distorted at this moment. The domineering impact formed was like a difficult wave, sweeping away all around. The wild land beneath my feet was the first to crack open like a cobweb. Along the way, the sand and dust rolled back and went straight to the 7 pirate ships in the distance. Bang bang bang. Where the domineering passed, the people who were slightly inferior in strength instantly rolled their eyes and smashed directly on the deck. What's more, he fell to the ground with foaming at the mouth. Blink of an eye, there were only a dozen or so people who were still able to stand in place after being baptized. Looking at this scene, the expressions of the people watching the battle after the phone bug changed drastically. They have heard that the Overlord is different from the domineering. But it never occurred to me that at such a moment, I would be able to see with my own eyes two people with the appearance of overlords, and they would not try to confront each other too much. However, even more people felt regretful that the dignified naval headquarters actually let these people fall into the middle of life and death. Little devil, the money of the Overlord is really different. I want to bring you under my command even more. Kaido screamed. The huge dragon claws suddenly probed in the void, with a tearing sound of breaking the air, and headed towards Long Yu to catch it. Hit! The surrounding air seemed to be clenched by an invisible big hand. Let Long Yu have a feeling of being in a whirlpool. However, it was precisely because of this feeling that in the battle between King Baboon and Sauron and others not long ago, that kind of epiphany became stronger. It can be said that this time is for Long Yu, who has relied on the system to get to the present. For the first time, I have the feeling of self-renewing and well-fed. However, for now, this scene is not enough. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 641 to 660. Chapter 641, The Level of Generals. Facing the attack from the volley in front of him, Long Yu let out a deep breath, and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like electricity. Without any bells and whistles, he raised his hand and punched it hard. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Thunder Dragon King Collapse Fist. Boom! One punch, carrying Wanjin Leiwei. It can be said that this punch, compared to the fight against Jack Drought just now, was not much more convincing. In a sense, it's still better. Bang! The thunder light soaring into the sky collided with the dragon claw in an instant. The huge impact rolled back like a frenzy. Together with the deserted island that was originally cracked, the degree of cracking was even worse. Facing the unrelenting blow, Kaido's eyes sank. There was a cold snort from the mouth, and the huge dragon claws covered with scales suddenly tightened and pressed down suddenly. Bang! The explosion resounded again. The two forces that were trying to meet each other were broken in an instant. The next moment, under the scattered thunder light, the dragon claws pressed down towards the dragon feathers with an undiminished attitude. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. However, Long Yu was already prepared, and with a flicker of his figure, his entire body swelled with lightning. At the moment when the fleshy wings on the back opened, they suddenly fluttered up. The speed is so fast that it is even more than a few points better than before. Bang! The electric light took the lead and traversed more than 10 meters away under the dragon's claw. Holding the dragon claw that fell with Wanjun posture, it fell in the air in an instant, and smashed directly on the desert island. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded above the clouds. The huge force it brought to the vent caused the entire deserted island to burst into two huge cracks. Among the 7 pirate ships docked on the shore, there were only pirates who could maintain consciousness, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they had already scolded Jack's ancestor for the 18th generation. If it wasn't for him, who would be so stupid to force them to approach the venue of such a big battle? However, no one would have imagined that a Navy supernova would reach such a crazy scene in front of him. Whoosh! The lightning flashed like a thunder in the sky. The moment of reappearing, Long Yu had already soared upward, rushing out of the sky above the 9 heavens. Came to the head of the beast Kaido. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Without any bells and whistles, Long Yu clenched his hands suddenly, and there was a backlog of lead clouds that were summoned by Kaido. At this moment, the thunder light hidden in it seemed to be summoned by Long Yu. Another thunder and light snakes swam out quickly. At the same time, the moment when Long Yu's hands collided, with the magic power of the character template of Laxus, it was driven like a lifeless madness. If you only rely on your own Thunder Dragon Slayer profound truth, you can't confront Kaido head-on with the beasts. Then the only thing Long Yu can do is to use other external factors to infinitely magnify his attack power. Only in this way, it is possible to break Kaido's tortoise shell. Bang! The sound of thunder echoed, and the violent thunder light, in the backlog of lead clouds, frantically gathered towards Long Yu's hands. Distance, it gives the impression that it is like a god of thunder bathed in thunder. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned and locked on Kaido's dragon head. Without any bells and whistles, the battle axe turned into both hands suddenly slammed downwards. The unicorn of the Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Thunder Dragon King descends from the sky. The sound of thunder exploded, and the violent thunder light accumulated in Long Yu's hands instantly detonated. One strike. Lei Wei, who led the animation sky, was like a unicorn, with a fierce and unparalleled posture, pierced through the void, and poured on Kaido's dragon head. Boom! The light of lightning was like a note, directly covering half of Kaido's body. The unicorn, coupled with the power of the Thunder Dragon, instantly increased the attack power of Long Yu to the extreme. In Long Yu's calculations, since his own strength alone could not add even the slightest injury to Kaido, then used Tianwei to increase the attack power to the extreme. In an instant, the night is like day, illuminating the place where the eyes can see. The endless waves of explosions rolled down, and the backlogged lead clouds also collapsed. The huge lightning beam not only enveloped Kaido, but also swallowed most of the deserted island below. For a time, the thunder rolled, the air waves rolled back, and even a large wave of waves was swept away with the desert island as the center. The 7 pirate ships that were originally moored on the shore were instantly submerged by the big waves. What's more, it was directly smashed by the waves. Looking at the scene like doomsday, no matter what. Is it the pirates watching from a distance, or the melon-eating crowd watching the battle through live broadcasts? His pupils shrank all of a sudden, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Punch! The drought, one of the 3 disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates, can be sunk directly into the sea. Now, the animation Tianlei is also adjusted, and he displays a heavy blow like a unicorn. Looking around the whole sea, in this unexpected situation, there are very few people who can take over. To Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network and LT, please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned, and GT. Chapter 642, Make Me a Little Angry. The sound of thunder rolled and dissipated, and the waves of sand and dust that rolled back into the sky dissipated. The huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on the deserted island. The shattered desert island has long since changed beyond recognition. The huge dragon body was smashed into the ruins. Most of the body was submerged in rocks. Seeing this violent scene, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. They knew very well that the strength of the 4 emperors represented the emperors of the New World. The blow just now seemed unexpected. But to be able to achieve this level of achievement is enough to disdain the heroes. Little devil, You made me a little angry. Kaido's low roar sounded suddenly. The huge dragon head was lifted suddenly, and the blood moon-like pupils were locked on the figure of Long Yu in the void. Thundering gossip. Bang! The dragon's tail covered with scales and armor, at the moment when the armed color is domineering. With an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, he attacked Long Yu in the air with a gesture as fast as thunder. One hit. The air was smashed, and the air ripples swayed along the way, and there was even more thunder light entwined and splashed. The violent blow made everyone's nerves tense. Faced with this kind of attack, they eagerly wanted to see how Long Yu would react. However, the scene of entering the goal shook everyone's nerves. I saw Long Yu in the void, and after taking a deep breath, suddenly looked up at the incoming dragon tail. Entanglement of his hands, the armed color domineering quickly covered and opened. The 6 types of profound meanings run, and the moment when the body of the thunder dragon is urged to the extreme. Without the slightest evasion, it collided head-on with the incoming dragon tail. Bang! The thunder-like crash sounded instantly. With one hit, the entire sky seemed to be penetrated. The endless thunder and light splashed down, and the air ripples like a turbulent opening. In the face of this violent blow, the dragon's whole body shot away like a cannonball. Are you crazy? Everyone watching the battle suddenly changed their faces. In their eyes, Long Yu should have various ways to deal with Kaido's attack. However, they never thought that Long Yu would be stupid enough to take Kaido's attack head-on without evading at all. This kind of crazy action is undoubtedly similar to suicide. Kaido obviously did not expect that Long Yu going crazy like this. The huge dragon head suddenly raised its head, and the blood moon-like pupils looked far into the distance. At the same time, seeing the domineering look, he rolled back like a frenzy, intending to lock Long Yu's figure as soon as possible. However, more people noticed that the scales on Kaido's head were covered with a trace of blood. If you didn't guess wrong, the Kiwin offensive that Long Yu used just now, which fell from the sky, may have worked. It's just that this scene gives people a kind of feeling, thinking about it, and terrifying. Even Long Yu's powerful attack only slightly injured Kaido. Then what level must be reached in order to be able to create Kaido? The fight just now seemed to be very complicated, but the time between the two was just over a minute. The battle has reached such a white-hot point. What will happen next? No, now they have to consider that it was Long Yu who performed the strongest attack and only slightly injured Kaido. Then how to deal with the call in the next battle. The slight exhalation sound seemed a bit annoying in this depressing ruin. I saw a slightly embarrassed figure flying back in the sky. Armed with both hands, the domineering arrogance still exists, the scales are covered with bloodshots, and what's more, it was directly shattered. However, it feels like it's not a big deal. However, the only thing that makes people unable to understand is why Long Yu didn't choose to escape after experiencing this short fight and enduring such heavy blows. Hawkeye, teacher, why did he take this blow? He was obviously shot, why didn't he choose to escape? Dusky asked urgently. No, it should be said that as long as they are watching the battle, they are also confused about the scene in front of them. You bastard yellow ape, why haven't you arrived yet? Zephyr grabbed the teacup in his hand and said through gritted teeth. This kid is also stubborn. It was an opportunity to escape just now, so why not escape? Escape. Warring States said in a deep voice. Zephyr, you are too confused, don't forget, the domineering practice of the 4 emperors is not bad. When Laxus was shot flying, seeing the domineering can instantly lock him. With the flying ability of his phantom beasts, don't forget that in the battle 30 years ago, that guy crossed the whole new world in half a day to attack our base camp. If I'm not mistaken, that kid didn't evade and took Kaido's attack just now. Everything is for testing. Chapter 643, The Last Chance. All to test what a crazy idea this is. It can be said that this time Long Yu is facing the beast Kaido, known as the overlord level existence in this sea. A little bit of carelessness may be enough to be hit. However, Now there are people who are crazy enough to take Kaido's attack. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? Little devil, I didn't expect you to be able to take my blow. Kaido propped up his body in the rubble and rose into the sky again. The blood moon-like eyes suddenly turned and landed on Long Yu, saying, "This is the last chance, surrender to me, or die." The rolling voices spit out like thunder, echoing in the sky and the earth, and there is no way to disperse for a long time. Facing the entanglement just now, Kaido's patience was obviously exhausted. The ultimatum he spat out undoubtedly strained everyone's nerves again. They eagerly wanted to know what Long Yu's plans would be under such a decided outcome. "I'm sorry, I just finished the warm-up exercise, let's continue." Dragon feather landed on the ruins. That appeared on his body faded like a tide, returning to Lax's posture. Head, he met Kaido's line of sight in the sky. Under such an understatement, it was even more shocking, but it was the words just now. Crazy. No. It should be said that they are crazy. In their eyes, the fullest fight just now should be Long Yu's full strength. Right now it's a dead end. However, now Long Yu told them that this was just the end of the warm-up exercise. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who wants to believe it's true? Haha, you little brat, you are indeed arrogant enough. Kaido was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. However, I also really want to know, what ability do you have to dare to say such a thing? If you are pretending to be mysterious, be careful that I will twist your head directly. The rapid roar completely pierced the hearts of everyone. A deep breath and took out the wooden box he was carrying with his back. The seemingly solid wooden box was shaken by the sound. A dark blade was the first to fall into Long Yu's hands. The moment of starting, the cold touch, like a rotating electric current, made Long Yu's pores stand up. The moment when the 5 fingers clenched suddenly. The blade even made a soft moan. Black knife night sky. Long Yu looked at the scabbard, inscribed with 3 big characters of 3 dragons and tigers, and couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that the master of your previous generation is also a man of temperament. However, judging from your excitement level, it seems that it has been covered in dust for a long time. This time, how about taking a little dragon blood with me?" The voice fell, and the slight sound of the knife sounded loudly, giving people a sense of excitement in an instant. Connected with the knife. I didn't expect this guy to control this knife so easily. Standing not far from the deserted island, the eagle eye, overlooking the edge of the island belonging to the Kingdom of Ruins, flashed a hint of surprise on the indifferent cheek. However, leading to the supreme swordsmanship, who doesn't want to bathe in dragon blood and kill the existence of the peak, even the black knife in my hand is no exception. It's just that whether it can be achieved or not is the fundamental reason. The slightly sluggish voice reverberated under the night sky. Not to mention Dasichi and Zoro, even everyone who saw Long Yu take out the black knife was shocked. God! Such a fierce boy, not only is he outstanding in physical skills, but also has outstanding ability to develop devil fruits. Could it be that even kendo and dabbling are the most important, and he still holds a black knife in his hand? Does this make people live? Little devil, you are still hiding this layer of identity. I am really more and more reluctant to kill you. Kaido rolled his eyes and said hideously, "However, this kind of nail clipper can't hurt me. I have no patience. I continue to waste time with you. If you still don't die after I lose my temper, I will consider letting you continue to be my subordinate." Bang! The huge dragon tail is once again covered by the domineering armed color, without any fancy. Up the awe-inspiring astral wind, he threw it towards Long Yu Zonkong. Everywhere along the way, the air was directly pumped up. Looking at the fierce attack, Long Yu did not continue to shake it this time. The footsteps stepped down suddenly, and the violent thunder light splattered wildly. Breath of thunder thunderbolt 8 flashes. Bang! There was a flash of lightning, and the whole person disappeared in place out of thin air as if moving sideways. The huge dragon tail took the time directly and slammed into the ruins. The huge impact force caused the rock formations to collapse in response, which was already precarious, seemed to be unbearable, and it shattered a few points. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be completely ignorant, and the lightning flashed every time. The moment the steps fall, the breath expands by 1%. Of stepping is like thunder. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Whatever. It is the speed that makes people dazzling, and it is more that the power contained in each step becomes stronger. When he stepped on the 8th step, he was dormant, and the 3-color domineering in Long Yu's body had been driven to the extreme. The 6 forms of profound meaning, and the activation of lightning, the muscles of the right hand swell to the extreme. Chapter 644. Goodbye, Landlubber. Without any fancy, the moment the 5 fingers clenched the scabbard, a shocking aura exploded in Long Yu's body. That the 8th step stepped on was even more directly broken. 6 types of profound truth and flowing cherry blossoms climb the building at night. Bang! At the moment when the rock crumbled, Long Yu's figure had already crossed a distance of 100 meters, and appeared in front of Kaido in the blink of an eye. The black knife clenched tightly in the backhand, without any fancy, suddenly unsheathed. Om! A knife is fired, and the sound of the knife is like a ghost crying. The pitch-black thunder light turned into a long rainbow penetrating the sun, quickly passing over Kaido's body, and soared straight into the sky. The knife was swung out, the air circulating in the sky in the 4 directions was even more like a gesture of being stirred by an invisible big hand. Squeezed towards the target of the attack. Sword pressure. This is a slash that uses the power of heaven and earth to bring pure vacuum slash to the extreme. It is also one of the characteristics of the Supreme Swordsman. An instant, the black light shot into the sky, and the light from the 4 directions of the sky was taken away in an instant. Everything that could be seen was instantly plunged into endless darkness. An inexplicable and oppressive feeling sprouted out of my heart. Boom! A thunderous roar and explosion resounded suddenly. The black light in the sky came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the line of sight. However, the scene of entering the goal shook everyone's nerves. When I hurriedly looked up at the sky, the accumulated lead cloud seemed to be cut in two. No, it should be said, looking at it, it seems like a knife to the sky. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the entire sea, there are probably very few people who can achieve this level. If there is really one word to describe Long Yu's current strength, then there is only one. The Supreme Swordsman, PFF'd. The low air squeak sounded without warning. A scarlet blood arrow splattered out from the dragon's body. The shocking wound quickly spread from the chest to the shoulders. Under the splatter of blood, it gave people a dazzling feeling like fireworks. Looking at the swaying rain of blood, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Injured. One of the 4 dignified emperors, Kaido, the beast who claims to have the undead monster, was actually injured. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? It can be said that seeing Long Yu who landed on the fragmented desert island again, the people who ate melons were all gasping for air. The White Beard, who is also the 4th emperor, and the Warring States and others, were even more shocked in their hearts. If you haven't played against Kaido head-on, maybe you just know that he is very powerful with the title of the 4 emperors. But only those who have actually fought against each other can clearly understand where Kaido's power lies. Especially after decades, Kaido, who is in his 60s, is now in his prime. Not like the White Beard in the original book, dragging half a sick and disabled body to compare. However, the scene in front of them now tells them that Kaido, the beast who turned into a dragon, was actually broken by Long Yu. Looking at this sea, at this age, there is probably no one other than Long Yu who can do this kind of thing. I originally thought that I would be able to remove one of your arms, but I didn't think it was a little worse. Long Yu dissipated the breath he raised, looked up at the sky, and said, however, Kaido, ignore one thing, nail clippers can kill people. Next time we meet, let's fight again. It can be said that the seemingly tedious fight only took a few minutes before and after. However, facing the beast Kaido, with the character template of Laxus, this is already the limit. In the form of the Bone King, even Kaido's defenses would be difficult to break through. Unless you use the power of the body, you have to fight Kaido. Die. Now that things have progressed to this level, with Laxus character template, everything is enough. You bastard, after hurting me, are you planning to leave? Kaido woke up suddenly and roared. Watching Long Yu put the black knife back into its sheath, his bloody eyes glared, and his mouth suddenly opened. The power accumulated in the body, madly gathered in the mouth. An indescribable aura spread out like a frenzy. However, in the face of this crazy counterattack, Long Yu smiled and nodded, turned into a lightning bolt, heading straight for the sea. Goodbye, landlubber, next time we meet, let's play again. Bang! The figure entwined with thunderlight exploded a large amount of water in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this suicide-like scene, not to mention the melon-eating crowd, even Kaido couldn't help but startled. As devil fruit-capable people, they clearly know that they are the identity of the landlubber. On weekdays, he always keeps his distance from the sea, not to mention, he is crazy enough to plunge into it. This is self-defeating. You bastard, even if you die, I will let you die without a corpse. Kaido roared. The dragon breath accumulated in the big mouth of the blood basin suddenly swallowed out. Chapter 645, I'm Too Hard. A fiery beam ripped through the air. Without any bells and whistles, it crashed directly into the sea where Long Yu had plunged into it. Feeling this terrifying aura, Long Yu had already dived into 1,000-meter deep sea with the help of thunder and lightning, and even changed his direction several times. The dragon breathed in the distance and plunged into the seabed of the deep sea. A dull explosion echoed down. Long Yu directly switched to the posture of the Bone King, opened the portal, and disappeared into the sea. Boom! The dragon's breath crashed into the seabed, and the huge impact force exploded. Huge waves of more than 10 meters were set off across the sea. Which had been fragmented, was completely swallowed up at this moment. After more than half a minute, the seawater poured down like a torrential rain. Kaido, who was running wild, was able to react, feeling the range of the domineering lock. Long Yu was no longer there. Kaido was startled for a while, then roared hysterically. God damn it, I'm going to kill you, no matter what. It's at the ends of the earth. The rolling sound spread like a tidal wave. Of a giant dragon that Kaido turned into suddenly swayed and went straight into the sky. Everywhere along the way, the accumulated lead clouds seemed to be torn apart by a sharp blade. The breath of the dragon gushed out, madly bombarding the sea in all directions. Seeing that the figure locked in the domineering look disappeared without a trace, Kaido was obviously caught in a rampage. For a time, the entire Fossa Sea area seemed to have fallen into the doomsday. That was onlookers was accidentally injured in an instant, and the ship was directly destroyed. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, are we going to retreat? If this goes on, Kaido will go crazy and we all have to die. A deputy editor couldn't help but speak. Morgan's complexion was changing, looking at Kaido who flew to the end of the sky and suddenly stopped, and suddenly looked back at Kaido. The fluke in his heart was completely gone. Retreat, retreat, retreat at full speed. With the command falling, no matter what was Morgan's or other pirate ships, young Fan took the road and fled. The live broadcast that was originally maintained was also directly cut off. For a time, the forces of all parties lost the only connection on the field. However, after returning to God, the mood at this moment became unable to calm down. Especially on the Moby Dick, standing on the side of the Whitebeard, Ace, who used to have a proud face, now his face is obviously a little livid and ugly. When boarding the ship, he used the skeleton demon as a stepping stone. Pity that he is still standing still, and the other party has become the fifth emperor of the sea. Right now, just found a fairly suitable Navy supernova, as well as a one-piece deputy, the legendary pirate to train myself. Originally, I planned to be able to be ashamed and once again become famous all over the world. Never occurred to me that the opponent not only sunk the $1 billion drought jack into the sea with one punch, but also hit a title of supreme swordsman who could hurt Kaido. Can this still make people live? Can this still be used as a stepping stone? I am afraid, if you are not careful, you will lift the stone and smash your feet. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Ace's mind. I'm so hard. Ace, are you alright? Whitebeard turned to look at Ace. For the present scene, the results are given. At Lax's age, Whitebeard knew that this report card was perfect. No, it should be said that looking at the whole sea, there are very few people who can reach this level. At least, Whitebeard knew very well that on the Moby Dick, apart from him, it would be difficult for even the captain of the First Division, Marco, to reach. After all, Marco's strength is biased towards the all-around type, and he has to fight against Kaido, who has defended his body and tempered it to the extreme. At least it has to reach the level of the former leader of the Second Division too, Kazuki Oden. Otherwise, all attacks are nonsense. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Ace came back to his senses and took a deep breath. I am just a little tired and want to go back and have a rest. The tired people present were slightly startled, showing stunned expressions on their faces. However, looking at Ace's lonely expression, he stopped talking and kept his mouth shut. They knew very well that any words could not appease Ace's weak heart. Really, I made you laugh. Whitebeard sighed heavily. Originally, in the eyes of Whitebeard, he thought that getting Roger's son would allow him to break the deadlock that he couldn't break through his own abilities. I didn't expect it at all, but instead, Ace encountered a series of Waterloos. Hee, Whitebeard, you laughed. Riley laughed dryly. Life is like sailing on this sea. You must encounter many winds and waves. If you can't even survive the winds and waves, how can you become a strong person? Riley said with a smile. If Ace can't even figure this out, why not follow Captain Roger's advice? Hide in the fields, and live a peaceful life. Whitebeard was silent. He was not surprised by Rayleigh's answer. Chapter 646, Natural Dark Fruits. After all, back in the day, he and Roger drank heavily under the cherry blossom tree, almost drank too high, and even swore incense. So, I still know a little bit about Roger's boasting ideas. Now facing Rayleigh's words, but there is no way to refute. At least, he never imagined that in the same era, two young monsters would appear one after another in a short period of time. Haha, Dad, I'm back from my mission. And loud laughter suddenly came from the slowly approaching pirate ship. Looking at the sound, I could soon see the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, wearing a sailor suit and combing the nose of the plane, appearing on the deck of the pirate ship. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, the people present were slightly stunned. Joes took the lead and said with a big smile, Sachi, it seems that this time you went to sea, but you have a big harvest. The wooden box in your hand doesn't contain devil fruits, right? All eyes fell on Sachi's hands, even Rayleigh. Feeling the overwhelming attention, Sachi was stunned for a moment, then said with a big laugh, Brother Joe, you really have a sharp eye. And in the wooden box in my hand, there is indeed what I got in the windlass belt just now. Devil fruit. I specifically checked it. The devil fruit illustration. This thing is a natural, dark fruit. The expressions of natural dark fruit Rayleigh and Whitebeard suddenly changed slightly. As the pirates of the older generation, they knew exactly what the value of this fruit was. Whitebeard, I didn't expect to see this dark fruit in my lifetime. Rayleigh's glasses flickered, revealing a look of reminiscence. Whitebeard also nodded and said, I never thought that this devil fruit would fall into our hands after so many years. Dad, it seems that God bless our Whitebeard pirates. Marco couldn't help but said excitedly. The sudden scene caused some of the captains in the field to change their expressions slightly. As the head of the 4 emperors, He occupies most of the territory of the New World, such as the island and other important sea areas. The chance of appearing devil fruit is much higher in ordinary places. It can be said that none of the captains on this ship has ever seen a rare devil fruit. Not to mention Whitebeard and Rayleigh, the legendary great pirate. I am afraid that the number of devil fruits I have seen is definitely no less than 10 fingers. Now I see a dark fruit, although it is a natural type, it is not. The reaction was too big. Father, is this dark fruit really important? Why don't I give it away? Sachi couldn't help but said. As the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his strength is considered a top-ranked existence when looking at the ship. Also in the Whitebeard Pirates, there are still very few people who have become fruit powers. Not that I haven't gotten a devil fruit. It's just that the power of most of the fruits is obviously slightly inferior to their level of identity. It is rare to have a one-nature type devil fruit right now, and even Whitebeard and Rayleigh have praised the existence of it. It is probably the best way to convince the people who have the ability. Haha, Saki, you don't have to care. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, this devil fruit has a lot of origin, but there are rules on this boat. Whoever gets the most precious thing has the right to deal with it first, and if you really don't want it, take it out again. You can exchange it for other things you like. In the face of Whitebeard's remarks, the people present did not have the slightest opinion. It can be said that among the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates should be regarded as the existence with the best relationship among the members. Better than the Red Hair pirates. As for the 100 Beast pirates, there are too many open and secret battles in it. Then Sachi would like to thank Daddy first. Sachi hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Sachi, you picked up a good thing this time. I advise you to take it quickly, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Marco said with a smile. As the oldest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was also the first member to join the pirates. He knew exactly what this fruit meant. Once the trace of this fruit spreads out, I am afraid that even with the blessing of the Whitebeard Pirates, it will attract a lot of ups and downs. Haha, it seems that this devil fruit is really not easy, and it is so important to Brother Marco. Sachi laughed. However, I promised the kid at home that if he got the devil fruit, he would take it back and let him have a look. This is his birthday wish. It's rare to go out to sea this time. I got this amazing thing, and I also want to show the little devils at home. Looking at Sachi with a face of reminiscence, Marco couldn't help but stagnate, and he spoke before speaking. Chapter 647, Dangerous. I'm afraid it's a little too dangerous. Marco finally couldn't help but speak. The dangerous people were slightly startled. After all, they didn't know much about the origin of this devil fruit. What's more, as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, they also do not believe that someone dares to insert a knife in their backs and snatch the things of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hee, Marco is alright. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, you should be worried. However, the father thinks about his son, and this is what it should be. It's not far from Sachi's hometown. Let's take a little detour and walk and lie down with Sachi in person. As long as his son's wishes are satisfied, then let Sachi take it. I don't believe that something will happen to Sachi under our noses. Slightly long voices echoed on the deck, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Seeing that even his father spoke up to persuade him, after hesitating for a moment, Marco could only suppress the worries in his heart. Most importantly, as Whitebeard said, on the Moby Dick, he himself sat in charge, and a group of captains gathered together. It can be said that even if the main force of the Navy headquarters is in person, there is absolutely no way to take half of it cheap. Why don't you eat tiki? Isn't this cherry pie your favorite? A pirate said in a low voice. I heard that you are a veteran-level crew member. Why don't you try to be the captain? After you get the devil fruit, you will also have the priority to distribute it, and now you don't have to look at it greedily. In the original book, Blackbeard was included in the Whitebeard Pirates shortly after the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the Roger Pirates, He fought many times, and he often appeared, and the red-haired Bucky was the opponent. It can be said that the red-haired shanks and the 3 claw marks on the corner of his eyes are the wounds left at that time. If you really want to pursue it, I am afraid that Blackbeard's seniority is higher than that of most captains. Haha, I'm just curious, what's so special about this dark fruit that can make Dad and Captain Marco take it so seriously? Titch regained his senses, laughed and stuffed the cherry pie back into his mouth, saying, I'm an old man with no strength and no opportunity. I'd better eat more and sleep better when I have time. With Captain Ace leading us, the future will be better. Leaving these words, Titch yawned, turned around and walked to the cabin. However, at this moment, his attention was more on Sachi. It can be said that he waited for this opportunity, and he had already waited for the Taihai Navy headquarters, the huge square, and fell into a brief silence. Watching the moment darken. Came straight, and the scene was quickly detonated. My God, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was actually injured. Is this the strength of the 4 emperors? It's really shocking, but I didn't expect that Laxus would hide the identity of the supreme swordsman. It's just that in the end, he actually plunged into the sea. I'm afraid it's too risky. Quote. The huge square was completely boiling. Looking at the chattering Navy soldiers, Sengoku slammed his fist towards the wall. Bang! The walls cracked like a cobweb, and even the entire office shook. Damn, if the support could arrive in time, I'm afraid such a thing would never happen. Sengoku clenched his fists angrily. No, I want to negotiate with the 5 old stars. Laxus' strength and his status as a supreme swordsman are enough for him to be officially included. I would also recommend Laxus for the general assessment. The expressions of the generals examining Garp and Zephyr changed slightly. Since what happened on the Chambord Islands, Long Yu has indeed been hailed as a supernova in the headquarters of the Navy. For this kind of record and reputation that can save the face of the Navy headquarters. Not to mention the Navy headquarters, even the world government is the default. However, as the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr and the others knew that acquiescence was one thing, and whether they could actually accept it was another. Otherwise, half a day ago, after getting the information that the 4 Emperor Kaido appeared in the Fossa Sea area. In the face of whether to support Long Yu, many admirals hesitated. Especially with the opposition led by Akainu, if Sengoku still insisted on going to support, it would put the Navy headquarters in danger. I am afraid that waiting for the Warring States period, in addition to the declaration of war from the 4 Emperor pirates, there are more internal complaints. It can be said that at that time, whether the position of the Warring States can still sit firmly, it is unknown. It is precisely because of this reason that the Navy headquarters has never promoted anyone in an exceptional manner. Unless there is really a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters in the original book. Caused serious damage to the Navy headquarters. After the Battle of the Generals in the later period, the retirement of the Marshal and the Warring States period, etc. This exceptional admission will probably convince these admirals who have been steadily promoted. Now, in the Warring States period, suddenly putting forward such a recommendation action that transcends all levels is undoubtedly beyond their understanding. Marshal of the Warring States, are you really thinking too much? Akainu's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 648, Unruly. Soon he saw him in the corridor and walked in quickly. Then Laxus is just that, if you hurt Kaido a little, you will go and deal with the 5 old stars for him. I advise the Warring States Marshal to change your focus. At least, you have to make sure that a devil fruit person, as a landlubber, can survive if he falls into the sea. This is the real thing to consider. Speaking of which, Akainu gave Sengoku a second glance and said, I really hope that a miracle will happen. If he falls into the sea and is chased by the beasts Kaido, he will still be able to appear in the gambling battle a month later. I will be very happy. By the way, Kyobu has already arrived at the Fossa waters. He said that in addition to finding the Mad Kaido, there are also a large number of broken ships and pirates flowing into the sea. Under this premise, it would be a bit difficult to lock Laxus with the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing. Those words, Akainu suddenly turned and left. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face turned ashen. He looked at Akainu who disappeared at the end of the corridor, and said angrily, "The bastard Akainu is still as rebellious as before. Laxus will come back safely, and I hope you don't lose too badly." Looking at the Sengoku who was suddenly full of fascination and self-confidence. For his maintenance of Long Yu, let alone Zephyr, even Garp was no exception, showing a look of surprise. If you don't see it with your own eyes, and know the details of the Warring States period. Looking at the Warring States like a cub really makes people mistakenly think that Laxus is his illegitimate child. Okay, in the Warring States period, don't compete with that kid Akainu, it's not like you don't know his temperament. Zephyr patted Sengoku's shoulder and said, "In the next time, I can only ask the branch stationed near the Fossa Sea to find out the whereabouts of Laxus. This time, Laxus has shown unparalleled potential, and it is only a matter of time before it reaches the top." Speaking of this, a flash of reminiscence flashed on Zephyr's face, and he sighed. "We are all old, and will soon be eliminated by this era. It's fair to say that Laxus doesn't care. It is the heart, the strength, and the experience of training newcomers. They are all first-class existences. If possible, I hope that he can inherit the Warring States period." Inheriting the position of the Warring States. Kawe was startled and chose to rub the tip of his nose. "Zephyr, just now I suspected that Laxus was the illegitimate son of the Warring States period. Now, in my suspicion, it has something to do with the sample, otherwise I would not have placed such high expectations. No, next time we meet, I'm going to ask Laxus if he wants to be my grandson, but you will call me Dad in the future. Get out." Zephyr and Sengoku gave Garp a single look in unison. However, after such a commotion, the originally tense atmosphere has also eased a little or two. Warring States said, "Okay, let's not worry too much about Laxus for the time being, I believe he will be lucky. However, Zephyr, I heard that you are going to conduct the actual combat assessment of the recruits. In this turbulent situation, is it really suitable to postpone it a little and wait for Laxus to join the naval recruit camp before making plans?" For this session of naval recruit training, the Warring States period also saw many outstanding recruits at the beginning. Only thing that makes people feel pity is because of the gambling proposed by Akainu. As a result, the most outstanding recruits were all picked by him. Now that he has been trained by Akainu himself, I am afraid that when he is officially awarded a naval position in the future, he will only favor Akainu's camp. Once it grows up, over time, it will also form a sphere of influence headed by Akainu. However, these are all later stories. The top combat power of this current class of naval recruits has been cut in half by Akainu and Ryu. Facing the recent turbulent situation, Zephyr insists on carrying out the recruit assessment, which may be inappropriate. Haha, Warring States sees your worried look, you don't really think that I'm old. Zephyr laughed heartily. Don't worry, the sea is turbulent now, but the old man didn't build it. What's more, the attention of the major forces in the sea is now attracted by Laxus, who will pay attention to the assessment of our recruits. Having said that, Zephyr patted the dust on his body and said, I'm getting old too. In the future, Laxus will join the recruit camp, and I also want to retire. It can be said that this class of freshmen is likely to be the last class one will take with me. If I can't take them to the last step, the old man's heart will not be relieved. The most important thing is to let Akainu and the others see. This old man has been the head coach for so many years. Looking at Zephyr who left those words, turned around and left. Garp and Sengoku fell into silence. Only thing that can be done is to hope that at this juncture, there will be no extra branches. Chapter 649, Do You Want to Kill Me? The Windless Zone, some unknown sea area. A pirate ship as huge as an island was standing still, and there was no movement for a long time. On the huge deck, Several figures stood in front of the phone bug with a black screen, and there was still shock on their faces. Lao Sha, are you saying that the ship is a big pervert? Not only does it have the transformation fruit, but it can also make everyone's identity, have excellent combat power, and various fruit abilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid it would be different from the whole body. Like a sea, they were kept in the dark. Walter poured a sip of wine into his mouth and couldn't help saying, HMPH, I don't care what his identity is, if there is a chance, I will definitely kill him. Crocodile's face sank, and he said sternly, if you dare to deceive me, he will definitely pay enough price. As for the former Shichibukai, he is even more ambitious for Crocodile. I thought that in Alabasta, fighting with Long Yu was already his peak strength achievement. Then even as a defeated general, he won't lose too much face. However, Jean Crocodile did not think of it at all. Uchiha Ryayu, fighting with other people is simply crazy every time. Meteorite fell from the sky. Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters, sank into the sea with one punch. Now it is showing the attitude of a supreme swordsman, Bleeding Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? No, it should be said that if you really want to put these battles back, Crocodile can be called a grandson-like existence. Lao Sha, do you want to kill me? I'm waiting for you at any time. The voice that came out suddenly made the nerves of the people present tense. I hurriedly followed the sound, and the first thing that caught my eye was Long Yu, who had torn out the space wormhole and walked out of it. Haha, Captain Kid, I knew you were fine. Walter was the first to laugh. I saw Kaido just now, with that arrogant look, and being slapped with blood by you, Captain, it feels so refreshing. I don't think anyone would have thought that, Captain, you would change your identity and run to know when to bring it. Let Kaido, that bastard, go crazy alone. Looking at Bing Jack, who was standing beside him, who almost dropped his chin from laughter, he coughed dryly, Wald, don't make trouble here, the captain is probably tired after this battle. However, not long ago, Princess Weiwei of Allah, but there was an emergency call, saying that she lost contact with Nico Robin. Robin Longyu frowned. HMPH, that. A woman full of scheming will suddenly disappear. It's not something to be surprised by. Crocodile snorted coldly and said suddenly. When I met that woman, it was her most habitual method. However, the only thing that surprises me is that the woman likes a big backer, otherwise she wouldn't have worked with me for so many years. Now that you are famous, and you have the voice of the 5 emperors, she should prefer to hide under your protection. It seems a bit inappropriate to lose her news suddenly. As Nico Robin's erstwhile partner, it's clear to Crocodile about her style of acting. In the face of Nico Robin's sudden disappearance, he is also confused. On the huge deck of the ship, the voice of Crocodile echoed. Looking at him who was able to analyze in a good way, Wald took the lead in laughing and said, Haha, I didn't expect Lao Sha to have a thoughtful scene. Well, I just don't want the captain's interests to be harmed. I don't want the captain's interests to be damaged, didn't you just keep saying that you want to kill the captain? Bastard Walder, I'm going to fight you. Looking at the chaotic situation, Long Yu shook his head helplessly, and took out the phone bug to make contact. Grumpy. The sound of the phone bug calling rings. Lord Uchiha Ryayu, I am really happy to be able to contact you. S voice suddenly sounded. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, Wei Wei, can you stop talking to me, so I won't contact you next time? No. Wei Wei responded hurriedly, Big Brother Long Yu. After saying this sentence, Wei Wei's whole body seemed to be discouraged, most of her cheeks were flushed, she glared at Gaka, who was smiling beside her, and blushed. A half-month ago, I found out that Nico Robin's whereabouts were a bit strange. After secretly asking Uncle Gaka to follow her, I found that she suddenly disappeared. Uncle Gaka was also stunned on the way. It seems that he was killed by one blow, and he didn't even see the other party's appearance clearly. Princess Wei Wei, don't talk nonsense, I fought him half-assed. Uncle Gaka, I don't understand how half a move is calculated. You girl, you have really grown wings. If you dare to make fun of your uncle, I must tell Lord Long Yu, you're... No. Watching the situation suddenly become noisy again. Chapter 650, Disappearing Out of Thin Air. While Long Yu was helpless, he felt a little more comfortable. He finally understood a little bit of Roger, the Pirate King, why he pursued freedom, not king dominance. However, looking back at the group of old men on the deck of the ship, Long Yu still felt that there were 2 less targets to kill. The silky texture of the hand is smooth, but it makes people yearn for it. Okay, Uncle Gaka, shut up for me. If this goes on like this, I don't need your escort. Wei Wei's urgent cry sounded. Another segment that made the phone bugs noisy, finally stopped a little. When Long Yu recovered, Wei Wei's voice sounded again. Brother Long Yu, after Nico Robin disappeared, I used the only remaining connections in Alabasta to investigate, but I still haven't found any information. It feels like Nico Robin just disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared out of thin air. Long Yu frowned. In fact, he had already thought about it in his heart. In the original novel, Nico Robin is the focus of the world government's pursuit. Except after living a few years of stability under the umbrella of Crocodile. He has been hunted down by major espionage agencies. Who can make Nico Robin disappear without a trace is the world government. However, what Long Yu has to determine now is which espionage agency the person who took Nico Robin is. Where exactly is Nico Robin now? Whether it has been brought to the French island, or has reached the Red Earth continent, the headquarters of the world government. Long Yu must first confirm the whereabouts of Nico Robin. Wei Wei, I'll take care of this matter, I'll trouble you for a while. Long Yu dispelled his thoughts. Brother Long Yu, you don't need to thank me, we need to thank you. Wei Wei responded quickly. However, Big Brother Long Yu, what are your plans, in case Nico Robin is targeted by others? Watch. On the huge deck, everyone's eyes fell on Long Yu. They are not ordinary people, especially Kettle, but he knows clearly what is behind Nico Robin's involvement. If Long Yu really intervened in this matter for one, it would be equivalent to taking up Nico Robin's affairs. Of course, to rob people. Yu smiled and nodded. Haha, I knew that the Captain Kid is not easy, but this old man likes it. Walter was the first to laugh. HMPH, let me state in advance that I just have an old grudge with them, and then. If you make a move, it will be for your own sake, and it has nothing to do with you. Lord Crocodile, are you arrogant? Looking at Crocodile, who was a little too straight, Long Yu was about to speak, and the long-lost system ethereal reminder sounded in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity to activate the 3rd character template, is it immediately? To activate. 3rd character template. Long Yu was slightly startled. Has been more than a month since the last activation of the character template. Now suddenly activated, it will undoubtedly allow Long Yu to be faster and liberate his own strength. However, Long Yu still hopes that the character templates that can be unlocked this time can be more powerful. In case a goblin or slime comes. That's it. However, Long Yu believes that as the son of heaven, a handsome guy who loves to laugh, his luck is not too bad. Immediately. Activate the 3rd character template. Ding dong, please wait a moment, the system is activating the 3rd character template. If you quit halfway, it will be regarded as an activation failure. Ding dong, congratulations on the successful activation of the host character template. The system's ethereal prompt sounded again. Long Yu just felt a large warm current emerging from the sea of knowledge. After reacting, there was a 3rd character template in the consciousness space. Looking at the character descriptions and character evaluations above, Long Yu couldn't help being stunned. This time, I am afraid it is a bit too big. 3 days later, a single-masted sailboat appeared at the mouth of the Chambord Islands. After more than half a month, Jack was originally defeated by the supernova of the Navy headquarters due to one of the 3 disasters, the drought. The pirates, who were temporarily wiped out, flocked to the Chambord Islands again. Facing the temptation to go to the New World, no pirate can resist. Most importantly, a day ago, the 100 Beasts pirates, in the name of one of the 4 emperors, 100 Beasts Kaido, issued a very important announcement. As soon as this announcement came out, the Chambord Islands became the center of the storm. Each powerful pirate group gathered here in order to get the chance to become the affiliated pirate group of the 4 emperors. It can be said that this time, for many pirates, it is a good opportunity to leap to the Dragon Gate. Get out of the way, you broken ship, don't hinder our Blood Wolf pirates from docking. A shout suddenly sounded. I saw a pirate ship decorated with a scarlet blood wolf as its bow, sailing quickly approaching. That rampage gesture, as if, indicating that their bounty and strength are not simple. Chapter 651, Supernova. That's not the Blood Wolf pirates that have been in the limelight recently. I heard that their captain, but there is a reward of 70 million. With a reward of 70 million yuan, if you complete the reward quest of the 4 Emperor Kaido, I am afraid that as long as you reach the New World safely, the amount of the reward will definitely skyrocket to over 100 million. This is an opportunity to join the strong team. If even the Blood Wolf rushes over, I am afraid that this hunting operation will be unprecedented. This is a good show. We must take a good look at it. The pier suddenly boiled. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, on the deck of the Blood Wolf pirates, a burly man with a rough face showed a cruel smile and said, I heard that the woman has already lost her power, let's go to pick it up now. Ready made, it feels really good. Once we can catch anyone on the list, it will be a huge benefit for us. Blood Wolf boss, you are right, as long as we become a pirate group affiliated to the 4 emperors, we will be able to progress steadily in the future, and in the New World, we will be able to develop safely, and over time, we will become a sea with a reward of 4 or 5 billion. Thief, the boss can lead us to become the core members of the Beast Pirates. A pirate standing beside the Blood Wolf hurriedly agreed. At that time, our Blood Wolf pirates will be able to become famous on the Great Waterway, and if the Blood Wolf boss is not good, we can even get a supernova to play with. Yes, the supernova among the pirates is also exciting to think about. Echoing laughter sounded one after another on the deck of the ship. However, in the face of these flattering words, even though he was in his 30s, the old bacon, who was in his 40s, couldn't help but show a hint of pride on the rough cheeks of the Blood Wolf. No one dislikes this feeling of flattery. The sloop that was still blocking the way ahead, the Blood Wolf's face flashed a ferocious look, and said, what a guy who doesn't know what to do. He has already given a warning in advance, and he even dares to block me, just planning to killing chickens to warn monkeys. I didn't expect that someone would hit me on the muzzle so quickly. Jung. The Blood Wolf pulled out the big knife behind his back with a backhand. A trace of drama appeared on his hideous cheek, and under the eyes of the public, his hands suddenly clenched the hilt of the knife. Oh my god, the Blood Wolf boss is really angry. Are you going to show his hand? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it. This shipwrecked person is too unlucky. However, to allow us to appreciate again, the most powerful slash of the Blood Wolf boss, the small life paid is also worth it. On the huge deck of the ship, it suddenly became boiling. Even the melon-eating pirates on the pier were all excited. As a pirate who ties a human head to his pants. The most fearful thing is this sea, there is no lively watching. Woo! Feeling the gazes from all around, the Blood Wolf's face flashed a trace of ferocious excitement, and he laughed unscrupulously. Ignorance, if you want to blame it, you don't know what it means to be low-key. When you hit the muzzle, you can only blame your life for being too hard. Give me death. With a stern roar, the Blood Wolf suddenly clenched the wolf's head with both hands and slashed towards the sloop. Wolf kill. Bang! The sting of the air suddenly sounded. A vacuum slash the size of a mile slashed towards the sloop in an instant. The violent scene shook the nerves of many people. Looking at the slashing towards the sailboat's mast, the pirates present believed that as long as this strike could hit, the sailboat's mast would definitely be cut in the middle. By that time, the sailboat would have been scrapped. Without the wind to move forward, the people on the boat will become fish on the chopping board, and they will be slaughtered by others. Ignorance, if you want to blame it, you will blame your life for being too hard, blocking the road that shouldn't be blocked. The Blood Wolf, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but laughed horribly. However, the smile just appeared on his face. A body like an iron tower suddenly turned over on the deck. Looking at the incoming vacuum slash, without any fancy, the probing hand went straight to catch it. Bang! The vacuum slash the size of my shoe was crushed like a piece of paper. The sudden scene made the excitement on the face of the pirate eating the melon stiffen. The man with blonde hair and muscles that looked like an iron tower, his face was full of shock. Rough. This horse is too rude. Squeeze the vacuum slash with bare hands. No one would have imagined that such a terrifying existence would exist on such a simple sloop. If the Blood Wolf pirates have no other cards, or the Blood Wolf has no other means to hide. I'm afraid this time, I was moving a stone and hit my foot. Does this feel like suicide? Blonde stout man looked down with a cold and arrogant look, and the white traces in his hands, said, is this looking down on me, or looking down on myself? Just now, you seem to say that you can only blame my life for being too hard. However, I want to tell you that this sentence is more suitable for you. Chapter 652, Picking Up Cheap. The cold and arrogant voice, like a magic sound, echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Before they could react, the blond man raised his head abruptly, his right hand like a rock muscle, the 5 fingers suddenly merged, turned into a knife, and slashed forward without any fancy. PFF'd. The air in front of me seemed to be torn apart at this moment. 7 or 8 meters, a huge vacuum slash came at you. The speed is so fast that in a short distance of tens of meters, it is only close in the blink of an eye. That passed along the way was directly cut open, and the sea kings lurking in the sea were torn apart in response. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. However, at such a close distance, it is fundamentally difficult to make a correct resistance. Even the Blood Wolf just had time, raised the big knife in his hand to block, and watched 7 or 8 meters, the huge vacuum slash, quickly enlarged in the pupil. Boom! Metal crashing sound resounded suddenly. Soon, scarlet blood spurted out like a dazzling firework. The snow-white broadsword swirling with cold light snapped, and the Blood Wolf's body, along with the pirate crew, snapped in two. Who got a little closer were also severely injured by the slashing. It was followed by a low crashing sound. The two-masted pirate ship, which was nearly 20 meters long, collapsed on the sea surface like a petal. For a while, screams rang out. Blood, broken limbs, etc. were scattered over the sea. The sea kings that were originally lurking in the bottom of the sea were instantly alarmed. With a big mouth, the pirates fell into the water one after another, and the pirates who had no time to call for help devoured them one after another. The huge pier fell into a dead silence, and everyone looked at the sloop, their pupils shrinking. They never thought that this big man with a body like an iron tower in front of him could perform a vacuum slash with his bare hands. It can also lead the boat with one knife, straight in 2 halves. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would want to believe all of this? It's just a monster to cut a man and a boat with a single knife. What is his origin? Wouldn't he also come for the bounty of the 4 emperors? It's a big reward with a reward of over 100 million inches. No, I have just read all the recent bounty orders, and there is no bounty order for this person. Look, that person's body has grown a little more than just now. The low-pitched chatter couldn't help but come out one after another. Facing the sloop approaching with the wind, and standing on the deck. The sturdy man on top, as if he was doing something trivial, everyone's nerves were tense again. Bang! The man took a big leap and landed on the pier. Glanced left and right, and after the pirates around, he grabbed the burly man with tattoos on his side. The violent scene made the burly man's face change drastically, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sir, don't kill me, what do you want? I can satisfy you." Looking at the pirates who are offering a reward of tens of millions, he looks like a grandson as soon as he opens his mouth. Many pirates couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't help but take a half step back. In their eyes, from the moment he appeared on the stage to the present, this killing star revealed an arrogance from the bottom of his body. Regardless of facing anyone, or any attack, that arrogance is like a natural, lingering. "Shut up, only the weak will panic." The pirate in his hand, Long Yu said arrogantly. "Tell me what's going on this island, or I don't mind breaking your neck." Right, this sturdy man who came aboard a sloop and took the boat with him, was the Long Yu who activated the third character template. "Sir, please don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know." The big man hurriedly begged for mercy. Long Yu let go of his hand and let the big man fall directly to the ground. "Speak. Word," let the big man who fell a dog gnawing mud not dare to object at all, and hurriedly said, 3 days ago, the supernova of the Navy headquarters, and Kaido, the beast, one of the 4 emperors, had a decisive battle in the Fosa Sea area. 4 Emperor Kaido was injured by a naval supernova, and I heard that he even let that guy jump into the sea and kill himself under his nose." Having said that, the big man took a peek at him, and Long Yu, who was full of arrogance, continued nervously. The 4 emperors Kaido, who was embarrassed, immediately issued a reward order in order to let out a bad breath. "No matter what. Anyone who can catch someone related to the Navy supernova can get a bounty of 500 million and a chance to join the Beast Pirates." As soon as the news was released, those who were related to the Navy supernova quickly entered the reward list. Now, there are many people on the island who are hunting a Navy girl. I heard that this hunting operation has been going on for 2 days. Many powerful pirates from all over the world have gathered here, intending to wait for the opportunity to get a bargain. Picking up cheap. Long Yu frowned. Chapter 653, Got it. He never imagined that things would evolve to this point. As a navy and a woman, only the presence of Ai Yin appeared in Long Yu's mind. However, in the face of the hunting of these pirates, why did she not return to the naval headquarters? Didn't the Navy headquarters support Ain? Looking at Long Yu, who was a little distracted, the big pirate man kneeling on the ground, after a trace of hesitation appeared on his face, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Touch the right hand on the waist, immediately. Take out a dagger that glows with cold light. Without any fancy, towards Long Yu's throat, he shot violently. Successful. A look of joy flashed across the big man's face, within such a close range. At the same time, Long Yu was obviously in a state of daze, and the big man believed that this blow would definitely take his life away. The big man did not know the identity of Long Yu, nor did he find his origin on the reward order. However, he can be sure that a person with such outstanding strength is definitely not an ordinary person. Just take the head off, no matter what. The Navy or in the underground black market, you will definitely be able to get a lot of money. When a crisp metal collision sound came out. Looking at the scene of the sparks splashing, and the dagger in his hand, the huge shock force came from it. The big man's pupils shrank suddenly. It's armed and domineering. Is this your desperate attack? It's too weak. Long Yu glanced arrogantly, his right hand turned into a knife, and he slashed down in the face. Bang! The tower-like body was cut in 2 in an instant. Splash of blood, the 2 halves of the body stood upright and fell to the ground. At the mess scattered on the ground, everyone's faces turned pale. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, the fidelity has reached 20%, and the sun without mercy has been obtained. The ethereal voice of the system is abrupt. The character template of Long Yu's awakening this time is from Escanor, who is known as the Sin of Arrogance. A man with the love of the sun god. Closer it gets to noon, the stronger the magic power it possesses. Once at night, it will lose all magic power and become a normal human existence. Of course, under the intervention of the system, the character template of Escanor obtained by Long Yu would not be completely reduced to an ordinary person at night. Only the overall strength, only 1/10 of the heyday and 10% of the heyday. The current character template is only 20% of the fidelity, and the bucket level energy unlocked is only 0.1% of the heyday. However, according to Long Yu's inference, the people of Escanor now of the material template has reached the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general. After casting the unmerciful sun, he can crush any lieutenant general. Where is she? Long Yu returned to his senses, looked around, and saw that he was domineering, and it exploded like a frenzy. Turned into a wave and quickly covered the surroundings. 1,000 meters, 5 kilometers, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, along with the expansion of the coverage, Long Yu's eyes opened and locked in a direction instantly. Found it. Long Yu murmured, the muscles of his feet tensed slightly, and he stepped down suddenly. The whole person shot into the sky like a cannonball. Wherever you stepped on, the floor was shattered, and a cloud of sand was thrown up, giving people a feeling like the ground was shaking. Hoo-hoo! Of rapid gasping reverberated on the deserted shore. Who looked a little embarrassed, clenched the dagger tightly in his backhand, and his pretty face was full of tiredness. Looking at the pirates with hideous faces on the third floor, inside and out, they couldn't help wiping the hot sweat from their foreheads, they could only stare straightly around and keep alert. Ha ha, Boss Lacey, this girl has already reached the end of her power. As long as we catch her and give it to the beast pirates, we will not be afraid of arriving in the new world in the future. A pirate with a face full of excitement stood in front of him, holding a western sword, dressed as a nobleman, flattering. HMPH, Lacey, this is the prey that our giant axe pirates are looking for. Don't interfere, otherwise don't blame me and chop off your arms. A burly man carrying a huge axe said hideously. As long as I get this woman, I will have 500 million Baileys, and I will be able to shoot a good animal-type devil fruit. At that time, even in the new world, I will have the power to protect myself. Zaihu, you are here in a whimsical way. Have you ever wondered if I, the Black Tiger, will agree? Standing in another corner, the man who formed the circle also snorted and said. For a time, the three big pirates gave people a tense atmosphere. HMPH, we're not. During the civil strife, in order to avoid too many nightmares, we first caught this woman, and we decided to belong to each other based on our strengths afterwards. Blonde Lacey took the lead and snorted coldly. I really didn't expect that this girl would be stupid enough to stick here and wait for a devil fruit person who jumped into the sea to commit suicide. Isn't this deliberately giving us the opportunity to join the beast pirates? Let's make a quick decision. Many people came to hear the news ahead of time. Once it is delayed, the credit will not fall on us. These words fell, the three of them looked at each other with a fierce look in their eyes. Chapter 654. The Great Gift. Hands on. Lacey was the first to get up. As the captain, but also as the strongest in the pirate group, the strength of the three-person three has undoubtedly improved to the extreme. The great noble Lacey, who offered a reward of 70 million Bailey, the giant axe of 57 million and the iron bone, and the black tiger yata of 80 million, with the strength of that little girl, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Was standing at the door of the ripped-off tavern, looked at the scene in front of her and shook her head involuntarily. During this time, she did not waste her words in persuading Ai Yin to leave. However, compared with the others who returned to the Fossa Sea to look for Long Yu, Ain voluntarily stayed here. All because, Long Yu said that they would meet in the Chambord Islands afterwards. Seeing that, the three pirate captains who had experienced life and death battles, showing horn-like postures, approached Ain. And Ai Yin's state of being at the end of the arrow, after Shachi took a deep breath of the cigarette, she was about to throw the cigarette butt away to save her. The next moment, his expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Under her domineering warning, there was an aura that quickly approached here. "Little girl, let me be obedient and capture it." Lacey was the first to give a grim smile, and the western sword in his hand, like a torrential rain of stars, stabbed wildly towards Ai Yin. At the same time, the iron bone holding the giant axe suddenly clenched his hands tightly, and the giant axe slammed into the air with an awe-inspiring sound, and slashed towards Ain by the waist. Seeing this violent alliance, Ai Yin's expression changed suddenly, and before she could think about it, she hurriedly stepped on the ground. Shave. Bang. Ain disappeared in place like a ghost. Appeared again, and had already moved 7 or 8 meters away, evading Ryan's saturation attack. In her eyes, as long as you free up your hand to use the Devil Fruit ability, the second person's attack will be neutralized. By fighting back against the third person, the predicament can be resolved. However, this thought just flashed in Ain's mind. Sound of breaking through the air rang out from behind without warning. "I'm sorry, but we'll let you know." Black Tiger's hideous laughter sounded. Soon he saw a seafloor stone handcuff, which he pulled out at will. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it was directly buckled in Ai Yin's wrist. The coldness of the hand is like rolling over the whole body. Ai Yin had been trained to fight against Hailushi. However, there was an accident at the beginning, and Hailushi was liberated not long ago. Not possible at all. Weakening the effect of Hailu Stone, let alone defending against it. Only thing I can do is to watch the incoming axe, and quickly dilate in my pupils. Boom! A black shadow fell from the sky without warning and landed in front of Ai Yin one step ahead. The huge impact force shattered the ground. Looking at the incoming giant axe, without any fancy, the probing hand grabbed it abruptly. Dang! The dull metal collision sound suddenly sounded. The axe, which was slashed out with Wanjun posture, was stopped at the sound, and the strong wind it brought up even swept away a large amount of sand and dust. A figure that suddenly intervened. "Teacher!" Ain screamed. However, when he saw clearly the huge body like an iron tower in front of him, he couldn't help but startled. "Teacher!" Escanor glanced back arrogantly and said, "I am sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a hero who fell from the sky. I can't stand so many people bullying a little girl." Having said that, Escanor looked around again and said, "Are you guys men?" The man present suddenly woke up. Looking at Escanor who suddenly stepped in, Lacey was the first to roar. "Iron Bone, let's join forces to kill this guy first. Everyone uses their real skills. Don't drag and drop here. If others come, they will take advantage of us." However, when these words fell, Lacey still looked at Taiji Yu with a blushing look on her face. Taiji Yu, what's wrong with you? Don't hurry up and get the axe back." Lacey stammered and asked again. At this moment, even a blind man can clearly know that the scene in front of him is probably not simple. "No, he's a monster, he's too powerful." Taigu's sigh of relief was instantly released, and he shouted in a hurry. However, as soon as these words fell, Escanor's hand muscles suddenly bulged, and he took the giant axe directly. "That's how an axe works." The indifferent voice fell, and he grabbed the handle of the axe with his backhand. Without any fancy, it slashed towards the iron bone. An axe the size of a millstone, even its iron bones require both hands to swing freely. However, now, Long Yu, as if nothing, flipped easily in his hand, and slashed down against the iron bones. Chapter 655, Arrogance. The difference between the front and back can be clearly distinguished as long as the person is not blind. Iron Bone didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his hands, intending to use the iron armor on his arms to defend. PFF'd. Scarlet blood swept out like fireworks. The faces of everyone present turned pale. Looking at the iron armor on Iron Bone's arms, it was cut in two like a piece of paper. with its remaining mighty axe slashed him into two halves head-on. At a close distance, hot blood splattered directly on Lacey and Haihu. Seeing that he fell to the ground with a bang, Yuan stared at the two halves of the iron bone that were already dead and could no longer die. A chill, under their feet, went straight to their foreheads. A reward of tens of millions of pirates was offered, and they were beheaded for such a child's play. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Escape. I don't know who exclaimed. The pirates who had gathered here quickly headed to the sea entrance, and the three moored pirate ships fled. Even Lacey and Haihu couldn't hold their breath, turned around and ran away. Seeing this scene, Yin's expression became tense, and he said urgently, "Don't let them escape. The 100 Beast Pirates have a cadre who happen to be staying at the number 5 Island Tavern. If you let them escape, you will get into trouble." In trouble? Escanor looked back at Ain and said, "Let them escape for a while." After escaping for a while, Yin was stunned. No, it should be said that even Shachi was no exception. In their eyes, this arrogant and strong man, as soon as he appeared, would kill the giant axe. Now, instead of letting them escape, the gap between the front and the back is too big. "You bastard, you dare to spoil our affairs. When we return to island number 5, we will definitely tell this matter to Lord West Seaspewed." The Black Tiger got on the deck of the ship. He couldn't wait to roar. He thought about it. He almost caught Yin, and the chance to join the 100 Beast Pirates was ruined by this strong man in front of him. Even the Heilushi handcuffs that he worked so hard to lose were lost. This is simply losing the lady and losing the army. Haihu, shut up, this seems a little wrong, don't provoke him. Lacey stopped quickly. The confrontation just now was a glimpse, as the strongest from the 4 seas, the West Sea. His knowledge is not. Ordinary people can compare. "Lacey, we have already lifted anchor. Even if he wants to chase, how can he chase?" The Black Tiger roared angrily. "When I go back to Lord West Seaspewed, I will definitely sue you severely, and you should wait to be hunted down by the 4 Emperor Pirates." The hysterical roar echoed in the sea and dissipated with the sea breeze. "Do you think it's far enough?" Escanor spoke suddenly. The cold face was full of arrogance. Looking at the 3 pirate ships hundreds of meters away from the coast, Escanor walked out of the crowd. "What do you want to do?" Ain asked eagerly. However, he was quickly stopped by Shachi's hand and said, "Girl, don't get in his way. You can just watch from the side. The next thing, it's enough to leave it to him." Seeing Escanor, who was gradually walking more than 10 meters away, Shachi's brows became even tighter. An absurd thought flashed in her mind. "You bastard, you're only going to chase now, it's too late." Black Tiger hurriedly retorted. However, as soon as these words fell, I saw that Escanor moved. Huo Ran raised his head, his indifferent and arrogant gaze, instantly met Haihu's gaze, and said, "The distance of 1,300 meters should be enough. I can just use you to try my hand. As for the adults in your mouth, I will also visit 1 or 2. The unmerciful son, PFF'd. Escanor grabbed his right hand from the void, and the fiery magic power, like a frenzy, quickly gathered in his hand. The next moment, a flame sphere the size of a human head was condensed out of thin air. The scorching high temperature dissipated with the sea breeze. The grass under his feet, as well as the scattered corpses and blood, dried up quickly. The leaves falling in the sky, just a little closer, burned directly to ashes. Yin and Shachi, who were standing more than 10 meters away, suddenly turned pale. Hot sweat dripped down his face. Feel the tingling of the skin, especially the burning of the clothes. Ain couldn't help but said, "Is this the sun?" "I don't know either." Shachi quickly clenched Yin's hand, and hurriedly pulled away. "Let's step back quickly, or else the clothes on your body may suffer, and you shouldn't want to let others see your other clothes except your teacher." One sighed. "Sister Shachi, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ain's cheeks flushed. However, it quickly retreated. At this moment, let alone them, even Haihu and the others instantly understood. Why did the other party let them escape for a while? I am afraid, it is because they clearly know that the power of this move is too great. Quick, run away. Lacey woke up suddenly and roared in a hurry. Too late. Chapter 656, Fire Fist Ace. Escanor replied lightly. The muscles in his legs tensed slightly, and he slammed toward the ground. Bang! The moment when the dull stepping sound suddenly sounded. Escanor appeared like a ghost in the sky dozens of meters high. The fiery fireball gathered crazily in the right hand, the moment it was thrown over the head. The left hand is facing downward, and slaps it suddenly. Bang! The stinging sound of the air suddenly sounded. The next moment, the merciless sun appeared in front of the three pirates in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and it exploded in an instant. The fiery flames burst out like a volcano. It turned into a frenzy and directly swallowed the three pirate ships. The hot air waves swept the entire number 13 estuary. Aiyin and Shachi just had time to quickly hide in the tavern. Their sight was directly seized by the firelight in the sky. After more than half a minute, Aiyin and Shachi's sight gradually recovered. Entering the destination coast, it is as black as terracotta. The blue sea was evaporated into a huge sea bowl hundreds of meters. A large number of scorched sea king corpses were quickly rolled back into the seabed with the current. As for the three pirate ships and other pirates, they have long since disappeared. Gulu Ain's eyes also straightened. She couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the scene in front of her, her face was full of disbelief. Sister Shachi, is this the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, who has the ability to burn fruit? Fire Fist Icy Shiki was slightly startled, then said with a wry smile, I also think he is Fire Fist Ace. Intuition tells me that he is probably more terrifying than Fire Fist Ace. However, you don't have to worry, he may have no malicious intentions, otherwise he would not have rescued you. Call. Escanor landed in the void, took a sip, and frowned as he looked at the sea that was gradually being filled up by the sea. In the original book, Escanor has the title of the strongest human being. In the state of being the only one in the sky and the earth, it can evaporate the water of the entire lake with one blow. Compared to the original, it is very different now. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5% fidelity. The current fidelity is 25%, and the next time you unlock new skills, you need to reach 30%. 30% long. You withdrew under the constraints of Escanor's template character, and looked at Ain and Shachi who were hiding in the tavern. As soon as he stepped down, he directly performed shaving, like a ghost, and appeared in front of the tavern in a few flashes. Seeing this scene, Ain's nerves suddenly tense. He quickly grabbed Shiyu, and quickly stepped in front of Shachi and said, I don't know why you want to save me, but if you are offering a reward for Kaido, then rush at me. Come. Also, my teacher is a very powerful being. If you dare to touch my hair, he will never let you go. Also, my teacher is very protective. The hurried screams echoed in the heavens and the earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Aiyin stubbornly raised her head to meet Long Yu's gaze. She knew that Shachi's strength was good, but she had seen with her own eyes that 3 pirates who offered a reward of tens of millions were directly killed by the sun. She didn't dare to bet on whether the strong man in front of her would attack them. What's more, Aiyin was absolutely unwilling to let Shachi be implicated because of her own affairs. However, these messy thoughts just popped into my mind. Ayinme's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at the big hand that was rapidly enlarging, directly covering her head. Gently rubbing his head and killing him made Ayin feel an inexplicable familiar feeling. However, before she could react, the fatigue accumulated in her body from the battle of the past few days came like a tide. In this familiar feeling, it is even more out of control. After raising his eyelids a little, intending to look at Long Yu one more time, his entire tired body fell directly into Long Yu's arms. You. Looking at Long Yu, who picked up Ai Yin, Shachi showed a hint of hesitation. Sister Shachi, this is not the place to talk, let's go in and talk about it. Long Yu said lightly. Thank you for taking care of this wayward girl during this time. Listening to the tone of voice that was different from the two just now, Shachi was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly lit a cigarette, and sighed. I knew that only the way you act would be so crazy that you don't care about it at all. Half of the consequences. Everyone outside thinks you're going to die. By the way, let's talk about it when you come in. The eyes and ears here are not small. Maybe your shot just now has spread the news. These words, Shatkili glanced at Long Yu with a reproachful look, then turned around and returned to the tavern first. This one takes root at Pier 13, the long-standing tavern, which remains the same as the last time it arrived. If you have to say, where has changed, I am afraid that there are many people who have been ripped off. Would you like some beer? Shachi walked to the bar on her own, closed the window with her backhand, and said, looking at your new face, I really doubt what devil fruit powers you possess. It's still you don't belong in this world at all. Looking at Shachi, who handed the beer helplessly, Long Yu put Ain aside on the sofa. He directly lifted Escanor's character template, took the beer, sat down on the chair, took a sip, and said, Sister Shachi, your eyes are still sophisticated. Chapter 657, Companion. However, don't hold me accountable for who I am. This time I'm here to ask you to help me find out something. Looking at Uchiha Ryu, who showed his true attitude, Shachi rolled her eyes and did not continue to ask. As an old fried dough stick in the sea, Shachi knew very well that everyone would have secrets. Click to stop, but this sea, the most basic survival skills. After adding drinks to Long Yu casually, he said, it won't be because of any new goals, or because of the beauty. If that girl knew that the person who rescued her just now was the teacher she had been waiting for, she wouldn't know what to expect. Looking at the teasing Shachi, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, everyone else has gone to the Fossa Sea area. When we fought just now, Ain mentioned this a little bit. Yes, after seeing you, a lunatic, jumping into the sea and being chased by the wild beasts Kaido, after those little guys returned to the Chambord Islands, they still chose to act separately. Shachi nodded. However, this guy has taken in a lot of good students, but this time, it was too noisy, even Kaido didn't let it go. No, it should be said, this is in line with your usual style of doing things. Looking at the young man in front of him, when they first met, he was already crazy enough to plan an escape from the city grand prison. Publicly execute the Tianlong people, and retreat under the eyes of the two generals. Involved in the naval headquarters encirclement and suppression of world destroyers. It can be said that any one thing is as crazy as this one. Shachi was also numb. Sister Shachi, don't make fun of me. After taking a sip of beer, Long Yu said, after I leave, you inform me those guys to hide and train well. It's time to meet at the Navy headquarters. Next, I need you to help me find a woman named Nico Robin. Nicole Robin Olaha's son of the devil. Shachi's expression couldn't help changing, and she said, Brother Long Yu, you won't have an affair with the devil's son, right? You should know that the world government spares no effort to hunt down and kill this woman. If you look at him, it is equivalent to confronting the world government face to face. As Shachi, who mainly sells information, of course Robin's existence and affairs. Right now, Long Yu suddenly came to the door. This kind of request can be said to be beyond recognition. She is my companion. She disappeared half a month ago. Long Yu did not avoid it. It can be said that, apart from Empress Hancock, Rayleigh and Shachi, are one of the people who know the identity of Long Yu the most. Companion. Shachi. With a playful smile, he said, isn't it a woman? You kid, your personality is really not simple. If you let that girl Hancock know that there are so many people around you, I'm afraid you will go crazy. But don't worry, I don't care. Your personal affairs. Speaking, Shachi turned around and walked to the back room. After a little over 20 seconds, he appeared again. However, this time, there was obviously an extra file bag in my hand. Nicole Robbins information. A few years ago, many people were looking for it. I have been paying attention, and then the world disappeared for a while. Shachi spit out a cigarette. Until more than a month ago, someone found her trace in Alabasta, then I suspected it was related to you. Sister Shachi, your eyes are as vicious as ever. Long Yu said with a helpless smile. Brother Long Yu, you are too flamboyant. Shachi squeezed out the cigarette and said, however, the girl was caught. I think it has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't made such a fuss, she would still be at ease now. Long Yu did not refute Shachi's remarks. In the original novel, Nico Robin is also in Luffy. After defeating the 7-sea sand crocodile, the whereabouts are revealed. Will fall into the middle of 9 and be sent to the island of Fa. Originally, Long Yu thought that leaving Robin in the great tomb of Narasak would make her safe and sound. Now it seems that Long Yu is still a little too naive. Brother, what are your plans now? Shachi looked at the silent Long Yu and asked first. Intend. Long Yu regained his senses, drank the beer with a smile, and said, of course it is to save people, even Longtan Tiger Cave is no exception. Longtan Tiger Den. Shachi smiled and said, I finally understand where your charisma comes from. It's full of security for someone like you who protects your shortcomings. If I were younger, I would be willing to go with you. Looking at Shachi, who was about to kill him, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it seems that Sister Shachi, the information you have obtained may be a little difficult. Little brother, you are indeed a smart person. The cigarette again and said, I received information 3 days ago that the girl has been sent to Fa Island. Now that 3 days have passed, whether you will stay on the French island is the key. Don't forget, that girl's identity is too sensitive for the world's official government. Chapter 658, White Horse Cavendish. 3 days ago, Long Yu frowned, and a trace of apology flashed in his pupils. It's good to have news, I'll go take a look. You go see. Shachi spit out a cigarette, and said, are you planning to break through? In what capacity? If you come forward with the great skeleton demon, I'm afraid it will lead to the ending of a war with the world's official government. Of the people who clearly knew Long Yu's other identities, Shachi understood that the great skeleton demon had climbed to the position of the 5th Emperor of the Sea in a short period of time. It even saved the world destroyer Wald. If you choose to be brave this time. That is for the Navy headquarters, and even the world government. That was a complete rip-off. At that time, the world government and the Navy headquarters will definitely launch a siege against Long Yu. Once that time comes, what awaits Long Yu will be an extremely passive situation. In the sea will never stand by and watch, and if they say badly, they will take advantage of the fishermen. Sister Shachi, don't worry, I will use the identity of Escanor for the next action. Another sip of the newly added beer, he suddenly stood up, turned and left. As that, the identity name is Escanor. It feels quite arrogant. Shachi hugged her hands and smiled and said, I hope everything goes well for you. Are you going to leave now? No, I still need to clean up the mess. If the girl wakes up, let her practice with peace of mind. Long Yu pushed open the door and said, Sister Shachi, please help me publicize the reputation of Escanor, the crime of arrogance. You kid, you're really not afraid of the big thing, but I'll help you make it a big deal, so that the attention of this sea can be shifted to you. Shachi spit out a cigarette and watched Long Yu's back disappear in front of her eyes. The third island of the Chambord archipelago. After the first island was destroyed by the skeleton demon, the second island suffered a riot in Laxus. The third island undoubtedly inherited the prosperity of the first 2 islands. As long as they set foot on the island and use the Chambord Islands as a springboard, the pirates who go to the New World will supply and rest here. Along the way, pirates flocked in an endless stream. However, Most of the people who landed on the island already had their goals and walked towards the tavern in the center of the island. Have you heard that the 3 big pirates who went to the 13th island and caught people just now seem to have been raided by one person? Gone. A burly pirate spoke to the pirate beside him in a loud voice. However, they deserve to be killed. The tasks promulgated by Lord Shipshead clearly show that everyone has a chance to try them. They insist on occupying them. Now that they are dead, we will also have a chance. You're too naive to think, but now there are 12 pirate groups with a reward of tens of millions gathered in the tavern. Among them, there are at least 3 captains of the pirate group with the ability of animal fruit. With such a lineup, what can you do with a bounty of more than 30 million yuan? Of conversations coming out one after another echoed in the street. Looking at the tavern at the end of the road, Long Yu had already entered Escanor's character template. Hey, are you also going to pick up the mission? We can go and have a look together. A shout suddenly sounded. Long Yu looked back and saw an unexpected figure. Supernova 22, White Horse Cavendish. Do you know me? Cavendish, who was wearing a white aristocratic costume, couldn't help but pick out his blonde hair and said smugly, if you plan to sign an autograph, you need to queue up. However, looking at your good body, I can put you in a queue. I didn't expect that as soon as I landed on the Chambord Islands, I would be able to meet my iron powder. During this period of time, the rude guys who came out were really not pretty, and they dared to cover up my light. I will definitely not let them go. Looking at Cavendish, who vomited bitterly as soon as he opened his mouth. Long Yu instantly understood that this guy was going to join in the fun. I'm afraid I still plan to try to improve my reputation. In the original book, Cavendish and Fire Fist Ace are also considered supernovas a year apart. However, because of the appearance of the worst generation, Cavendish's fame and halo were all overshadowed. The reason why Cavendish is hostile to Luffy. According to the original calculation, the current Cavendish may have just left the sea. How much bounty do you have? Cavendish asked first. Bounty, Escanor said indifferently, not yet. There is no reward. Are you a native of the Chambord Islands? Cavendish was startled. Chapter 659. This is a good opportunity. In his eyes, those who can come to the Chambord Islands alive are more or less powerful pirates. On the basis of strength, there will also be a corresponding reward. More, Escanor's feeling for Cavendish is definitely not as simple as those cannon fodders. The only way to say that is that the Chambord Islands are indigenous. I think you have a good physique. If you want, you can join my handsome pirate group. You must know that people like me will become famous in this sea sooner or later. Cavendish picked out the bangs in front of his forehead and said smugly. The current me, the reward has reached 98 million, and the next step is the reward of over 100 million, and there will be many people who will join my command. This is a great opportunity. These words fell, the pirates who were still talking in the field all looked at Cavendish, and there was a hint of shock in their eyes. In their eyes, in the first half of the Great Waterway, there is a reward of over 100 million. Moreover, looking at Cavendish's age, he was only 17 or 18, in his early years. At this age, reaching this level is definitely a promising future. Say, it can really be a supernova title. Once you step into the new world and show a little bit of performance, the reward will definitely skyrocket. Not careful, you may be able to let the 4 emperors throw an olive branch like the last pirate supernova, Fire Fist Ace. It can be said that in the face of Cavendish's invitation, many pirates are a little moved. Sorry, I don't need it. Escanor replied lightly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned around and left, leaving Cavendish, who was originally narcissistic, to cool down. Hey, why did you run away? I'm offering a reward of 98 million, the future supernova. Cavendish reacted suddenly and shouted in a hurry. Are you going to join the mission of the 4 emperors? That's no good at all. Speaking, Cavendish quickly followed Escanor's pace and said, can you tell me your purpose? As my future crew member, I may be able to help you a little." Seeing that there was no hesitation, Escanor rejected him directly. Cavendish felt more and more that the strong man in front of him was not simple. Perhaps, this is the legendary shaking and licking. More you have to chase someone to lick, the more you show your invitation value. "No, I'm going to deal with some personal matters, and I advise you to stay away from me." Escanor didn't turn his head, and went straight to the door of the tavern. This room. As the tavern in the center of island number 3, no matter what. The location are excellent. The building area can accommodate more than 500 people at the same time. Since Shipshead was stationed here, pirates from all over the country rushed down, which already made the pub bursting and overcrowded. Even the outside of the tavern was filled with wine tables and people were seated. These pirates are drinking in groups of 3 or 5. However, when his eyes turned, most of the time, he still landed on the surrounding table in the center of the tavern. That frenzied look, as long as anyone around the table throws a bone out, they will sacrifice their lives to snatch it. "Hey, who are you? Don't get in the way here. This is the tavern visited by Lord Shipshead, and the reward does not exceed 50 million, so you must not set foot there." A burly big man stopped at the door and shouted with wine. The words fall, immediately. Many people in the field were alarmed, and even Shipshead, who was sitting in the main seat, cast his gaze and said, "Don't be too rude." "Which blonde kid? I seem to remember that not long ago, your name was on the newly released bounty list. Let me think about who you are. By the way, you seem to be from the West Sea, the captain of the handsome pirates, the White Horse Cavendish." As one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack's henchmen, Shipshead is also responsible for collecting the list of pirates who enter the Great Passage. Different income thresholds from redheads and whitebeards. Since the 100 Beast pirates want to experiment with artificial devil fruits, they always refuse to come. The ability to obtain the artificial devil fruit, the failure rate is a bit high. However, after many experiments, they figured out a rule. The stronger the person, the higher the success rate. Of course, this is also a question of probability. In the original book, one of the supernovas, Kira under Kid's command, also failed to take the artificial devil fruit and turned into a laughing slayer. Therefore, it seems very beautiful to join the Beast Pirates. But the real result is to gamble on luck. Cavendish, that's the newcomer with a bounty of 98 million, isn't it? 98 million. I heard that once it reaches 100 million, it can be called a supernova. This is an existence with an infinite future. Quote, quote. The scene suddenly boiled over. Faced with the appearance of Cavendish, it was also a surprise for Shipshead. Chapter 660. Squeeze your head with one hand. It can be said that the pursuit of Laxus and others in the Fossa waters not long ago has caused a large-scale annihilation of the affiliated pirates attached to the Beast's pirates. This seems indestructible. The core combat power of the Beast pirates. However, the experimental process of artificial devil fruit is still greatly reduced. It is for this reason that Shipshead listened to Quinn's advice, recruited some pirates in the Chambord Islands, and went to the New World to run errands as cannon fodder. It can also be added that the experimental candidates for the artificial devil fruit ability. However, after 3 days, it took a long time for the people who gathered here to raise the reward to tens of millions. There are not many people who can really see it. Now suddenly there is a Cavendish. This is a taller man than a short man, which makes people's eyes shine. Little devil, you are here, probably to join our 100 Beast pirates. Shipshead took the lead and said with a smile, I see that you can achieve this level at a young age. I can personally recommend it to Lord Jack. At that time, as long as you show a little bit, you can become one of us. 1. These words fell, the scene was in an uproar. In the eyes of all the pirates present, they could not join the 100 Beast pirates. There are still hundreds of people around here, guarding an opportunity. Now, as soon as Cavendish appeared, Shipshead, who had been ignoring them all along, invited him to speak in person. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? This is completely different from the same person. Cavendish couldn't help but be startled. This time he came mainly to join in the fun. Originally planned to keep a low profile, but I never thought that it would become the focus of the audience. Feeling the envious glances from all around, Cavendish couldn't help but pick out his bangs and said smugly, "Escanor, have you seen this? This is my personality, charm and strength. Even the 4 Emperor pirates are there. Invite me. Are you going to be my crew?" The huge tavern, the eyes of hundreds of people all locked on Cavendish and Escanor. Feeling the urgent envy around him, Cavendish's face flashed with pride, and he continued to ask. "Escanor, what are you thinking about? As a reward, joining me under my command is the quickest way." Looking at the calm breath and the indifferent face of Ascano, the huge body of more than 2 meters. Cavendish just loves it more and more. After all, he is not, in the original book, Luffy with the halo of pig's feet. There are so many awesome people gathered around. Companion. Who is a supernova, only one of Kira's men can play. Not to mention, Trafalgaro of the Heart Pirates, as Luffy's ally, is the only bear, Beppo, who is playing cute and funny. So, when I saw Escanor for the first time, Cavendish had a feeling of love at first sight. Saw it. Sorry, I didn't come to join any pirate group, nor did I come for the so-called 100 Beast Pirates. Escanor suddenly raised his head and looked at the ground not far away. Like a door panel, a huge axe with a diameter of mesh walked straight over and grabbed the heavy axe. "Hey, you little brat, dare to touch my things. This axe is made of heavy iron and weighs 1,000 pounds, and only a giant like me can make it move." With a height of 5 or 6 meters was the first to roar with a ghastly face sitting cross-legged to the side. "If you don't apologize, I will crush your head with one hand." The sudden scene made the attention in the field suddenly leave Cavendish's body. Facing Escanor's ruthless remarks just now, and this inexplicable action, it obviously affected the nerves of everyone present. For watching the excitement, in any dimensional world, there is no shortage of melon-eating audiences. Most importantly, they desperately wanted to see how Escanor could save the face that made Ship's Head black. However, just as this thought came to them, they flashed in their minds, and the sight of the sight made everyone's pupils shrink. Seeing that the giant axe, which was attached to the handle, was close to 2 meters, fell into Escanor's hand, and was easily lifted with one hand. Pupils contracted suddenly, and the words that fell in the ear shook the nerves even more. "Did you just say you were going to kill me?" After Escanor weighed the axe in his hand, he said arrogantly, "You shouldn't be a pure-blooded giant, right? It's the fish giant. No wonder that the axe is too heavy." The low voice and the frivolity mixed in the words shook everyone's nerves at once. For the fish giant, this kind of identity disclosure is a complete shame. "You bastard, you dare to provoke the majesty of the great giant, give me death." The fish giant's face sank and roared in anger. Right hand grabbed the iron bar next to him and smashed it towards Escanor. A violent scene, immediately tensioned everyone's nerves. Cavendish's expression changed, and he was about to rescue him.